Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry had to become powerful to survive. Dark Harry Potter. Oh, here is short summary. What if Harry had to become powerful to survive? Dark Harry Potter. Sometimes, survival is the greatest teacher. Thrust into a deadly game between powerful forces, Harry realizes that courage alone won't keep him alive. With time running out and enemies closing in, he must grow stronger than anyone ever imagined. But every step toward power comes with a dangerous price. Will Harry become the wizard the world needs, or the one it fears? Watch this Dark Harry Potter to find out. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Harry scrubbed over his face. Last week had been rough. Spited by CL mates, deserted by friends, hated by the foreign schools, both of them, actually, which was quite depressing. Doubting his ability to fall asleep again, he reached over to the glees on the table next to his bed. Now able to see, he also took his wand, pointing it at himself and whispering, "Scourgify." The spell took effect, and even with the low amount of power he put into it scrubbed him red and raw, from top to bottom. This probably wasn't the correct spell for personal hygiene, but at least the sweat was gone now. Unpleasant but necessary business, that. He pulled his legs over the edge of his bed, careful to avoid the creaky floorboard a few inches to the right of his feet. For a moment, seeing a dark stained chocolate, most likely on the curtain of Ron's bed, Harry contemplated taking a whole box of his own chocolate frogs and smearing them all over it, too. Ron, that ruddy bastard, had broken off their friendship the second Harry left Dumbledore's side. Hermione had followed soon after, leaving him to face 3 schools alone. It smarted more than he liked to admit, and though his counter-treatment might not be the most mature answer, he still felt satisfied. But, he thought, slipping into his robes, I should probably stop wallowing. There's just so much whining I can do before I've got to work. 3 days now Harry had been swimming in that self-pitying lake of his, suffused with righteous anger, of course, but even that faded with time. And time was exactly the one commodity he lacked right now. Besides skill and cunning and power, that was. He'd manage though, he always did, after all. From what little Harry knew, Charlie had mentioned he would spend some time at Hogwarts this year. The deduction from that was easy, but the deduction was also just half of the equation to victory. Which left one question for him to answer successfully: how does one defeat an overgrown lizard? Harry actually didn't know if the dragon was the first task, but the fact that they were using dragons at all was concerning. He mumbled some words, wove his wand, tapped both shoes once. Then followed up that dazzling spellwork with another incantation spoken just as lazily. Noise and scent thus eradicated, Harry left the tower. Complacency was a bad habit to fall into with people like Snape and Professor Moody around. First shafts of sunlight broke through the kitchen windows already, when Harry's contemplating and semi-useful pondering neared its end. The tea Hogwarts elves provided definitely made thinking easier, he found. A last time he went over his memories, analyzing his encounters with Tom Riddle, the headmaster, and magic itself. The tingling he felt when he cast a spell, the burning but pleasant sensation each time magic left his wand, 3 years after. Learning of magic, it still fascinated him as it did on the first day. A beautiful fact that made Riddle's use of magic very ugly. However, after these 3 years and all that happened in between, Harry had formulated a simple, personal theory about magic and what power meant. To him, the issue split equally into 3 parts: knowledge, raw magic, and creativity. Pure speculation, of course, but if it was like this, then Riddle's fear of Dumbledore made sense. Because even if Riddle had more raw magic at his disposal, which was debatable, Dumbledore, having lived for over a century now, still outmatched him in the other 2 departments. Old Codger was well on his way to surviving the second one, actually. The solution to Harry's current problems, then, was quite clear. Though it sounded much easier on paper. Harry stared at the scrap of parchment next to his steaming cup of tea. 3 points stood out among the random scribbles. Knowledge, practice what you learn, let the creative part of your mind play with your new knowledge. Points NDED into his mind, he crumpled the scrap. He rose from his seat, thanking the elves, and made his way over to the door out of the kitchens. Had she known about it, Hermione would have scoffed at the plan, but Harry firmly believed that it's the simplicity which made it viable. And it's easy to remember, which was always a plus. Harry had been in Hogwarts leery on numerous occasions, but he had never taken the time to really appreciate how truly enormous it was. There was so much knowledge stacked between those walls, so many books he'd probably never read crammed into the wooden shelves. It made his head spin, though he hadn't decided just yet if it's a good spinning or a bad one. Still, walking through the charms section was amazing. Terrifying, too, but mostly amazing. There were books looking fresh out of the printing press, bound essays of promising students, magazines from national and international sources, old and untitled volumes. They all mingled in the shelves like a happy family of multiple generations. Harry wandered for a while, having no direct goal and hoping his luck would kick in eventually. He saw books about potions and herbology, arithmancy and ancient runes, divination and astronomy. One Transfiguration tome held exercises absurd enough that Harry closed it after a furtive skimming. At last, he stopped in front of the section for care of magical creatures. He sent an appreciative look at the restricted part of the Leary which was just on the other side, tempting him, but then he returned his attention to the books about beasties. Dragons, he murmured, trailing his index finger over the spine of a book. Then, for good measure, he said, "Dragon," again, and continued mouthing the word as he paced up and down the shelf. What could kill or subdue beasts as mythical as dragons? Harry had a pable handle on offensive spells, but he doubted a stupefy would even bother the lizard. No, he needed another method to keep himself alive. Transfiguration maybe, any spells in that department. And what would happen once he escaped the fire? Maybe chains to hold the dragon down, but wouldn't any spell bounce off the magic-resistant scales? His lack of knowledge was disturbing. Not surprising, of course, but a mite uncomfortable nonetheless. Quite sad, actually, that he could only rely on his rather reasonable level of raw magic, something he had felt the first time when he produced a Patronus strong enough to drive away a few dozen Dementors. But knowledge was something he could improve on. And, Harry thought with a grin, the Chinese always say it's about balance. In 3 weeks' time, he'd face whatever the triumvirate of rotten fate ladies deemed appropriate. Until then he'd do everything humanly possible to prepare himself. Hogwarts 11. November 1994. A week went by, and Harry Potter, first and last of his name, remained friendless. Partly out of his own interest, for the most part though, because people were stupid, teenagers especially, he didn't excluded himself from that statement, and life at a boarding school ed as a social outcast. The only good thing coming out of this week had been the discovery that Hogwarts corridors were positively brimming with magic. He had devoted a lot of the week toward certain fields of magic, however, spending the mornings reading up on dragons, and using the evenings to practice every spell that could possibly heighten his chance of survival. The result of all this HLE was a rough plan, an outline really. He knew no plan survived contact with the enemy, but there were some good ideas swimming in his head now, and he could expand on them, adapting as necessary. Currently, his breath came in shallow gasps. He CED'd himself on his knees, staring at the opposite wall of the deserted CL room he started occupying for his personal purpose. One more time, he said, flicking his wand and ending the pattern with a circle above his head. Agumenti scutum thalas. A fountain of water erupted from the tip of his wand, cascading around him and shaping into a tight dome, his first line of defense against the fire, a spell he found in a book named The Journeyman's Guide Volume 8. Should Harry ever come across Edmund Clitheroe, the author, he'd thank him profusely, maybe even with a few groveling bows. The drain of the spell was quite insane though, and as the seconds trickled by, Harry noticed himself approaching his limit. He looked at the transfigured Howargle standing on a windowsill and groaned. 20 seconds, he thought. That's all I managed. Great work, Potter. You get your own cheerleading squad now. 20 seconds is pathetic. He stabbed his wand forward, initiating the next incantation, and what a queer incantation it was. But there was still quite a way to go before he'd be satisfied. I beseech thee, magic, he said, voice booming through the room, grant me thy power. I ask for thee, Mother Earth, nurturing us all, Radix Catina, Fugger First Terra. The result came about in an instant, large roots breaking through Hogwarts' stone foundation and entangling a desk Harry had transfigured into something resembling a dragon earlier. And with enough imagination and a few potion fumes it might even look like one. Exhaustion dragging him to one knee like an anchor, it became Harry's deepest, most fervent wish that this stuff would become easier with time and practice. 2 spells still remained. He jabbed his wand toward a pebble on the floor, drops of sweat rolling down his neck. Mutare per Magnus Excubitor. The pebble grew in size, became larger and larger, and with each new inch Harry sensed his magic bringing life to a crude stone soldier that looked remarkably like one of the terracotta guards he had read about years ago in a book from Dudley Discard, like every other book Dudley ever possessed. 1 spell left, he thought. But by now he had to fight tooth and nail to keep himself conscious. His wand danced in circular movement. Animatus Bellatorius, he pressed through clenched teeth. The last thing he saw was his transfigured warrior charging the wooden desk dragon with a rough sword of stone. Then Harry fell to the side. The Chinese didn't only have sayings about balance after all, but also about sacks of rice toppling over. Or so he thought. Hogwarts 12, November 1994. Have I, or have I not overexerted myself this time? Harry wondered in dry amusement as he opened his eyes to the sterile white of the hospital wing. A pointless question, of course. Much more interesting was how long he'd been out of it. A whole day would be bad but manageable, as it still left enough time to prepare for the task. A week, however, could end up spelling certain consequences he disliked. Being maimed, in pain, burned, stabbed, magicked to a faraway country, transfigured into a frog, teleported above the ocean and falling in just the same, being levitated over a cliff. "I see you're awake, Mr. Potter," came the voice of Madame Pomfrey. The squat witch exited her office, carrying charts in her hand. "I had hoped that this time you would stay out of my wing for some months at least," she said, shaking her head so that a few gray curls escaped her white headpiece. "Clearly, I was mistaken." She put the charts in a cabinet, chattering away. "This tournament will make it impossible for me to work." Irritated from the tournament, now that was a sentiment Harry could share. He found himself being, at once, comfortable and in a most peculiar union of mind with Madame Pomfrey. "How long was I?" "You were brought in yesterday," said Madame Pomfrey, tracing spells in the air above him. They sparkled, at times, an indecent red. Harry hoped that didn't mean anything too bad. "I wonder," Madame Pomfrey continued, "if I really want to know what you did to yourself. The symptoms speak clearly, however. You suffered a bout of extreme magical fatigue." "Oh, and, what does that mean?" She paused in her casting, looking at him with the lines of her face embling into a mask of graveness. Outside, a blackcap was warbling. "Another first-year spell could have sundered your ability to cast magic, Mr. Potter." That fit the feeling he'd had after slumping down in that room rather nicely. Though he couldn't help the light paling he was surely going through at the moment. He reached out to his magic, that force inside him, at times like a calm lake, at times like a pot of boiling water. The tingly sensation was still there, which meant, in essence, that everything worked out in the end, and that he could now leave the hospital wing. "Do not even think about leaving this bed." Harry concluded that he must be extraordinarily easy to read. That is. Harry," came another voice from the entrance of the hospital wing. "I see that you have finally escaped Morpheus." The headmaster, one Albus Dumbledore with a lot of names in between, strode into the wing, silvery beard safely tucked into his belt. He smiled an easy smile as he put a calming hand on Madame Pomfrey's shoulder, trying to give the woman some of his serenity juju. "Splendid care as always, my dear," said Dumbledore. "Could you give us a moment, please? Mr. Potter and I have something to discuss." It was phrased like a question. It sounded like a question. It was, however, anything but. Madame Pomfrey huffed. For a moment looked like she'd refuse even, but then relented at last and gave them their privacy. Harry looked up at the headmaster. Dumbledore was pretty tall for an old man. "Professor, I hope you appreciate how close you came to leaving the mortal world behind yesterday," said Dumbledore. "I, could have died from that. I thought it was about my magic, not my life." "The contract," Dumbledore said, "is a magical bond, my boy." And without your magic to bind and uphold that bond, the contract could have had unknown and most likely violent reactions. There was a certain intensity in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Knocking on death's door seems quite the opposite of what you hoped to achieve, I believe. Now, those were words that put things in perspective. Harry's mouth was dry. Who found me? Why, Harry, I did. Dumbledore smiled jovially and the tense atmosphere shuffled out of the room as though ashamed of itself. The castle alerted me of incredible magic being released in one of the unused CL rooms. Naturally, I had to investigate. And so it came, that evening, and imagine my surprise, my boy, yes, it came that I found you, unconscious on the floor and guarded by a most vicious fellow. Oh, Harry was pleased to learn that his transfiguration had lasted this long even after he fell unconscious. Then the implications registered fully. I'm sorry, Professor, It has been a long time, Dumbledore said, since someone challenged me to an open duel, in my own school no less. He patted Harry's leg. Not to worry, however. It was a most refreshing occurrence. Harry sat upright in his bed, leaning against the backboard, and feeling a mite of heat creeping up his face. He couldn't quite decide whether Dumbledore actually forgave him, or was out to shame him right now. If the latter, then Harry had to congratulate the man. He managed that admirably. Harry, said Dumbledore, and there it was again, the pressure, the intensity, the apprehension. I have a good guess as to what kind of magic you used, he said, and, more importantly, why you used it. But I implore you, my boy, be very careful in the future. There is a reason, a good one at that, for magic like this to be taught once you have left the school and entered the appropriate guild. But, Professor, Harry started, I need them. I need those spells. Without them I won't have a chance in the tournament. If the headmaster forbade him to use those spells, he'd have to start his research again, and time didn't allow for that. Calm yourself, my boy, Dumbledore said. I have no intention of prohibiting your newfound knowledge. All I ask is that you consider how to train with it. Putting such advanced spells into one chain might prove, for the moment at least, a bit too much for you. Harry faced the blanket. Sound advice, he thought, but how am I going to learn them that way before the lizard gets me? A question a man like Dumbledore might be able to answer, so he asked just that. How can I master them before the dragon kills me? Dumbledore leaned forward, intrigued. I wonder where you got the idea about dragons. A most peculiar comment, but no matter. As to your other question, he chortled, mastering them will take a few years at the least, my boy. If you only want to learn them, however, may I advise you to split the chain. Split. Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap, glancing at the ceiling, then back to Harry. When I was much younger, a time with no beard if you can imagine, I fought with much the same problem. In the end, and for training purposes, I decided to use but one spell an hour, in order for my magic to grow accustomed to the exertion. But I haven't got that kind of time, said Harry. Dumbledore remained unperturbed, pulling a watch out of his robes and briefly glancing at it. You will manage, Harry, I am sure. Besides, did you know that Muggle scientists found out that overtraining is just as dangerous as no training at all? Dumbledore rose from his seat. Now, he said, I'm afraid I have to cut this conversation short. There are some documents which still need to be read. He walked toward the exit. And please remember, in a week's time the weighing of the wands will take place. Harry blinked, but Dumbledore had already vanished. Hogwarts 22, November. Harry sat across Dumbledore in a comfy armchair, a table standing to their side with 2 cups of tea and a few butter scones. Fawkes's perch was empty. What can I do for you, Harry? Asked Dumbledore, staring at him over the rim of his half-moon spectacles. There were no complications with your spells, I hope. No, Professor, said Harry. Everything went well. Thank you again for your advice. Then something else must ail you, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. Why else would you visit an old man in his dusty chambers? The cogs are spinning, Harry thought. And because they're always spinning, he seems so unsurprised at everything that happens. Albus Dumbledore simply connected the dots sooner than anyone else. At last though, Dumbledore prompted him to speak up. Answers, he said, can only be given if a question is asked. Forward it was. Is there a way to leave the castle? I had, an idea, Harry explained. But I need to visit Madame Malkin's for it. The grandfather clock at the wall kept ticking away, and Harry jolted a bit when a panel opened, and a miniature version of Fawkes flew out, squawking several times, each squawk an hour, before combusting in fiery sparks. Dumbledore chuckled. A rather ingenious enchantment, wouldn't you say? Professor Flitwick gifted it to me many years ago, much to the emberment of Fawkes, of course. Now, he continued, back to your original question. It is possible, of course, for a student to leave the grounds mid-term if the reason is explained sufficiently. Your explanation, my boy, left much to be desired, however. But, and you are in luck indeed, I have to visit her myself, so I can make an exception this once. If you wish to accompany an old man like me, then be my guest. Thank you, said Harry, thinking that this went surprisingly well for once. For a moment he kept looking out for any buts coming his way, but none came, and so he breathed more easily. Supervision had to be expected, he knew, but he didn't mind it this instance. And now that he could finish this business today, everything became much easier. Dumbledore, clothed in lime green robes, tapped a quill with his wand. I trust, he said, that you remember how portkeys work. Arthur Weasley told me that he took you and his family to the World Cup with one. Nice to know that it hasn't always got to be a smelly boot, said Harry, gripping the lower half of the quill. Dumbledore touched the upper half of the quill. The portkey catapulted Harry through an influx of color, flung him past a kaleidoscope of blue and green, red and purple, yellow and orange. Then the trip ended already, and Dumbledore steadied Harry with a hearty laugh. It appears you need some experience still, Dumbledore said. That was, by far, one of the worst exits I have seen in decades, my boy. Harry was tempted to say something very rude, but kept the urge in check. Anyway, said Dumbledore, let us not dawdle, Harry. Our favorite fashion mistress is waiting. They ambled through Diagon Alley, garnering the attention of a lot of people they ped. The looks were a bit too much, Harry found, but the headmaster seemed unruffled. He ped through the crowds with an easy grace, nodding and smiling and, occasionally, even waving. Together, or rather, Harry behind, the duo ped the apothecary and Ollivancer's, before reaching Madame Malkin's shop. The chime of a bell greeted them first, the friendly face of the seamstress afterward. She had her hair made up in a lazy bun that fit her, however, perfectly, a few strands escaped. Contrary to Dumbledore, she wore fashionable green robes, much like her profession dictated. Farther inside, in a corner, a boy stood bent over a working bench, studying a few parchments and nodding along as he read. He was dressed in a similar fashion, and was only a few years older than Harry. Albus, said Madame Malkins, and Mr. Potter, what can I do for you? Ramona, my dear, said Albus, twinkling eyes surveying the room. It has been far too long. Why, I feel like I have not seen you in years. And do I see an apprentice there? Dervin Phillip, Hufflepuff of 87 if memory serves. You came by last week, Albus, and Dervin has worked here for close to 2 years now. Dumbledore frowned for a moment in deep contemplation. Then his expression cleared. Of course you are right, Ramona, he said. Alas, the adage of old age. Anyway, he said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder, I am here for my order, and Mr. Potter is separate business I am not privy to. Business is always welcome, said Madame Malkins. And your robes finished as well. Harry watched her, Ramona, walk behind the counter, from where she pulled out a tiny package, not much larger than the ruddy thing that had held the Philosopher's Stone. There you go, Madame Malkins said, handing Dumbledore the package. The price comes to a total of 300 galleons, as was discussed. For about a quarter of a second, Dumbledore looked like a man stuck in eternal suffering. Then he forked out the money. The price for a fashionable appearance is high indeed, he said. Harry clamped down on his own emotions in regard to this sentence. Madame Malkins fought the same problem. Now, Mr. Potter, said Madame Malkins as Dumbledore secured the package in his robes, what can I do for you? Harry shot a furtive glance at Dumbledore, then said, can you tailor an armor for tomorrow evening? The apprentice in the background perked up and shuffled closer, inconspicuously, of course. Harry had no clue how long it took to design an armor in the Muggle world, but then again, this was Diagon Alley. For the tournament, stated Madame Malkins more to herself than to anyone in the room. That will cost you a pretty galleon, Mr. Potter, she said, turning back. Armors aren't difficult to make, but if you want it by tomorrow, the process will take much of the night. Any specifics in mind? Well, Harry said, not really, but I got the skin already. Can you work with basilisk hide? I can do that, of course, she said a bit flustered. The manufacturing is more difficult though compared to the usual dragon skin. It will cost you a lot more. Dervin asked, where did you come across a basilisk? But Madame Malkins was shaking her head, and her apprentice grew quiet. Never mind then, said Dervin, returning to the bench. If you can get me the skin today, Mr. Potter, then I'll have your armor ready by tomorrow evening. Great, said Harry. He pulled a box out of his robes and enlarged it. Good thing he had come prepared to the headmaster's office. This should be enough, he said, opening the box, which turned out to be a ratty trunk now. Plenty enough, Madame Malkins urged him. She did some quick calculations in a small notebook. If you leave me the leftovers after the armor is finished, I'll account for it and the price will lessen considerably. Is there anything else you need? Harry nodded at her first statement, then considered the second. A cloak, he said at last. A cloak, Harry replied. Madame Malkins decided to help him out of his misery and asked again, this time with more specifics. A cloak made of what, Mr. Potter? Wool, cotton, acromantula silk. Well, acromantula silk then. And a Hogwarts crest on the back side, Harry explained. Somehow he had thought this would be easier. And Gryffindor colors if possible, he added. Madame Malkins took quick measurements of him and wrote some numbers into another small notebook. No problem. I will have it delivered alongside your armor tomorrow, with owl post, of course. The price, however, the total will be around 800 galleons if I detract the amount of basilisk hide I'll buy from you. That's a steep price, especially for a student. Harry said in a sharp breath. That was, indeed, a lot of money. Still, he needed the armor, and even if the cloak was only catering to his vanity, he had already gotten used to the equation that the Gryffindor cloak plus the basilisk armor would equal success, or at least survival. That's a lot of money, he said, suddenly understanding the headmaster's former expression much better. That came with the territory of paying your own bills. But I'll get you the money. Very well, said Madame Malkins. Dumbledore, in the meanwhile, pocketed his small watch. If the business is concluded, he said, then I suggest we leave now. Any longer, and our absence will disgruntle Professor McGonagall. The two of them bade Madame Malkins farewell and returned to the castle via Portkey, where both sat down. An interesting trip, said Dumbledore, would you not agree, Harry? I was not aware that you had revisited the Chamber of Secrets. Got the idea when I was still in the hospital wing, said Harry. Hardest part was escaping Madame Pomfrey, really. He scratched his cheek, looking innocently through the office. Had to read up on skinning SS, too, didn't want to damage the basilisk, sir. Definitely a good idea, said Dumbledore. Such precious resources have to be won through delicate work and care. He leaned back. I have, of course, no objection toward your business. Nonetheless, if you have no further use of it, I ask you to salvage the head and bring it to Professor Snape. The ingredients he could extract from it would further his studies substantially, I believe. There was a very immature feeling rising in Harry. To Snape, Professor Snape, my boy, and yes, to him. Surely you would not refuse, knowing that the studies of an esteemed potioneer like him most often lead to revelations in the medical world. Put like that, it sounded reasonable. Harry still didn't want to. He tried holding the headmaster's gaze, but Dumbledore was pretty adept at staring contests as Harry found out. He averted his eyes 20 seconds later. Fine, he said, his voice indicating how he felt about this arrangement. Dumbledore chuckled. He looked extraordinarily pleased. After 4 years of getting to know you, Harry, I arrive at the conclusion that you do not differ that much from Severus in certain aspects. Harry didn't comment on that, though he felt severely insulted. But if bringing that head to Snape made the headmaster happy, so be it. Dumbledore had helped him twice now in just as many weeks. He had earned himself a bit of gratitude. I am sure, Dumbledore continued, that fox has no objections to helping you in your foray into the chamber." The Phoenix agreed with a tune that made Harry almost forget about Snape, almost. Hogwarts 24, November 1994. Just as expected, Snape had cared nothing for Harry, even though Harry had come bearing gifts. After Harry had revealed that aside from the head every other part was already sold, Snape liked him even less, if possible. There had been a CL of firsties in the dungeon. They had looked rightly disturbed by the smoldering glares Snape had hurled at everything in reach. But what did Harry care for Snape? Nothing. That's what. He sat alone in the champion's tent, waiting for his turn to face a dragon, having picked the most vicious one a few minutes earlier. His luck, really. At least Madame Malkins had delivered, and Lord, she had delivered well. The armor being black with slight green shimmers still surprised him, but Madame Malkins had assured him it was a side result of the processing. Calling it armor as well, might be a bit too much. It was more of an ornament of various pieces secured to his normal attire with enchanted straps. It was light, it was durable, it was good-looking. And if Harry ever came into a position where someone asked him what armor he'd be if, in fact, wizards could become armors, he'd say proudly and in a firm voice, "I'm a basilisk armor." The cloak fit well, too, but that's hardly the important part of his attire. It had taken a while, but Dumbledore had even parted with the sword of Gryffindor for the duration of the tournament. Now wasn't that grand? Harry liked to think he triumphed over Dumbledore in a sheer contest of wills. Delusional, of course, but thinking that Dumbledore let him win wasn't helpful in his quest to build some self-confidence and courage. Madame Malkin had included a letter in the delivery, explaining that the hide was spell-resistant, true, but after the basilisk died, the only thing that still made it so was the magic imbued with it. Which meant that not only would anything over a low-powered curse cut through the armor in usual efficiency, but also that it'd lose its power somewhere along the way and with continued use. But who was he, Harry Potter, to care too much for little details like that? Right now, every bit of protection helped. And now, the last champion, boomed Bagman's voice from outside the tent. Harry Potter, who will face the most dangerous breed this tournament has to offer, the Hungarian Horntail. Harry blinked, steeled his nerves, and walked out of the tent. There he came face to face with the mythical creature that could, in the instant it took Ron to fart, roast him to a fine crisp. He found the experience to be quite terrifying. Yellow eyes, set in a leathery dark brown head, glared at Harry from the other side of the arena. The dragon overtook the size of a CL room, and the putrid stench of sulfur lingered in the air. Harry became acutely aware of his mortality. How easy, he thought, is it for that thing to smash me into a wall, leaving nothing but a smattering of red behind. The thought of facing the dragon actually made him shiver now. But there was no time anymore. Not for fear, not for hesitation. I really hope, Harry thought, that I prepared enough for you, ugly. Let us see, shouted Bagman, how Mr. Potter stacks up against the other champions, who completed their tasks with a mixture of power, trickery, and subtle charms work. The noise of the crowd grew deafening, and against his better instinct, Harry glanced up at the stands. It's risky to take his attention away from the Horntail, even for a second, but he had to know. And seeing these people there cellating made his blood pulse in his body like angry, erratic blows against a gong. His magic buzzed in response. There was doubt in these faces. So much doubt. A lot of giddiness, too, of course. And in some even anticipation. That more than anything hardened his resolve to actually survive this encounter. Harry Potter indulged, at times, in spite and the pleasure of proving people wrong. He spat on the ground, his concentration moving back to the Horntail. They'd see, all of them. He didn't die that easily. The Horntail had enough of the waiting game and roared. The sound sent a shiver through the whole arena. A lance of flame tickled the air, but Harry didn't back away. He had killed a basilisk at 12. How hard could a dragon be at 14? Harry essed the field, found himself surrounded by rocks, and was happy with that much at least, since they were useful in case his plan failed and he'd have to take cover. Harry stalked up to the dragon, endishing his wand. On the way forward he buried every bit of fear he still felt beneath a pile of courage and an even larger pile of insanity. Is Potter fighting the dragon head on? It looks like it, ladies and gentlemen. Insanity. What? Harry tried to blend out Bagman as best he could. His wand moved at the same time as the Horntail inhaled. Agumenti scutum thalas. The water shooting from Harry's wand coalesced into a dome around him. He put every bit of power into the spell he safely could spare without hurting his chances for the other spells. Flames crashed against his shield, clashing with the water. There was a sizzling in the air, smoke wafted up from the point of impact and all around Harry. Cloaked in smoke, Harry could still hear that idiot Bagman shouting, and the crowd roaring. On to the next part, he thought. I beseech thee, magic, grant me thy. He heard the sound of rocks crumbling and shaking, then a loud swoosh. Harry threw himself to the ground, the dragon's tail cleaving the air above him into pieces. He dived behind a boulder. Harry's heart hammered a tattoo against his ribcage, and for a moment he gripped the piece of his armor, fearing the vicious beat might crack it open from inside. Then he calmed himself, somewhat. Still in the realm of anticipation, Potter, he thought. You can do this. Now stop playing around and get to it. He peered around the boulder, quickly jabbing his wand toward a trashcan-sized stone on the ground, then jerked back as a wave of fire battered against the backside of his safety boulder. Screw you, Horntail, he whispered. Screw you very much. He heard the crunching of stone setting itself to move about, and grinned as his stone warrior took shape. He gambled a bit, running into the open and waving his wand at his new guardian. A moment later, the stone warrior readied itself to defend its master. A torrent of flames marched on, a violent breath, trying to overcome Harry's shield. This time he could feel the heat press against him from the front, as if a giant's hand was pushing. The shield would probably hold against another attack, and he simply didn't have the power to recast it again after using this last charm. Last shot, or I'm toast, he thought. I beseech thee, magic, grant me thy power. The dome of water vanished as soon as the stream of fire ended, but Harry had no time to bother with it. He felt understandably reluctant to leave this world. I ask for thee. The dragon's spiked tail crashed into Harry's guardian, obliterating the shield and pushing the warrior several feet back. Mother Earth, nurturing us all. The Horntail growled and lashed out with his tail for the second time. The guardian jumped into its path, shattering under the force of the impact. Dust and debris flew around Harry as he pointed his wand at the dragon. Radix Katina, Fugor est terra. Harry roared as the magic took hold, surged from his arm into the wand, and from there toward the dragon. It could be heard throughout the whole arena and, amplified by the sonorous charm on the place, probably even in Hogwarts. Go, you piece of crap, he thought, pushing all of his will into the spell. Titanic roots broke through the surface of the arena, crawling quickly up toward the open maw of the Horntail. In the back of the throat, Harry imagined he saw a spark. Then the creepers shut the maw tight. More roots came, winding around the tail and the wings, pulling them to the ground. A thrum went through the arena, a last push went out from Harry. The earth rumbled, and two roots, each as thick as a Scottish oak, wove around the Horntail's body, shackling the dragon with stupendous force. Harry Potter was not too proud to admit that he relished in the sudden silence of the crowd. He looked toward the judge's box and found Dumbledore smiling, which was probably worth more than any kind of recognition he could get from all the other people in this place. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable, Bagman shouted, recovering at last. In all my years I've never seen the likes. Potter didn't distract the Horntail to steal the egg. He immobilized it entirely. Around 500 people thundered in applause as Harry made his way to the golden egg. He took it, thrust it up once, then went toward the medical tent, where he knew a frantic Madame Pomfrey would wait on him. Mr. Potter, came the expected voice, are you all right? I'm fine. Let that be my concern. Madame Pomfrey began her inspection and Harry wondered why she had asked him in the first place just to ignore him afterward. Sitting on a bed, he spied an uninjured Victor Krum, whose eyes were narrowed to slits. Take that, you arrogant piece of shit, he thought, sending a grin that way. Fleur and Cedric were resting on other beds and spotted several burns of different severity. For them, at least, he felt sorry. Harry remembered quite well the heat that went out from the fire, and he hadn't even been hit directly by it. Acceptable, Mr. Potter, said Madame Pomfrey at last. Rest for the day and you'll be right as rain tomorrow. Now, go out and see how many points they'll award you, will you? When Harry reached the arena, he saw the judges rising from their seats. They pointed their wands skyward, shooting, one by one, a number from 0 to 10 in the air, a 10 from Bagman and Dumbledore each, a 9 from Madame Maxime, a 10 from Crouch, a 7 from Karkaroff. 46 points in all. Not too shabby, considering Harry had done it for survival. Harry, Hermione's familiar voice echoed through Hogwarts halls as he made his way toward the room that he used to practice. Far, far away from people who wanted to wish him well, or tried to congratulate him. Insufferable sycophants, the lot of them. And, suddenly, he had a completely new understanding of Snape's sneer and what it meant. Then again, he didn't even want to entertain the thought of something akin to kinship with the bat. As far as he was concerned, the whole situation was exhausting. He sighed and turned around to the witch he once had considered a dear friend. "What is it, Hermione? You did really well, Harry," she answered hesitantly. Hermione was bright, he knew, and she had instantly recognized his clipped tone. It wasn't necessarily cold, just indifferent, and the girl lost her brilliant smile when she realized it. "I can't believe they had you fighting dragons," Hermione started again, this time more confident. "By Merlin, dragons of all things. Adults should have more common sense than that." He remained silent during her rant, finding it somewhat amusing even though the hypocrisy of mentioning common sense wasn't lost on him. He could even understand why most wizards struggled with it, when magic regularly made feats that defied all logic possible. But Hermione, who was raised by muggles and learned the values of a society that didn't have the luxury of magic, had no excuse. None at all. "And those spells you used, have you found them in the restricted section? Did someone teach you, Harry?" His eyes trailed off and he looked at the many suits of armor lining the walls, none as nice as his basilisk armor, for sure, but still not too shabby. Definitely useful, he thought. It was highly possible, after all, that someday he might again had to fight inside the very castle he called home. "Harry," she asked again, and he turned his gaze toward her. "Have you been listening at all?" His eyes narrowed and he was sure that a person as perceptible as Hermione understood his silent answer perfectly. "Are you still angry?" Harry's expression didn't change, but inwardly he seethed, not believing the sheer gall of her question. Did she really think that he wouldn't be angry? That he wouldn't feel resentment after she had scolded him in front of every Gryffindor, telling him how irresponsible it was to enter himself in the tournament? Maybe she wasn't as perceptive as he had thought her to be. "Angry," Harry laughed hollowly, still not really believing that she actually had to ask. "What did you expect?" he asked her. "You abandoned me after 3 years of friendship, Hermione. We've flown on hippogriffs, traveled through time and fought against impossible odds, for what?" "For what indeed," he muttered under his breath, ignoring her stricken look. "That you, Hermione, the one person I thought knew me well enough, abandoned me at the drop of a hat," Harry trailed off. He took no pleasure in her tears, but remorse was equally absent. "I just don't know what to think about that. From Ron I expected it somehow, but from you." "But," he raised his hand and cut off her response, a sad and forlorn smile tugging at his lips. "I think it's better if we walk separate ways for now." And he didn't look back as he walked away. His encounter with Hermione made him consider Dumbledore's words. The older man was constantly preaching about the concept of forgiveness and, on an intellectual basis, he knew that she wasn't a bad person. He knew that it was only one bad decision on her part that created the rift between them. The question he had to ask himself was simple, yet difficult in its complexity. Should he forgive and forget? Should he forgive, but never forget? Or should he mend the rift at all? The rational part of his mind told him to choose one of the former options. It would be the mature course of action, and maturity was, after all, expected from the boy who lived. His heart, however, was still bitter, and just seeing her had made it ache in betrayal. His thoughts were interrupted when he stopped in front of the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. Torches lit the corridor, producing flickering shadows, and the menacing statue, he felt, was a stark contrast to the jovial Dumbledore. This time, he had no intention of rattling off all kinds of sweets and used a different approach to gain swift entrance. "Please, can you ask the headmaster if he has time?" he asked, cautiously looking around. Even by wizarding standards, talking to a statue was viewed as ludicrous and insane. Then again, who were wizards to complain? The concept of magic was insanity at its best, madness at its worst, and he was reasonably sure that stranger, even more bizarre things than a sentient sculpture existed. His patience wasn't tested, however, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the staircase that led to Dumbledore's dusty chambers, as the man referred to them. For 2 weeks he had fought with himself, debated whether it was prudent to bring his query to the headmaster. It had been 2 weeks with only one question plaguing his mind, and nothing, absolutely nothing he did, provided an answer. The wooden door, made from one of the many Scottish oaks that grew around Hogwarts, opened as soon as he reached it. A ping glance revealed it to be decorated with magical runes and symbols. And one step over the threshold was, once again, all it took for him to enter an emotional state between awe and amazement. Beautiful silver trinkets, obviously crafted with great care, emitted soft puffs of smoke, to what end, only the headmaster knew. A globe of GL containing violet fire hovered above a white satin cushion, the words Flame of Anku inscribed beneath it. He continued with his observation and saw a large tapestry on the wall to his left. Its loosely hanging threats and worn state made it obvious that it was quite old. He took a closer look and saw that, despite its apparent age, it was an incredibly accurate world map. Most countries were covered in a soft green glow, but he also saw a party of the world tinted in orange and red color. A most wonderful artifact, wouldn't you agree, Harry? Dumbledore asked cheerfully and broke him out of his reverie. Harry quickly turned around to apologize for ignoring the man, but was thwarted. Sir, do not worry, my boy. You are not in trouble, Dumbledore reassured him. After all, witches and wizards with decades of seniority on you have been enthralled by the artifacts presented in this very office. Sadly, I cannot take credit for all of them. It is a continuous effort from each and every headmaster that ever walked these hallowed halls, he explained. Harry smiled in relief and chuckled when he saw the headmaster getting scolded like a schoolboy by various portraits with female inhabitants. They obviously took great offense to his words and made it clear how they felt about their exclusion. And headmistresses, of course. Please, pardon my error, Dumbledore amended quickly. It made sense that each of them had left something of value to his or her successor, Harry surmised, and vowed to look for rituals of exorcism. How much history had been lost due to the boring lessons of a ghost? His budding plans to exorcise Cuthbert Binns had to be abandoned, though, unfortunate as it was. The headmaster wouldn't be pleased if one of his teachers suddenly vanished. Can you guess what the map does? Dumbledore asked and walked over to the large tapestry. Harry took his time and gave it a thorough look, his fingers gently tracing over the various glowing countries. If Dumbledore minded him touching the surely priceless artifact, he didn't show it. The colors show something, Harry stated. Something that most of these countries have in common. But what? His hand hovered above an orange glowing country, Korea if memory served him right, and he searched his mind for the names that belonged to the places painted in red. Venezuela, Guyana, Zimbabwe, Botswana. He slowly connected the dots and theories ran through his head, each of them becoming more horrifying by the minute. War, he whispered, and his voice held a frightened quality to it. Dumbledore's eyes, which were unusually dull, were all the confirmation he needed. Indeed, Dumbledore answered and smiled sadly. The map, however, as magnificent and omniscient it appears, has only a rudimentary understanding of the world. Otherwise, I fear, all of it would be painted red. All of it? Harry asked, not really able to believe it. I am speaking in terms of politics, Harry, Dumbledore explained. It is a constant battle that spins around the globe, affecting us all on varying levels. It is a battle too subtle, too fickle to be grasped in its entirety by us mere humans, least of all a tapestry, as powerful as it might be. Though this is a conversation for another time, when you have become as old as me and philosophy as your bread and butter. Harry listened intently during the explanation and he sighed in relief. England and Scotland were still pulsing in a green glow, symbolizing peace. He was startled, though, when Dumbledore's wrinkled hands came to rest on his shoulders. Do not let the colors hoodwink you, Harry. Because as easy as they on our soul, they are but an illusion. Harry looked at the older man, questions lingering in his eyes, and Dumbledore resumed his explanation. The struggle for power is present in every nook, every cranny of our world. Look at Zimbabwe and Botswana. These countries are only colored red, because they are in open warfare with each other. Doesn't that mean the map works? Harry asked, confused. Oh, it does. I think you will be surprised to hear, however, that even during Voldemort's first reign of terror, Britain was bathed in this soothing green color. Harry's eyes widened and the headmaster nodded pensively. You have to understand that as terrible as Tom's bid for power was, it consisted mainly of bigoted politics. Augmented by his followers, Dumbledore said. Only towards the very end, when his army was filled with dark creatures and fanatical zealots alike, its power equaling that of the Ministry, did the color change from green to orange. Orange, as it didn't judge Voldemort's reign of terror as a war, but a revolution, such as the nature of the map. As I said, the interpretation of its colors is of a rather philosophical nature, and I find myself cursing the tapestry as often as I admire it, laying my own worries to rest whenever I spy the green that stretches over the most parts of the map. When the headmaster ended his explanation, he saw the effect it had had on Harry. His fists were clenched hard enough to draw blood and his expression was grim. Even Dumbledore wasn't sure if he identified every emotion behind these green eyes correctly. He steered the teenager away from the tapestry and toward his desk, silently conjuring a chair for the troubled youth. 2 lazy flicks of his wand later and a roaring fire lit up the fireplace to his right. Give me your hand, please, Harry, Dumbledore said, and Harry, who still digested the information he learned seconds ago, gave him his injured hand without question. This is a very simple healing spell, he explained, knowing that it was sometimes better to take a teenager's mind off of their problem. It needs neither great precision, nor immense power. In return it will only heal small superficial wounds, though, bruises, paper cuts and the likes. Harry fixed his eyes on Dumbledore's wand, but the spell only required a half-circle clockwise motion. Corium Consanisco, Dumbledore whispered. The incantation was simply enough, the wand movement not too complex, but he heard the power vibrating in Dumbledore's voice, suddenly feeling very insignificant in the presence of such a giant. It was a great and gentle power to those he called friends, but a vicious and terrible one to those that made him their enemy. And, for the first time, Harry wasn't hearing it through others, but witnessed it with his own eyes instead. Dumbledore was the only one Voldemort has ever feared. Curious though, that it was a simple healing spell that made him recognize that fact beyond any doubt. Maybe he had become a bit more attuned with magic and sensed it easier now, who knew? They spent the next minutes in silence, unknown to both, each contemplating the other. Dumbledore had discreetly ordered tea a while ago, and Harry thanked the demure house elf after the steaming cup was set in front of him. Dumbledore returned his gaze to him, looking cheery but curious. Now, Harry, everything else aside, what led you to my office this far into the evening? I have a question, sir. It bothered me for weeks, but nothing I did, nothing I researched, the answer simply eludes me, Harry replied, and the headmaster noticed the awfully familiar speech pattern. Dumbledore's lips quirked upward in amusement when he identified it as his own. And what is it that plagues your mind? Especially when you should be enjoying all the frivolities youth offers. The spells I used during the task, Harry started to explain. They're powerful, even more so than any other spell I've ever used before. Does it frighten you? Dumbledore asked and took a sip from his steaming cup, looking thoughtfully. And it was a rather interesting question, Harry felt. Did the power of those spells frighten him? In the hands of someone like Malfoy, they would be downright terrifying, but the magic itself? Another philosophical question, he thought. Could magic even be terrifying, or was the intention of the caster that made it so frightening? To some extent, Harry answered after thinking it through. But, I'm more curious about them. Curious? What exactly are you asking me, Harry? Dumbledore probed further. Harry frowned and tried to think of an explanation that would adequately describe his worries. They're incredibly strong and easy to access. Not even put in the restricted section, you know. Why don't more people use them? His thoughts were mainly focused on Malfoy during the questions. Why hadn't the ferret attacked him with those spells? He was thankful, of course, that Malfoy didn't seem to know how to wield such power, but it struck him as odd. He expected many reactions from the wizened headmaster, but booming laughter wasn't one of them. It wasn't necessarily insecurity that reared its head, but annoyance at the man for laughing about his concerns, for laughing about the very thing that had plagued Harry for weeks. Dumbledore noticed Harry's change in demeanor and regained his composure. Still, The mirth visibly threatened to resurface. "Please, don't feel insulted, Harry," he said. "That was never my intention. Your question is valid, but I think you will be as amused as I am before too long. Let me give you the answer you searched so diligently for. Tell me, my boy, what do you know about Hogwarts Leary?" Dumbledore asked and poured himself another cup of tea, giving Harry some time to think about his question. Harry though was mesmerized by the brown liquid leaving the kettle, wondering if it contained as much sugar as the headmaster's usual behavior suggested. "I only started to use it a month ago," he said and, noticing Dumbledore's frown added, "Homework excluded, of course." "So, not much. Most people measure our Leary by school standards and even then it is vastly superior to many others," Dumbledore told him with pride. "Even a blind man could see that the headmaster lived for the education of others." "What most people don't know, however," Dumbledore said mysteriously and gave him a conspiratorial wink. "Our Leary is, in fact, the greatest accumulation of magical books in all of Europe, Asia, and Eve America. Only the mythical halls in Alexandria can boast about a greater assortment of magical scripts and tomes." "It has been far too long since I last taught," Dumbledore muttered under his breath, watching Harry's face cycle through various emotions, disbelief and awe as the dominant ones. The joy of seeing young people discover new things was as refreshing as it had been decades ago. "Hogwarts prides itself on being the premier school for magic, Harry. Did you think our reputation is unwarranted?" Dumbledore asked and shook his head gently. "No, for those who know where to look for clues, it was always clear. The founders hadn't built the school for students that were only here for 7 years, but for students in a lifelong pursuit of magical knowledge. Age, tests, examinations, all of those came later. But the Leary isn't even that big," Harry exclaimed confounded. Dumbledore chuckled wistfully in response. "You know, Harry, most of those who visit Hogwarts always believe my office, or the Great Hall to be the most magical places in the castle," he explained. "There is a certain measure of truth in that statement, but I can safely say that the Leary has them beat." Harry's bewildered look was a testament to how underrated Hogwarts Leary truly was. "How?" he asked. "Magic, Harry, magic," Dumbledore responded lightly. "Magic itself conceals the most dangerous and taxing scripts, to be revealed only to those with the moral fiber and power to use them." And despite the clarification, Harry still felt like he missed the point. It definitely showed on his face and Dumbledore continued with his explanation. "Take Ms. Granger as an example," he said, not noticing the frown on Harry's face. "She, like many of Rowena's house, sees a never-ending supply of theoretical knowledge. I am reasonably sure that she had read about the magics you used today, but it was in theory only and never with detailed instructions on how to use them." Dumbledore took another sip. "She simply lacks the power for it, and the Leary recognizes that." "And I have that power?" Harry asked skeptically, despite the sudden rush of excitement that ran through his body. "You should not underestimate how much magic of the most taxing level you used today, Harry," Dumbledore answered. "Spells of which even one would have rendered a 6th year unconscious and with severe magical exhaustion. The fact that you were able to use so many of them at all is a feat in of itself." Harry sank back into his chair, trying to process the information Dumbledore had just given him, and for nearly an hour, no one spoke. Sometimes, during that period, Fawkes returned from his hunt and landed gracefully on his perch, noticing the solemn mood and remaining silent. The headmaster, in the meanwhile, was working on some backlogged paperwork. The uncommon trio could have sat down like that forever, but the fiery sparks emitted by Dumbledore's grandfather clock brought them back into reality. "Oh my, you have been here for 2 hours already, Harry," Dumbledore exclaimed surprised. "I do believe that it would behoove us to separate for now." Harry himself was surprised of how late it was. The clock had just struck midnight, and he sluggishly rose from his seat, feeling rather sleepy after lazing in the comfortable armchair for hours. He walked over to the door, but Dumbledore's voice made him halt. "You did well, Harry. And I am sorry that I can only give you small advice regarding the tasks. My oaths as judge proved to be most obstructing," he said. Harry smiled. "Good night, sir," he answered and closed the door carefully. Now he only had to sneak back to the common room. Not an easy feat by any means with Filch and Snape prowling around. Hogwarts 27. November 1994. Hopefully they'll never notice it, he thought, and was, indeed, pleading that the caretaker, or worse, Snape, would never notice how he mauled the floor of Hogwarts. If they ever saw it, detentions would be the last of his problems. Harry knelt on the dusty floor, sweat pouring out of every pore, and continued to carve symbols into the ground, hoping beyond hope that his research would prove to be correct. If not, well, the last 2 days had been torture, and the tiny bit of privacy he had gained over his 3 years at Hogwarts had evaporated into nothingness. On some level he even accepted that he was always going to be a public figure, but the sudden increase of his reputation after the task had been ridiculous. Merlin's reincarnation, he thought derisively. As if, as a last attempt at fading into obscurity, he had used his newfound knowledge about the Leary, had searched for something that would help him to remain in the shadows, disappearing from the mind of the public completely. It had been a futile endeavor, really, and the only thing he found had been a beginner's book on warding. The Leary simply hadn't judged him as worthy enough to gain the information he sought, and, honestly, he should have expected it. Knowledge had to be earned, after all, and with a subject as volatile as magic, it could prove to be disastrous if he messed up because he didn't do his work first. For now his plan was fairly simple though, and until he found something worked better, he would go with it, selecting an empty CL room and warding it as much as possible with his meager skills. Drops of sweat fell from his hair, landing on his nose, and he snorted when he thought about the electives he had chosen back at the start of his 3rd year. He should have left divination alone, taking ancient runes instead. Now he had to learn a completely new subject, and it proved to be harder than he had ever imagined it to be. He jerked and was brought out of his musings, for a moment staring confused at his bloodied hand. His eyes wandered over the floor, and when he spied the broken knife, understanding settled in, and a curse left his lips. Corium Consanisco, he whispered, and the cut on his hand glowed green, sealing itself. The 4th bloody time, he muttered angrily, and vanished the traces of blood. He eyed the knife warily and swished his wand, repairing and hardening it for good measure. There was no doubt though about the duration of the charms, and he knew that sooner, or later, he would cut himself again. At least he could chain the charms quickly, as they both started and ended with the same motion. Harry had yet to finish the ward and groaned when he saw that one rune was still missing in his scheme. Olin, the symbol for estate, or home. He wasn't the owner of the room, but the rune was a part of the ward and he couldn't just ignore it. It took another hour until he was finally done, and he read a last time through the chapter that concerned him. It wouldn't do to mess up such an easy ward, he felt. Certior Fieri Proximitas, the Proximity Ward. The Proximity Ward is one of the easier wards that have been invented throughout the centuries of wizardry, and while the age of its discovery is believed to be 200 years before the building of Hogwarts, its use has never lessened in any shape or form over time. After inscribing the necessary runes and using the correct wand motions, the caster has to envision the area he wants to ward, and only after those steps have been taken is the incantation, Certior Fieri Proximitas, to be used. Ellipsis. The power of the proximity ward diminishes proportionally to the distance between the area that is to be warded and the warder. This limitation is only present during the actual process of casting and has no bearing on the ward itself after it has been successfully activated. An example for a proximity ward gone awry is the story of Graham the Bear, who lived during the 12th century and was firm in his belief that his wife philandered during his quests away from home. He had no proof, but heard about the ward and promptly inscribed the runes on his threshold. It was a great misfortune for him that the ward didn't take hold, as he activated it far away from home, on the other side of England to be precise. 5 years later he finally caught his wife with another man, who coincidentally was his brother's best friend. Defensive and Offensive Warding Schemes, Book 1. Looks peachy, he thought before closing the book. Harry rose from his seated position and took his time to examine the room for a last time. He had to concentrate and there could be no mistakes. He closed his eyes and wove his wand through the air, in patterns that were ridiculously long for a ward out of a beginner's book. Swish, flick, circle clockwise, swish, half circle clockwise, flick, the symbol of eternity, and on it went. Harry continued in this vein until he came upon the last movement, a simple circle over his head. Certior Fieri Proximitas, he uttered, and instantly felt how the magic took hold of the room. For a precious moment he saw a thin shimmering dome expand from the tip of his wand, reaching into every corner of the room and then vanishing entirely. And suddenly, he was aware. He couldn't describe it, couldn't explain how he knew that no one but him was currently in the room, or near it, but he knew. The ward had worked. Harry sighed in relief. This was by no means a perfect solution, but with the help of his cloak, the map and now the ward, it would be definitely easier to avoid most of the people that haunted him. He wondered for a short moment if Dumbledore knew what he had done, but in the end it didn't matter. If the headmaster had wanted to stop him, he could have done that easily. Hogwarts 28, November 1994, Mr. Potter. A voice behind him resounded through the halls. Harry immediately identified it as the one belonging to Professor McGonagall and stopped in his tracks. She sounded flat and definitely not pleased. Why didn't I walk faster? He chided himself. By now he could have been in the kitchens, lazing around and eating wonderful delicious food. Harry had taken quite a liking to the small beings that thrived on the fulfillment of others' desires. It was an attitude he admired greatly, but would never be able to emulate. A house elf's mind was relatively simple, if a bit confusing, and that made it easier for them. As a human, pleasing everyone simply wasn't possible, so he didn't even try. Instead of running away, Harry turned around and faced the stern Transfiguration mistress. "Professor," he asked, "Mr. Potter, why weren't you at the house meeting I arranged? Several students had the strange idea that you simply vanished over the last month," she replied, quite angry. Her mouth was set in a thin line and Harry could tell that she wasn't happy. Then again, he had had no information about a meeting. He decided to answer with a half-truth. "I prepared for the next task." Technically, he had no idea what the next task even was, but there was no need for his professor to know this. It did remind him though that he still had no clue about the golden egg. "The meeting was mandatory for a reason, Mr. Potter," she said. "It would behoove you to attend the next time one is called." Something about her tone vexed him and he had to ruthlessly obliterate any of his responses that emphasized his current feelings on the matter of house loyalty. Instead, he stayed polite, the imperceptible narrowing of his eyes the only indicator toward his feelings. "In this case, I'm sorry, Professor. It won't happen again," he replied. "Can you tell me what was talked about?" McGonagall nodded sharply and launched into a short explanation. "On December the 25th, a traditional Yuletide ball will be held here at Hogwarts." A bombshell if there ever was one, and Harry's first instinct was to decline immediately. The professor, it seemed, had already anticipated his response. "The attendance to the ball is mandatory as well, and I sincerely hope that this time you will appear, Mr. Potter." He really wondered if the barb, which was as subtle as a rampaging hippogriff, was supposed to have an effect on him. "Do we have to dance?" Harry asked the, by far, most important question about the ball. "Of course you have to dance, Mr. Potter. As one of the champions you are to open the ball. If that is all, I have essays to grade now that I've finally managed to inform you," she said waspishly. McGonagall turned around and left with quick strides, an echo sounding through the hallways each time her shoes hit the floor. Hogwarts 2, December 1994, Reducto, Stupefy, Aquapulatum, Debles Fullam, Confringo, Reducto, Defodio, Evertstatum, Expulso, Percutor. Spell after spell crashed against the wall, generating a spectacular light show. The room was bathed in a colorful glow which, despite its beauty, was incredibly dangerous. He whipped his wand around merciless and jabbed it toward a quickly transfigured dummy. Sagitta. The arrow shot straight out of his wand and the lifeless puppet, the iron arrowhead buried deeply into its gut. Still, Harry frowned and started the motions again, not with a stab this time, but with a jab toward his target. Followed by a circle, Ardor Sagittae. Dozens of arrows materialized in front of him, bathed in crimson fire, and with a simple flick they flew toward the imaginary target, setting it ablaze. Before the fire managed to spread, however, he resumed the intricate motions and used a most ingenious spell. It created water bullets, the size of trash cans, and hurled them at the area his wand pointed to. The properties of the spell were useful, but what truly made it remarkable were its wand motions, which coincidentally started and ended with the same move. "Aquapulatum, Aquapulatum," he shouted, and 2 balls of water crashed into the burning dummy, the delay hardly noticeable at all. Then, he fell to his knees. Exhaustion was clearly visible on his face and the sweaty clothes clung to him like a second skin. Half an hour he had bombarded the southern wall of his room with a variety of spells, most of which he wouldn't have learned if not for the blasted tournament. The feeling of exhaustion was soothing and left him no time to think about the problems he faced in his current school year. The golden egg that was supposedly a clue for the next task remained as mysterious as ever, and the Yuletide ball, where his presence was required, left a bad taste in his mouth. To escape these problems, even if it was only for a short time, he had completely dedicated the last couple of days to improve the room he used. His goal, as far-fetched as it sounded, was to modify the room to such a degree that it didn't only serve as a hiding place, but as a training chamber as well. Hours went into his research and they finally paid off when he found another ward that was highly practical to his cause, the Lapidosis ward. It had been invented to harden walls against outside forces, literally fortifying them to an insane degree. The largest disadvantage, however, was its tedious casting process. It wasn't difficult, but strenuous, and in the end it fell out of use after several new wards were created to defend against spells. As the newer wards were way above his skill level, he had resigned himself to another day of dutiful carving, and it took bloodied hands and further 53 wand motions until he had gotten the expected result. Now his southern wall was able to take any kind of damage he dished out without making a noticeable dent in it. The smoke he created by dousing the flames lifted, and Harry took his time to survey the destruction he caused, analyzing it with a calculating gaze. Some of his spells had veered off course and led to broken tables and chairs. Harry plucked a splinter out of the floor and scrutinized it with an unsatisfied look. He couldn't afford to let his accuracy waver with the kind of magic he threw around. One missed spell could instantly cripple an innocent bystander. That much was clear to him after his late-night discussion with the headmaster. He shook his head and gathered the last bit of magic he would use that evening. Reparo fortis, he muttered and flicked his wand lazily through the air, watching how every bit of furniture repaired itself, leaving no trace of the destruction he had wrought. He briefly considered a foray into the nebulous world of potions that had been embittered to him since the first time he had met Severus Snape. The information on how to brew a simple pepper-up potion should be easy to access and would many of his training sessions go smoother. First and foremost, however, he had to haul himself toward the dorms. It was the place where his incredibly inviting bed was waiting, after all. The orange-tinted flame of a single candle illuminated the rough wooden desk while Harry pored over a thick Transfiguration tome, utterly fascinated by the art that would permanently change his furniture. It was late into the night already, and with the exception of two extraordinary diligent ones which observed the ongoing laundry, even Hogwarts elves were resting, leaving the meal preparations for the next morning. His room, the refugee he had created for himself, wasn't even close to be completed. Quitting, however, wasn't a term he associated with himself, and thus he persevered. To have a personal training area was great, no doubt, but an empty room wasn't a place to feel comfortable in, and he wanted to rectify that as soon as possible. He focused on the words written in black ink, and finally, after what had seemed like hours of perusing the book, he found the page that concerned him. Mutare mensar shatates, he whispered, and his finger trailed over the page. These were the words that would allow him to change one of the rickety old desks in his room into a finely crafted one. Hopefully, the new desk would resemble the desk he had seen in Dumbledore's office. He jotted some last notes on the parchment next to him, before carefully closing the tome. Another sip emptied the cup of tea, and he regarded the piece of pottery with dry amusement. During the time he had researched, he probably requested dozens of refills. The nearly inaudible popping sound to his left announced the arrival of an elf, and once again he marveled over the zealous little creatures which, even after centuries of punishment and rye, remained so loving. "Harry Potter, sir, want more tea? Tipsy can make new batch," the excitable little elf asked with twitching ears and big round eyes shining with happiness. He regarded her fondly for a moment, but shook his head slightly. "Thanks, Tipsy," he said, and cast a quick tempest to check the time. "I think it's been enough for the night." The book, the parchment, and his quills were quickly secured in his bag, and he smiled at the two elves which busied themselves with cleaning non-existent ink stains on the desk. "Good night," he whispered, and left the kitchen. Now, he only had to avoid Mrs. Norris and the various patrols. Hogwarts 5, December 1994. "Look, it's Potter," He was really powerful. Yeah, but did you see how? His expression hardened as he sat down amidst his gossiping peers. Soon, very soon, the defense lesson would begin and not even Parvati, rumor monger beyond belief, was foolish enough to talk, to even whisper, when Professor Moody taught. The CL room in which defense was taught had always been a topic of heated discussion among the students of Hogwarts, maybe even more so than the professors themselves, and it had many reasons to be. Every teacher decorated it differently, left his own mark on it and, ultimately, it offered at least some kind of insight into the person that taught them. Quirrell had decorated it with long garlands of garlic and other rather circumspect things that allegedly helped against vampires. Lockhart had used the room as his own personal shrine, lining the walls with his portraits. Moony had exhibited various magical creatures as it was the direction his many studies had taken him in out of personal reasons. And, this year, Alistair Moody followed the tradition and set the room up like one would expect from an overly paranoid ex-Auror. It was a simplistic setting that provided the professor a lot of cover and his students none bar their desks. Various instruments, not even remotely looking like the ones he had seen in Dumbledore's office, were placed at strategically important positions. Harry wasn't able to identify many of them and only recognized the dark detectors and the faux-glees, but it didn't matter to him. Whatever the others were for, he was sure they had their uses. He let his gaze wander, but aside from the enchanted chalkboard where words magically appeared, only the jars containing spiders were of interest. Spiders which Moody often used to demonstrate different curses, he thought and shuddered. "Shut your mugs," Moody growled and limped into the room, the door banging shut behind him. The man flicked his wand and sent light stinging hexes through the room, cursing everyone he deemed either unprepared or, even worse, unaware. Harry, having become quite used to it, hid behind his hastily erected Protega and watched how Zabini was hit with a Rictum Sempra while Neville showed some rather impressive dance moves. "Hopeless, the lot of you," Moody cursed under his breath and threw a piece of chalk at Seamus for good measure. "How often do I have to drill it into your useless skulls?" Constant vigilance. The man's roar had efficiently subdued the CL and no one dared to protest his behavior. Being taught by a legend like him was as frightening as it was exciting, and with a professor like that, there was no time to stand up and complain. Not that Harry wanted to. "Today, we're going to review a dark curse that was heavily favored by many of you-know-who's follower," he grumbled, and the chalk that had previously smacked Seamus returned to the board, speeding up the process of the enchantment. Additionally to that, it also ranks highly on the Ministry's list of forbidden magic. "Now, look." The professor took one of the spiders out of the jars and engorged it until the arachnid reached the size of a small cat. Harry wasn't really on amiable terms with him, but he still glanced over to Ron, who looked a bit green around the nose. An orange streak of light hit the spider and the whole CL watched, entranced by the gruesome display, how it wretched around, splitting open and oozing dark slime. He wasn't all that interested in the curse and used the time to observe some of the Slytherins that focused their whole attention on the lesson. It was surprising that Malfoy, while being quite fascinated by the curse, seemingly had no prior knowledge of it. Maybe it had something to do with his upbringing, he mused. It was possible that his mother had intervened when dear old Lucius wanted to teach his son the finer aspects of dark magic. His theory was given more weight when he noticed the knowing glint in Knott's and Bulstrode's eyes. Both were part of a family in which the patriarch reigned supreme and the matriarch had no say whatsoever. Then again, who knew what had really been going on behind the closed doors of Malfoy Manor? The entrail-expelling curse. Moody's voice boomed through the room and broke Harry out of his musings. The spider was nothing more than a gooey mess on the professor's table, quickly to be vanished by the disgruntled man. "Splits you open and Lee removes your innards," he explained. "Still think the killing curse is cruel?" Harry narrowed his eyes. That might as well have been a direct slight against his parents' sacrifice, and he didn't like it one bit. Moody, though, wasn't finished yet. "Wait until one of your friends leaks his guts, slowly dying in your arms." The words were accentuated by the man's fist crashing onto the table with each new word. "Now, open your books, page 84. His magical eye swiveled around and looked at each of them, or was it through them? "Read the chapter and, by Merlin, do not practice it. If I find out that one of you used the curse, I'll personally end you." The lesson lasted for another 30 minutes and Moody demonstrated the curse 2 more times, explaining it in great detail. The former Auror even wrote some arithmetic formulas on the chalkboard for some of the eager students that took arithmancy as an elective. Still, despite the legends about the retired Master Auror, Harry couldn't help but become wary of him. For a moment, even if it was a truly short one, the man had looked like he enjoyed the cruelty heaped onto the engorged spiders. The lesson with Professor McGonagall was equally cursed that day, and the woman sniffed haughtily whenever she wandered around his desk. Obviously, the unintentional slight against her authority had left lingering effects on her behavior and, to make matters even worse, he had decided to attend only 3 courses: Defense, Transfiguration and Charms. It certainly didn't endear him to the teachers, nor did it help him to gain friends. That his mind even wandered through those precious few lessons didn't make it better either. He had no doubt that asking her for help would end up in a harsh berating. The last remaining hours of sunlight were used up in his attempts to change a desk into the sophisticated study table he had seen in the headmaster's office. And although his tries were met with success in the end, it came at the cost of emptying his reserves. Again, he thought, irritated. He had lost count on how often he had spoken the incantation during that time, repeating the words Mutare Mensar Shatates in his mind, over and over again. Now, only minutes away from another chat with Dumbledore, he wondered whether he was truly such a despicable human being. Deserted by his friends, scorned by his teachers and left with only an old man for company, of whom he didn't even know if he considered him a friend. The gargoyle stood tall and proud, and Harry asked it if the headmaster had the time to speak with him. It leapt aside and Harry quickly scaled the stairs, knocking on the sturdy door. Once acknowledged, he walked into the office with more confidence than he really felt. His eyes wandered around, discreetly looking for any interesting artifacts he might have missed during his last visit. He was delighted when he did indeed find something, and he examined the beautifully crafted harp that leaned on a shelf. Godsensvanir, as was written beneath it, and he made a mental note to consult some books later on to learn about the magical instrument that had caught his interest. Not wanting to appear rude, he turned around and saw the jovial headmaster looking at him, curiosity burning brightly in his intelligent blue eyes. Fawkes, the fiery avian, was comfortably perched on the man's shoulder and gave him a bob of its head. "Hello, Harry, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company?" Dumbledore asked. Open books littered the large desk and huge stacks of parchment towered over his head, but to Harry it simply looked right. As if the idea of any other setting for the headmaster was simply ludicrous. Suddenly, he felt guilty and wondered if he had interrupted important work. Aside from Sirius, Dumbledore was his last pillar of support, and he really didn't want to annoy the man. The wizened headmaster, however, took one glance at Harry's change of expression and made an educated guess as to what was bothering him. "I don't know why you are here, Harry, but I'm glad nonetheless," he said and gestured to the paperwork with an annoyed swish of his hand. "It provides ample excuse for me to take a reprieve from this tedious work." Dumbledore put his quill away and filed several parchment in different stacks. "One would think that our government and the ICW were able to function without someone to double-check everything," he muttered. After the utensils were stowed away, Dumbledore turned around and directed his whole attention to Harry. "Now, what can I do for you?" I need dress robes," Harry mumbled, thoroughly embered. "And I don't know how to dance." He noticed a flash of sadness on the headmaster's face, but it vanished quickly and was replaced by a determined glint. "That is, indeed, a problem." One of his long wiry fingers tapped the wooden desk, producing a weird rhythm. "Professor McGonagall informed you are to open the ball, I assume?" "Yes, sir," Harry answered. "Good, then we have to make sure that you can adequately represent House Potter and Hogwarts as her champion," Dumbledore said. "Even if illegally entered." And Harry was quite sure that he wasn't meant to hear the last part. Dumbledore's face took on an absent-minded expression and he missed the questioning look that Harry sent his way. "I have an old friend who has taught wizards in such matters for decades now," he mused. "It might be prudent to ask her for help, if you are agreeable." The man's brows wrinkled when he saw the obviously confused lad in front of him and, not for the first time, he rued the day that he had left a young and impressionable child with the Dursleys. "What have I said now that confuses him so?" Dumbledore asked himself. The blood protection was important, Of course, but had he made a mistake on that fateful night? It was a question that often plagued him whenever he saw how the boy was confounded by the most simple aspects of wizarding society. "Do you have a question, Harry?" he asked. Yes, Harry had questions, a lot of them, in fact, and currently they were mixing with the horrifying thoughts about dance lessons. House Potter. Dumbledore's head snapped up sharply and he saw the older man frowning. For a moment, he wondered if he had said something wrong, but the headmaster alleviated that fear when his look became apologetic. "I apologize, Harry," he said. "I was under the impression that Hagrid explained your status to you, when he accompanied you to Diagon Alley." "He did," Harry exclaimed heatedly. "He told me about the whole boy-who-lived business, and about Voldemort." The defense of his first friend was paramount to him. Dumbledore raised his hand to placate him. "It wasn't my intention to insult Hagrid," he said and continued to explain, never giving Harry the chance to feel ashamed for his sudden outburst. "He is a trusted friend and if there is someone to blame, it is me. Because for all of his endearing qualities and his big heart, I failed to account for his forgetfulness." Harry flushed and groaned inwardly. "Good show, Potter. Way to ember yourself. That is a mistake I intend to correct as soon as possible," Dumbledore said and stroked his long silvery beard, gazing at Harry and seemingly thinking nothing of Harry raising his voice. "Hagrid informed you of your history with Voldemort, true, but that is purely from a social point of view. What you also need to know, however, is your standing in the political side of our world, including the Wizengamot and your status as the Potter heir." "And what does all of that mean?" Harry asked and a look of disdain crossed his face. Dumbledore chuckled inwardly. The young Potter was barely able to hide his disgust at the idea of politicking with the likes of Malfoy and Fudge. No doubt, his latest interactions with the Ministry didn't paint them in a very good light. "At the moment, Harry, it only means that you have to cultivate some connections and represent yourself accordingly at official functions," he explained. "On your 17th birthday then, you will be declared the head of House Potter and thus enter the Wizengamot." "Wonderful," was the disparaging answer. "Indeed, but never fear, Harry," the headmaster smiled wryly. "Elise, the woman that will teach you is a master of the fine intricacies of politics and etiquette. I am sure that she will take the time to educate you, if we tell her how woefully unprepared you are." Harry sat in silence and mulled over his newly revealed duties, considering the consequences each and every of his decision would carry from now on. Potter heir and, later, Lord of House Potter. His life would always be complicated, it seemed. "What of my dress robes?" he asked at last. "You, like every other student allowed to attend the ball, will have the time and opportunity to buy them in Hogsmeade," the headmaster answered. "In your case, however, it might be prudent to wait until your lessons have begun." He nodded thankfully and glanced at the war tapestry for a short moment. Dumbledore had explained it to him, had told him how imprecise the map was, but it soothed his worries nonetheless, to see Britain glow in a radiant green. "If you can make some time in 2 days, then we can go to Diagon Alley," Dumbledore said and Harry suppressed a snort. As if it was his own time that Harry was concerned about. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate it," he said. His fear rose however, when he saw the infamous twinkle enter the headmaster's eyes. "Oh, I am sure you appreciate it even more when you have met Elise," he chuckled. "Now, if that was all, I believe you still have some homework to do." Harry didn't bother the man with the fact that as a champion he had no homework and, instead, he made his way out of the office. Just as he had crossed the threshold, Dumbledore spoke up again. "Warding is serious business, after all, and it should never be taken lightly." Harry's head snapped around, but he only found the closed door behind him. He had to smirk. The old man really knew what he had been up to. Old Coot. Hogwarts 7. December 1994. "There you are, Harry. Hurry," the headmaster said frantically and ushered him into a room with a large fireplace. It was huge and looked like it was able to hold more than 5 people at once. "We have to be swift," he explained. "Elise is a woman you never want to cross." Dumbledore pulled a small pouch from his belt and piled blue crystalline-looking powder on his open palm. The headmaster blew the powder into his face before Harry even had a remote chance to ask what it was supposed to do. "Harry, I will answer your questions as soon as we reach the alley," he said. "We will travel by flow, Diagon Alley 23 is the correct address, I believe. And now further explanation followed as Dumbledore had already vanished through the fireplace, leaving a confused Harry behind. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX marble floor. The chuckles of his headmaster reached his ear, which were still ringing from the violent method of transportation. He rose to his feet, coming face to face with the smiling woman that stood next to Dumbledore, and, quite forcefully, he had to remind himself not to stare. The brown hair, barely disrupted by a few strands of gray, was done in a beautiful way. Her whole appearance radiated elegance. "You were right, Albus," she said. "We have much to do. Fortunately, you were punctual this time around." Her words were soft-spoken and sounded pleasant, but he noticed a sudden look of anxiety crossing the headmaster's face as soon as she mentioned the word punctual. Dumbledore regained his composure quickly though and turned to his young student. "Harry, this is Lady Elise Broadmoor," he said with flourish. "She will be your instructor for the day." Harry nodded to himself and walked over to her. "Good morning, Mrs. Broa." A mild stinging hex interrupted him and he noticed the wand that loosely hung between her well-manicured fingers. "Lady Broadmoor," she corrected him. "Polite terms are important for a person of your standing." "Only wanted to say hello," Harry thought moodily. He remained silent though, confusion written plain on his face. "If you are not sure how to correctly address an unknown woman, always use the term lady," she explained. "If she is one, then you acted accordingly to protocol. If she isn't, then you have flattered her." She smiled at him. Neither is a bad thing. He had to concede that point and started anew. "Good morning, Lady Broadmoor." She nodded in satisfaction and Harry took it as a sign to continue. He grabbed her hand in a short, but firm, grip and shook it. Elise's expression changed quickly, but even if he saw it, he interpreted the signs too late. Another stinging hex hit him and, this time, it was a bit more painful. Elise looked exasperated. "You never shake the hand of a lady when you greet her," she said. "A slight bow and a chase to the nipples are appropriate in those situations. Remember that your lips barely touch the hand." Slowly, but surely, he became irritated and the smug look Dumbledore wore didn't exactly help his state of mind. He was reasonably sure that the second the headmaster had mentioned Elise, he knew exactly what would happen should they meet. A small part of his in wondered if the man had brought some drops to on. It was the perfect sweet while watching the fabulous show that called itself Potter Comedy. "Good morning, Lady Broadmoor," he said again and bowed, brushing his lips lightly over her hand. "Satisfactory," she remarked. "Learn quickly and beware, the hexes will become gradually more painful." She smirked as she continued to speak. "I would hate for Albus to be disappointed because I started to use Crucio on you." Her voice was saccharine sweet and Harry saw Dumbledore's pleading look. He was horrified by the prospect, but also curious. Had she done it in the past? Had Dumbledore suffered under the curse as he learned how to act accordingly? It certainly explained his skittish behavior around her. "I assume that this is Harry Potter, heir of House Potter," she said, mustering him. "Why does he not look the part?" "Appearance-wise, it is because of this," Dumbledore said and pulled the small pouch out again. "Dolus pulvisculus, the result of advanced alchemy. For approximately 5 hours it creates a strong illusion around the target, more resilient than any glamour charm. Harry does not notice it, but to everyone else he looks like a blue-eyed boy with blonde hair." Elise grazed the headmaster with a hard look. "Why the deception?" she asked. "I did not presume your schedule to be empty, Elise, thus I chose this method as a safety measure," he explained. "The arrangement should only be known to us in our vaults. So we have to act in secrecy," she mused, clearly intrigued by the blue powder. "Very well. You already explained the circumstances and we have much to do. First and foremost, I will concentrate on the finer aspects of dancing and dining in company." Once again, her eyes landed on Harry and she took a few minutes to observe him. "What about his date?" she asked. "That is a problem he has to resolve himself," Dumbledore answered, smiling slightly. "And his dress robes?" Harry felt way out of his comfort zone and the headmaster answered the question for him. "I advised him to speak with you on the matter." Elise nodded. "That is probably for the best. Make yourself useful, Albus." Arrange appointments with a barber and an optometrist. He is in dire need of both, she said. At first, Harry thought Dumbledore would complain against such a direct order, but the man only hummed in agreement. Then, Elise turned around to him again. Follow me, young heir. It is time for your first lesson. She walked away and he followed her obediently. His pace, however, was very, very sedated and his eyes trailed her swaying behind that, despite her apparent age, looked rather firm. She looked like a woman in her late 30s, in fact, but how she had accomplished such a feat, he had no idea. Dumbledore watched silently how his long-time friend led the lad away when, suddenly, said boy doubled over in pain and clutched his stomach. He drew his wand and looked around for the cause, but stilled when he saw Elise's poisonous smile. It was something he had seen often enough already and recognized it instantly as the one she reserved for thoughts of any kind. He shook with silent laughter and popped another drop into his mouth. Ah, the folly of youth, he thought as he turned around, intent on fulfilling his task. Hogwarts 14, December 1994. In these last days, he worked relentlessly. Being forced to split his attention between the research for new warding schemes, befitting of his sanctuary, and an obscene amount of hours spent in the company of Lady Broadmoor, he really hadn't much time for himself. Truly, it was a HLE to memorize the appropriate greetings, to learn dancing and dining among political figures as well as the social upper CL, but he endured it with single-minded resolve well known to those he had saved during his earlier years at the magical castle. The money for his lessons came, after all, directly from Dumbledore's personal vault as he had learned later that day. He protested it, of course, but Elise had shushed him like an unruly child and told him that it was the headmaster's way to repent for something. For what, she could only speculate. So, he endured and persevered, determined to make the most of the grueling hours. Dolus Pulvisculus, the mysterious powder, was his constant companion during the time with his pleasant, but strict instructor, and everyone he had met at her place only knew him to be Nathal Broadmoor, a distant relative of Elise. It was the perfect disguise and prevented any kind of trouble about the amount of time she spent with him, preparing him for the Yuletide ball. These days were painful, but at least he had managed to avoid the crucio she constantly threatened him with, and, after Professor Moody's demonstration, he wasn't all that keen on experiencing that particular curse anytime soon. It came as a surprise though, that the art of dancing was a wonderful form of relaxation for him. The beautiful woman in his arms wasn't unwelcome either. He had, of course, earned himself several painful hexes at first, but the lady called it psychology and reinforcement of her lessons. Well, he disagreed and called it torture. Not that he would tell her that in the near future. All of these things, even if they were important, didn't matter to him at the moment, however, as he had finally found the third ward he would cast on his room, and that also lied within his capabilities. He grinned, and several of the studious Ravenclaws, occupying the leery seats next to him, wondered what had made the reclusive Gryffindor so happy. He paid them no mind and eagerly absorbed the words written in black ink, happy that the leery apparently judged him worthy enough to take the next step in the art of warding. It might have been the 2 wards he had carved into the castle's very own foundation that had convinced it. Anyway, he was glad that he found the book. Mala Fides ad Proximitas, the intent-based ward. The Mala Fides belongs to the category of supplementary wards and therefore has to be keyed into an already existing one. It is mostly used in combination with the Certior Fieri Proximitas and determines if the person recognized by the proximity ward has bad intentions towards the warder or the warded area. In such a case, the ward holder will be informed. If not, however, only the signal of the usual proximity ward will be transmitted. To create a Mala Fides ward, the appropriate runes have to be inscribed next to the proximity wards and they have to be linked through the Universal Rune of Connection, Jibo. Afterward, the user has to put 7 drops of his blood on the Rune of Connection and use the described wand motions. The incantation is Mala Fides ad Proximitas. It is perfect, he thought, and whispered the incantation to himself. He quickly scribbled the important information on a piece of parchment. Maybe he should buy an empty and collect his notes in it. The idea had merit, he supposed. Harry pocketed his writing tools and made his way through several secret pages, currently only known to the Weasley twins and the Marauders. He walked through the dark tunnels until he reached the exit hidden behind a portrait, finding himself in front of the great hall. And as much as he reveled in the peace and quiet his own room and the kitchens provided, Lady Broadmoor had made it unmistakably clear that as the future Lord Potter he had certain responsibilities. Responsibilities that could seldom be met without social connections and acquaintances. He steeled himself and, for the first time in nearly 2 months, strode confidently into the hall. Few students didn't notice him, many observed and stared at him, but those, he decided, were inconsequential at the moment. He sought out the Gryffindor table and saw Ron speaking with Dean, while Seamus listened intently. Hermione sat next to Ginny, her nose buried in a large tome. Probably a history book, he thought. His gaze didn't linger though and wandered over the table, noticing the curious stares from the 3 beautiful chasers. He gave them an appreciative once-over and saw Alicia smirk when she noticed him ogling them. Harry was about to ignore them too when he, surprisingly, saw Neville sitting next to Angelina, leafing through a stack of parchment. Alicia whispered something into Katie's ear and both beckoned him to sit with them. He shrugged, not all that troubled by it, and took his place next to Neville, who was so engrossed in his readings that he didn't even notice him. "Hey, guys," he greeted them. The heir of House Longbottom, according to Elise, startled and his head snapped up. He quickly saw the changes in the boy who lived, noticing the new rectangular glees and the freshly groomed shoulder-length hair. "Hello, Harry," the chasers chorused. With practiced movements, honed throughout 3 years of Hogwarts education, he piled food on his plate and gave Neville the time to collect himself. "Haven't seen you round for a long time, Harry. Were you away?" Katie asked the question that was obviously on their minds. "Not that it's any of our business, of course," Neville amended nervously, getting curious looks from the 3 beauties. "Nah," Harry mumbled, swallowing his food. "Just wanted some peace. With everyone going bonkers over the tournament that's pretty hard recently." "Right. Can't blame them though," Neville said. "Yes, you were kinda awesome," replied Angelina sultry, batting her eyelashes. The 2 other chasers giggled. "Please, for all that's holy, not you too." Angeline batted her eyelashes faster and puckered her lips, but Neville looked a bit cross with him. "I'm not fawning, Harry," he said. "It's just, I heard stories about such magic, you know. Gran told me about them, and to see it personally," he trailed off toward the end. "Well, yeah, but I had to do it. How else would I have gotten to the egg?" he asked. The girls smirked as one. "We could have totally helped you to find your eggs," Katie said. Instead of blushing, however, Harry leered at them. "I'll make sure to remember that offer for the future," he said and laughed. He glanced at Neville, but instead of the anticipated blush, he looked guilty. "I'm sorry that I didn't stand up for you," he whispered, eyes firmly glued on the stack of parchment in front of him. "Doesn't matter anyway now," Harry said. "I know you're shy, so don't worry. I won't bite your head off." He took an inconspicuous glance around the table and saw that the 3 chasers looked chastised and rather ashamed of themselves. Gryffindors value vary and their comrades in arms above all else, but it looks like these traits got lost over the years, bearing some minor exceptions, of course. A few noticed his harsh stare, but he ignored them. "You're by far the most pleasant company in Gryffindor right now," he said. Then, he noticed Angelina's move up and down as she breathed and smirked. "Well, I guess you guys too." Alicia swatted him on the arm, but still looked a bit guilty. "Harry, we're sorry too," she said and the other 2 nodded. "No worries," he waved them off. "Anyway, nice talking to you guys, but I gotta go. Next task won't be easy either." He rose from his seat and turned around, when Neville spoke again. "Harry, yup, if you need any help to prepare," he said quietly. "I'll ask." "Thanks for the offer, Nev," Harry answered and smiled at him, before he walked out of the hall. Date. The word, the idea, the concept, it had hounded him for over 3 hours now and not even the delicious tea that Hogwarts elves brewed for him helped to soothe his nerves. Lady Broadmoor had snickered for Merlin's sake, when he mentioned that he loved no one enough to take them as a date to the ball. "The notion that you have to love the person you take to an official ball is ridiculous," she had said, thoroughly enjoying his horrified expression. And for an orphan like him, who knew no love but always strove for it, the idea that such a pure force could be corrupted was maddening. The mere possibility that it could be soiled by intrigue and politics was awful. It was, however, the cruel reality he had learned to be the truth after several hours with his instructor. She then had mentioned that it sometimes happened and a couple attended a ball out of sheer love, only to squash that particular ray of hope when she added that those were mostly Muggleborns and Halfbloods. For a short moment he had harbored the fear that Elise was a blood purist, but she disabused him of that notion with a quick whack to the head. "I am no more blood purist than Albus," she had said, looking on smugly as he held his head in pain. "You have to learn how to move in certain social circles, and if you manage to marry a Muggleborn or a Halfblood without falling in disgrace, all the better," she had further explained. "Do not, however, squander such a good chance to form new connections, when you yourself told me that you had no one to take out of love." She had been right, as usual. His father had left him the legacy of House Potter and he would do his best to make his old man proud. Additionally, he had managed to marry his mother without falling in the eyes of his political peers. At least in the eyes of those that mattered. And if his dad had done it, then he could do it too. The empty cup of tea was forgotten and he rubbed his temple in annoyance, thinking about whom he could take to the ball. More importantly, how in Morgana's name would he manage to convince said person? The girl he thought about first was Susan Bones. She was beautiful and her aunt, a powerful witch in her own right, was the head of the DMLE, the Magical Law Enforcement. A friendly relationship with her was bound to come in handy sooner or later, and his smile quickly formed into a Ed grin as he visualized Susan. The girl possessed a voluptuous ass and magnificent tits for her age, not to mention the wonderful red pigtails he could pull while he— "No, I have to remain focused," he thought. Those images, while highly satisfying for a teenager like him, weren't relevant to his current problem. Susan as a date would boost his standing within the school tremendously, probably even that of her aunt, but it also brought a whole slew of new problems with it. How would he even get her to agree? She was a headstrong girl, that much he knew, and the Hufflepuffs and him weren't exactly on amiable terms. No, it didn't matter how influential her aunt was, if winning her over was more trouble than it was worth. A part of him was disgusted by the thought of judging people only by their worth, but he squashed it quickly. "Do not delude yourself into thinking that they are not doing the same," Elise had said. "Everyone with even a shred of political upbringing will go through the same decisions. Love, as unfortunately as it is, has seldom place on such a battlefield." The firmly memorized words helped to keep him calm and he pondered his other options. Hannah Abbott fell in the same category as Susan. Her father had a good clout in the Wizengamot, but she too was a Hufflepuff. It seemed as if the House of the Loyal and Hardworking was a no-go in this matter. Ravenclaw, at first glance, was a veritable treasure trove. But, after carefully going through each viable option, he learned that the first glance often was deceiving. Cho Chang, a beautiful and exotic girl, was his first option. Not just because of her stunning looks, but also because her family was heavily invested in overseas trading and held various honorary positions in the Chinese ministry. Then again, one look into Hogwarts G. Vine revealed that Cedric had already asked her out and she had accepted. It was impossible to get her as a date now, but as she was going with Diggory and would dine with them, the situation still offered ample opportunity to form some sort of connection with her. Padma Patil wasn't as superficial as her sister, but also not really viable. Everything he would achieve through her would be counteracted by her sister Parvati, who definitely didn't like him after all the times he had insulted Trelawney. It was a shame too, as she was quite the looker in her own way. He snorted when a stray thought brought up Marietta Edgecombe. As if, he muttered under his breath. Her mother worked in the Office for Transport Regulations at the Ministry, and while it was no elated position, it had the potential to become useful someday. No good connection in the world, however, would make him take her to the ball. His social standing within the school would come crashing down the second he was seen with her. That left Luna Lovegood, whose father was the editor of a rather interesting tabloid. He had to discard her immediately, even if he didn't really want to. Not because she wasn't friendly, no. He could even imagine that they would have a grand time and that her unique perspective would live things up accordingly, but the choice to take her, even as a friend, would have repercussions. For one, she was a year younger than him and it would be perceived as a weakness if he took her to the ball. Additionally to that would come the immediate fall in his standing due to her and her father's low reputation. Shame that, he thought, but Elise would skin him alive. He just took her as a friend without considering the consequences. The only women that interested him from the house of the Cunning were the sisters Greenger and Tracy Davis. Astoria was too young, however, and while Daphne was incredibly beautiful and a connection with her would be highly beneficial due to her father, it would also stir up all kinds of trouble at Hogwarts. Well, he didn't really mind the trouble, but she had no reasons to go with him and he had nothing that could potentially change her mind. The same could be said for Tracy, and it made it highly unlikely that any of these girls would even consider to become his date. Bulstrode and Parkinson were as quickly discarded as they entered his mind. Harry shuddered. Although Elise would rip him apart for not seeing them as an option, there was no way in hell that he would even think about them. That left only Beauxbatons, as Durmstrang only brought males to Hogwarts. Maybe the school was only for boys, but he didn't know that for certain. Anyway, the only woman from the French school that had caught his eye was Fleur Delacour. Her father was, according to his research, the head of the French DMLE, and her mother held a rather influential position in the French Villa conclaves. Fleur Delacour, he whispered. He knew that she had been asked several times already, but also that she had refused each and every of her suitors. The act of convincing her would be a seriously difficult task, bordering on futility. Nonetheless, he had to try it. He was a Gryffindor for a reason, and while his Slytherin side did the thinking, it was the part of him that placed him in the Lion's House that would take charge as soon as he had the opportunity to talk with her. Hogwarts 16. December 1994. He watched as she left the Great Hall with an envoy of two other French beauties, but, as was the effect Fleur's ethereal beauty had on people, they could be called plain and ugly next to her. Harry had done some more research and had, inconspicuously of course, listened into several conversations about her, courtesy of his father's cloak. So, now that it was time to make his move, he was as prepared as he could be. His anxiety rose again, as it had done quite often in the last hour, but he squashed it ruthlessly and took a deep breath, steeling his resolve as he walked over to the small group. "Lady Delacour, a word please," he said, trying to appear as tall and confident as he could. Inwardly, however, he was a nervous mess when he felt her allure hammer against his consciousness and saw her two companions eyeing him critically. Not one muscle in his face moved, and he regarded her indifferently while he waited for her answer. "Stay strong," was the mantra that he chanted over and over in his mind. Don't let her see any weakness, stay strong. He really hoped that his performance in the first task gave him enough leeway to ask for an audience. He was just a little boy, after all. Right, wrong, he thought. He would show her that while he wasn't her age, he was still a force to be reckoned with. "Of course, Seigneur Potter," she answered and turned to her friends. "Celine, Maria, excusez-moi." He led her to an abandoned seal room where they would be able to talk in peace, and, as soon as she passed the threshold, he flicked his wand and closed the door behind them. Fleur seemed curious enough as she watched him, but remained silent for the moment. "A second please, Lady Delacour. I want to secure our talk," he elaborated. He grinned. Little boy. Yesterday he had spent hours to find a plethora of silencing and locking charms just for this single moment. His wand rose and, like a conductor to some kind of symphony, he wove it through the air. Lights of various colors left his wand and even two bright domes expanded from it. The professionals called this kind of charm time-oriented wards, as they only worked for a small period of time. On the positive side, however, they didn't need any runes but those he traced into the very air. Fremitus tutela, Claudera, Porta Operiris, Circumstruo ad Silentium, Clastrum Priavaleo. Spell after spell left his wand, and with each he managed to successfully cast. Fleur's eyebrows just rose a little bit higher. Hopefully it worked as he had intended it to, and he managed to impress her. Maybe the headmaster had been right, he thought. He was only in his 4th year and it had been ridiculously easy to learn those charms in one night. "What do you want to talk about, Seigneur?" she asked at last. Harry was impressed that her accent had nearly vanished over the time she had stayed at Hogwarts. He also noticed, gleefully, that she now called him Seigneur instead of little boy. "I have an offer to make," he answered. And again he felt a wave of her allure reach out to him, this time even stronger than in the courtyard. It took some effort, but he shrugged it off without changing his facial expression of careful neutrality. "Oh, and what is this offer you speak of?" she asked. I'm in need of a partner for the ball. Coincidentally, we both are champions and have to open it with a dance, he said. The best he could describe it as were gigantic oceanic waves, when Fleur's allure crashed into him with no restraint, and it took all of his mental fortitude to resist her. The strength of her will, the same will she was currently trying to impose on him, was easily on par with Professor Moody's imperious. Then again, he was often told that he had a bit of a stubborn streak and his mind was his alone. He wouldn't yield. It took a while, but then the strength behind her presence lessened and she regarded him with a contemplative look. Why should I go with you, Senor Potter, when I have denied so many others? She asked. He shrugged. Well, I'd have a beautiful date and you would have the only male student even remotely close to your age that can ward off your allure, he answered. It was time to close the deal. I was under the impression that you'd like that. More, at least, than being constantly drooled at. You're pretty young, she said, hesitancy creeping into her voice. Every bit of negative backlash you could get due to my age would be countered by my current status, he replied. And, oh boy, did he feel proud of himself right now. He had done it, had, bolstered by his Gryffindor courage, asked the delectable Fleur Delacour to be his date for the Yuletide ball. Now, she held all the cards and he couldn't help but wonder what he would do should she say no, which was, despite all his arguments, still a very real possibility. Fleur took her time and he fought hard not to fidget under her scrutinizing gaze. I will think about it, Senor Potter, she said and rose from her seat. Relief flooded him as he heard her answer. That was decidedly more than any other male currently in the castle could say. He nodded and cancelled the charms with a flick of his wand, watching intently as she strode through the door with a mesmerizing sway of her hips. Better than I'd XP. CTED, he thought and smiled. Hogwarts 17. December 1994. Clad in his newly acquired pants, he knelt on the floor, once again carving runes into Hogwarts cold stone. It was tedious work as usual, but after he had found a sharpening charm for the knife it went a bit faster. The charm was the improvement that he had desperately needed, as the Malefides ward used more runes than his first two wards combined. He wiped the sweat from his brow and stood up, regarding his work with a critical look. Everything seems to be in order, he thought. And now, all that remained were 7 drops of his blood to be smeared over the rune of connection, Jibo. He picked up the knife he had discarded moments ago and pricked his thumb, watching intently as 7 lonely drops spilled out of it. Remembering the next phase quite well, he recalled the wand motions a last time. Malefides ad proximitas, he intoned. Clearly, it took over 39 wand motions until the ward took hold and keyed itself into his proximity ward. He felt his awareness expand to the whole room, but just as he was about to congratulate himself, his senses went haywire and he jumped backward. Curious, he thought, the newcomer hadn't activated the Malefides and had only sprung the proximity ward. It stood to reason that whoever the intruder was, he or she was friendly or neutral at least. He gripped his wand tightly, a curse on his lips, and scanned the room, until his gaze landed on a regular barn owl. Harry sighed in relief and walked over to the avian, quickly unfastening the small piece of paper bound to its leg. Let's see, he muttered, absently waving his wand and transfiguring an empty ink pot into a dish filled with water. Senor Potter, I accept your invitation to the Yuletide ball and hope we will have a good time. My dress will be turquoise colored and it is my deepest wish for you to dress accordingly. I hope for your sake that you can dance. Fleur Delacour. He reread the letter, ran a single victory round through the room and whistled merrily, a happy smile plastered on his face. The letter was blunt, but who cared anyway? He had a date with a beautiful and well-connected lady, and not even Elise could say something against that. Harry watched the owl fly away, but suddenly a feeling of unease befell him. It was as if he had forgotten something important over the last 2 months. In the shadowy confines of the Ollery, amber eyes opened slowly. The glint in them promised painful retribution. Harry sat behind his new desk and looked out of the window, observing the magnificent spectacle of thousands of white snowflakes warring for supremacy, while his hand ran over the smooth wooden surface of his latest transfiguration accomplishment. A frown was etched on his face as he watched the sky in ruminative silence and pondered how to deal with his godfather, the only man that unconditionally loved him for being just Harry. Thick wads of high-quality parchment, Vellum or Veline as Lady Broadmoor had called it, were lying next to the expensive swan feather and the charmed ink pot, filled with mossy, ancient India ink made with a receipt that was older than the legendary castle Hogwarts itself. The various, and highly difficult charms on the richly emblazoned pot made sure that the ink would dry on the first contact with parchment, and that each automatic refill would be fine to his vault, lying deep in the protected caverns of Gringotts. He was not taken by all the gaudiness these costly items presented, but arguing with Elise, as he had started to call her in private, seemed to be an exercise in futility. So he endured and emptied his pockets of the galleons he had initially planned to use for the entirety of the 4th year. Words written on cheap parchment will, despite their importance, always land in a stack of paper that can be read at another time, she had said. His first impulse had been to protest such a superficial advice, but one look at the austere face of his headmaster gave this predication all the credence it needed, and it made him sad. Sad to see that such a world, which despite its numerous dangers still held and housed so many wonders, allowed itself to be so shallow. Rain broke free, escaping the thundering clouds on the horizon, and as the first drops fell onto the piled snow on his windowsill he looked on how they merged, how they mixed with each other, and his thoughts were flying a mile a minute. Was he slowly losing his naivety in the company of his headmaster, despite the older mont's jovial nature? He took his wand and gave it a small whirl, igniting the candle on his desk and the torches, lining the walls of his sanctuary, bathing the room in a soft glow. Illuminated by the various flickering lights he looked at his wand. The art of wordless magic was arduous, and after practicing the spell for hours, he still had to consciously suppress the incantation that always wants to leave his mouth. His gaze landed on the newly acquired parchment, and he reminded himself of the letter he still had to write this evening. With all the stress surrounding the Triwizard Tournament, he had completely forgotten about Sirius, and it was high time to inform him about the ongoings in his life. He wondered if his godfather even knew about the tournament, the first task, or the dragon. Had Dumbledore told him, or would Sirius be angry that he only learned about it from a letter written after the danger was overcome? Of course he will probably come here as well, he muttered to himself. It was an inane question. Sirius would somehow manage to make his way to Hogwarts, and although Harry would love the support of his godfather, it would be an incredible dangerous undertaking. Dozens of reporters, national and international alike, were already swarming Hogwarts, always searching for the best scoop or some nasty rumors. Important political figures like the minister and various department heads were going in and out of Hogwarts, talking, politicking and planning the tournament. Even Sirius Animagus form could not hold under such scrutiny, and lifting the veil of secrecy, seizing the only form of free movement that the man had, would doom him to a life of boredom. A life that the freshly escaped convict would loathe with all his being. The danger of an anonymous tip to the Auror department by Wormtail, should even a rumor of a black dog near Harry appear, complicated matters further beyond the scale of a bold venture. No, it was better for Sirius to stay where he currently was. Far away from British jurisdiction, parochial politicians and petty adversaries like Severus Snape. But how to convince him? The letter had to sound and look mature, or Sirius would gravely underestimate its severity. He dipped the tip of his new feather in the Misa ink and slowly started to write, hoping beyond hope that his godfather would grasp the letter's gravity. Dear Sirius, I apologize for not writing earlier, but as you might have heard through the G-Vine, the Triwizard Tournament is being held in Hogwarts, and as my extraordinary luck dictates, I stumbled into the next life-threatening situation, and the Goblet of Fire made me the 4th champion, but not all hope is lost. He paused and considered his next words carefully. Telling Sirius about the dragon would be tremendously stupid and would only incite the man, filled with worry, to do something reckless. Omission might be the best course of action, he thought, and while he felt despicable doing it, he would shoulder the blame once the danger of Sirius coming to Hogwarts has passed. Even if indirect, Professor Dumbledore has helped me to prepare for the tasks that lie ahead, and he will help me to survive them, so do not worry too much about me. Sirius, I implore you to stay where you are. Please, don't be foolish and come here. No difficulties in my life are worth your incarceration, and once all this is over we can finally live together. You getting back to Azkaban would only make this harder. Love you, Harry. Blowing air through his lips and reading the letter once more, he sincerely hoped that Sirius would heed his advice. He held the parchment under the candle holder and let 3 drops of hot wax drip onto the bottom of it, directly below his signature. Cursing Elise under his breath, he took the recently acquired ring that signaled his status as heir of House Potter from his finger and pressed it into the red M until the Potter coat of arms clearly stood out and a surge of pride rushed through him. A sword thrust through a round shield and covered in ivy, it was simple and not nearly as fancy as some of the coat of arms he had seen on the genealogy tapestry that hung in the office of Zungolnik, Gringotts Sr. in all matters relating to one's ancestry, but it was his family's crest. It showed that he belonged. After the wax had dried, he rolled the parchment carefully together and tied it with a red satin ribbon that was more expensive than a simple piece of cloth had any right to be. Although calling it simple might be wrong, as it had very advanced charms woven into it, to make sure that no one but the intended recipient could loosen it. Harry hoped that Sirius would be surprised enough by the Potter insignia to temporarily forget about any and all plans he might have hatched for visiting him. Linus Planops, Fieri Inolens. Harry dished his wand in a well-practiced fashion, once again silencing the sound of his boots hitting the floor and vanishing his scent. He took the finished letter from the desk, placing it in his robe with great care, and grabbed the familiar cloak that still, after decades of use, felt like woven liquid in his hands. As soon as he stepped out of his sanctuary on the 3rd floor and had closed the door, his wand was in motion, weaving figures and runes into the air. Claustrum Priavaleo, Porta Operiras. Now, that it took more than a simple Alohomora to open the way into his private area, he could make his long way to the Olary, where Hedwig would wait on him. He shuddered at the thought of how angry she would be with him for neglecting her 2 months long. Shrouding himself in darkness, concealed by his father's cloak, he moved to the great staircases at the center of Hogwarts, always clinging to the corners where no torchlight could reach him and he remained safe from sudden reflections affecting his most dear possession. He had long ago lost his fear of being out of bounds after curfew. Many of his adventures had, after all, only added to his disregard for that certain regulation, but tonight he could do without a conflict between him and the forces of order and correct behavior. His green eyes pierced through Hogwarts shadows at night as he crept from step to step, steadily observing the constellation of the staircases to avoid their sudden movements. Deeper and deeper he slunk into the lower levels of Hogwarts until he came to a stop in front of an old portrait near the entrance to the dungeons. "I solemnly swear, I'm up to no good," he whispered and fondly looked at the old and worn parchment, on which lines of black ink slowly formed the outlines of his school, revealing its deepest secrets. A thorough check of his vicinity showed him that neither Snape, nor any Slytherins were near, but that Filch, the old and grumpy caretaker, was slowly making his way towards the dungeons. Mischief managed. He quickly folded the map his father and his friends had created, and secured it on his belt, before eyeing the portrait in front of him. A rather rotund witch, dressed in blue robes and with a pointed hat adorning her head, slept peacefully in it, seemingly not bothered by anything in her proximity. The sound of boots hitting the foundation of Hogwarts approached, and with a rising panic, that felt completely unbecoming for a champion, he realized that it was Filch, who stood just around the next corner. "Paddix Serapha," he whispered harshly and jumped through the revealed entrance, as soon as the portrait jumped aside, rousing the dumpy witch out of her sleep. Only after the portrait hole slid shut, did he allow himself to breathe a weary sigh and relaxed his tensed muscles. Sneaking through Hogwarts would be definitely more fun if he didn't carry a letter that had lethal potential in the wrong hands, he thought. The possible chain reaction Filch would have caused, had he gotten his hands on the tied parchment, could have been catastrophic. Harry was reasonably sure that the caretaker had neither the knowledge, nor the power to get rid of the charmed ribbon. That much was clear after he had confirmed the rumors of Filch being a squib in his 2nd year, but Severus Snape was another matter entirely. Filch would have undoubtedly alarmed the professor that disliked Harry the most, Snape, and while he did not know if Dumbledore had informed the man of Sirius' innocence, there was no way that he would put Sirius' existence in the hands of his petty potions professor. Too much bad blood had flown between the two of them, and he couldn't be sure that Snape wouldn't abandon his rationality, or what's left of it, to get a bittersweet revenge. As confident as Harry was, that the charm woven into the ridiculous pricey piece of cloth would hold, the thought of Severus Snape getting his hands on it made him uneasy. There was no telling if a man with such knowledge of the dark arts could overcome the highly advanced privacy spell that had been cast on it. No, Snape and Filch should be avoided at all costs that night. "Lumos," he muttered, after the sounds that Filch made remained only a rumble in the far distance. For minutes he wandered the hidden page high, low and around corners, while contemplating the use of learning to cast the light spell silent. As he reached the end of his way and stood behind one of the gigantic stone warriors that adorned the ground floor of the clock tower, he extinguished the light on his wand tip with a soft-spoken "Nox," completely bereaving the hall of light. It took some minutes, spent in utter silence, until his eyes had gotten used to the new darkness. Fitting his body tightly against the wall, he crept slowly but surely towards the courtyard entrance, until his movements came to an abrupt stop. Suppressing the urge to curse violently, he pressed his head against the cooled stones of Hogwarts, thankful that the thin fabric of his cloak did not render the feeling useless. He needed a calm and collected mind to get out of this one, for sure. Like a watchdog, Snape sat on one of the various benches in the brightly illuminated courtyard, his eyes roving around the area, making sure that no errant student would cross his way unnoticed. The usually beautiful place, fraught with ivy-adorned columns and a magnificent fountain in its center, looked suddenly ugly and devoid of life with his hated professor in the midst of it. Using the short moment, when Snape looked elsewhere in the attempt to catch evildoers, he moved quickly behind one of the many abelia bushes, the large shadows, thrown by the enormous open double doors, aiding him. Was it Snape's goal in life to make him miserable? He asked himself as he surveyed the area and fervently tried to come up with a plan. He could use one of the benches to knock him out, but as soon as the idea came up, he abandoned it. It would feel great, no doubt, but it would also bring far-reaching consequences he was not willing to face. The headmaster would have his hide, if he gave Snape a concussion just to get into the Ollery after curfew. He desperately needed a distraction. Something that would give him the time to escape towards the wooden bridge that led to the grounds of Hogwarts. His eyes snapped to the hated potioneer, who had stood up and stretched his legs. For a vicious moment he hoped Snape had cramps and needed to visit Madame Pomfrey, but then he spied something from the corner of his eyes, and a grin tugged at his lips. He had found his distraction. Gripping his wand tightly in his sweaty palm, he pointed it at the medium-sized statue of the bird that adorned the fountain and whispered fiercely under his breath, "Animatus Bellatorius." Hoping that Snape hadn't heard him, he watched how the bird slowly became alive and with soft strokes of his wings lifted up into the air, hovering behind the professor and preparing itself to attack. It was small enough not to injure him, but large enough to serve as an adequate distraction for him to get away. Tensing his muscles to the maximum, he prepared himself for his dash to the bridge, and was shocked to see his chance of escape reduce itself to zero. Reducto. Snape, with long ingrained habits after being in a war, had whirled around by the first sign of an attack and fired the first curse that came to mind. The spell, Harry noticed, had slid of the bird, like it hadn't even been cast to begin with. The charm he had used to animate it was an advanced form of the usual animation charm after all, and was interwoven with several defensive mechanisms. Confringo. Harry looked on, how the professor didn't even hesitate to fire the next curse before he even saw that the Reducto did nothing. Harry's plan was quickly going down the drain and he banished any thoughts about running away. His fear was confirmed when the light purple spell hit the bird and broke a large chunk of stone out of its wings. Snape allowed his usual emotional facade fade into a derisive sneer and wove his wand a last time, while Harry despaired. He was fast, but not that fast, and he knew he would never reach the bridge in time. Fervus Luno Fragasus. Harry had never heard of such a spell, and with the bit of Latin he knew, meant it to be a dark curse. Rightly so, as a sickle-shaped light, tinted in dark yellow, expanded from Snape's wand and hit the bird that was still trying to reach him, to fight him, shattering it in thousands of pieces. "I'm screwed," he thought, standing a few feet away from his hiding place. The few feet he had made before he stopped to see his animation being ruthlessly obliterated in a matter of seconds. He couldn't move 1 inch, even the lightest gust of wind his movement would cause, would alert Snape to his whereabouts. "Show yourself," the greasy man cried in fury, and Harry's eyes moved in panic, searching for a way out of this not salvageable situation. He couldn't let it end like this. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Serious freedom was at stake, and it was a bet he simply could not lose. Snape's head whirled around, as the sudden hoot of a common barren owl made the man aware of its presence. Harry nearly stopped holding his breath, thanking various gods, Merlin and Morgana, for the welcome noise. Quickly, While the professor was distracted, he pointed his wand towards one of the closed windows on the 4th floor of the clock tower that oversaw the courtyard. He always told himself that he worked best under stress. Now was the time to prove it. Focusing his mind on a spell he had never even practiced without incantation, he let his magic pour out of his wand. With a resounding crash, the windows flew open, and Snape, who had long lost his interest in the interfering owl, trained his dark eyes on the place where the sound had come from. Not wasting any time, the sourly professor ran into the clock tower, umming that the culprit who had charmed the statue to attack him had done it out of that particular window. As the black, billowing cloak vanished into the darkness of the tower, Harry let out a sigh of relief and inwardly thanked the silent Depulso he had sent over such a distance, but he had no time to wait. Running like the devil himself was on his heels, he crossed the courtyard and sped, without looking back, along the wooden framework of the bridge, not noticing how his magic, which was still in inner turmoil, ignited every torch he left behind on his way to the other end. Completely out of breath, he walked towards the circle of stones that symbolized the beginning of Hogwarts grounds, his cloak tightly tucked around him, when a pair of voices nearly made him groan in disappointment. Not again, he thought, and quickly jumped behind one of the large menhirs, carefully looking around it, to see whom he had stumbled into now. "You know, we shouldn't be here," a brunette girl said, and Harry instantly noticed the worried, but nonetheless exhilarated tone in her voice. She was a Slytherin, that much he could tell from the bit of her robe that was illuminated by the torch they brought. The green trim was unmistakable, but he could not tell who it was. "I know, but can you resent me for it?" the male answered, and held her hands in his own. "No, but there will be hell to pay." Show. The boy leaned forward, and interrupted her with an intense and pianate. At least, that was what it looked like from Harry's perspective. He felt oddly like a voyeur, observing such a private moment. His face became wondrous, and he stared incredulous at the revealed red trim on the boy's robe, as he had moved to break the. His eyes wandered up, and he finally recognized him as Tim Worth's 7th-year Gryffindor, who just now had moved his head forward until their foreheads met, and had cupped her face in his hands. "Where else, Lydia? Where could we meet in peace? Our houses would condemn us, if they ever found out about our relationship." Harry felt like being in a cheap romance novel. That line sounded like it was directly taken from Romeo and Juliet. He needed to scare them away, before they had Randy directly in front of his innocent eyes. Not that he hadn't had dreams about the other gender, but they featured him, and him alone with women. Besides, he wouldn't be able to look Tim in the eyes for a long time if he watched them now. Not wasting any time, he pointed his wand towards some bushes nearby and hoped that his luck would once again endure. Silently sending the Depulso charm, he made the bushes sizzle rather soundly. "Quick, that way," whispered Tim, and Harry watched with unveiled amusement how he pulled the girl away. As soon as they were away, and he had finally gotten rid of every obstacle, he made his way uphill towards the Ollery that towered proudly above the grounds. After scaling every damned step that led to the entrance of the Ollery, he hesitated, and a foreboding feeling filled him. He was an idiot. That much was easy to discern. He had completely ignored his owl, his loved familiar and first friend, for 2 whole months. Stupidity on that scale should be punished, and he knew that it would be a difficult undertaking to get Hedwig to forgive him. Steeling himself and fearing the worst, he opened the creaky wooden door and entered the Ollery, his eyes searching the rows of owls, which seemed to look oddly accusing at him. The search for Hedwig quickly became redundant, when his faithful familiar elegantly landed on his shoulder. "Hi, Hed. Long time no see," he said awkwardly, but not even a simple hoot was returned. Now he felt really miserable. A stoic Hedwig was worse than an angry one, by far. Not a single sound escaped his owl, that stared ahead without even blinking, as he made his way up the stairs to the top of the tower. He was in deep shit with her, and he knew it. Luckily he did not come unprepared. "Hey girl," he said, and softly stroked her feathers, eliciting no visible reactions from her. "I know I am a sorry excuse for a wizard, and I am truly sorry, Hed. Please take me back," he continued pleadingly, and got the first reaction out of her, as she cocked her head to the side and looked at him in a way that clearly said she knew he was an idiot. Reaching deep into his robe, he pulled a small satchel out, opened it and held it under Hedwig's beak. "Look girl, I come bearing gifts." The satchel was filled to the brim with various exotic and especially expensive owl treats he had asked Dobby to buy from Diagon Alley. Not able to hold up her stoic owl facade, Hedwig dunked her beak greedily into the satchel and emerged moments later, 2 treats safely secured. Harry continued petting her, while walking towards a window, facing the Black Lake. You know, Hed, I had a pretty turbulent life in the last 2 months. He stared into the amber eyes of his familiar. Angry teacher, nosy students, enraged dragons and even Velas. Not to forget my gorgeous instructor in dance and etiquettes. If you take me back, girl, I promise you that my next project after the Yuletide ball is going to be a beautiful perch only for you. Hedwig looked at him, and if owls could narrow their eyes, he was sure she would do so right now. Don't look like that, Hed, of course it will be in my room. Directly next to my desk. He was promptly rewarded with her first hoot of the night. You, Hedwig, he started and turned his head to muzzle his nose into her feathers, will always be my first and foremost lady. Now girl, I'm sure you're bored out of your mind, cooped up like this, and I've got a letter for Sirius. What say you, want to deliver it? He asked and received an affectionate nip on his ear. Goody, this time I have to use a charm on you, Hed, making you impervious to any means of tracing. It will make you safer. Again Hedwig cocked her head and Harry snorted. Now, no need to feel insulted, but this concerns Sirius and I would feel better if you were as safe as you can possibly be. It is a really old charm and I doubt many people would know about it. He waited until Hedwig bobbed her head and then wove his wand in complex patterns around his familiar. Baratum nos Afrin tor malactum. There, I've got no idea what language that spell is in, but at least the letters were somewhat readable. We can only hope it worked, Hed. He explained and tied the rolled parchment to her legs. When you return, I will await you with your new perch. Hedwig gave him one last look before flying out of the window and slowly becoming a small dot on the horizon. Fly with God's speed, girl, Harry whispered, in fear for both his owl and his godfather. Hogwarts 25, December. Christmas morning was an interesting experience for Harry, when he woke up at the crack of dawn and spied 2 nicely wrapped packages on the nightstand next to his bed. He put his glees on and looked around the dormitory, seeing that Neville, Ron, Seamus and Dean were still asleep, producing an aura of chainsaws with their combined snores, and if he listened closely enough, he imagined that he could even hear an underlying beat to it. With a grin he got out of his bed and grabbed his wand, that was lying next to a stack of books, silencing his feet in the process. There were many things he had to do today, so he quickly showered, put on his robes and left towards his room, the packages safely secured under his left arm. Today will be a good day, he thought, and not even Ron's erratic behavior or the disdain of his fellow students would put a damper on his mood. With a smile tugging on his lips he walked through the hallowed hallways of Hogwarts, riding suits of armor and igniting torches, candles and lamps left and right, with only the barest flicks of his wand and some mumbled incantations. If Filch wasn't such a grumpy bastard he might have entertained of helping him in the morning for some easy-earned galleons, but with the caretaker being who he was, that seemed all but impossible. The staircases took some unusual routes today, delaying his walk to the 3rd floor a fair bit, but he took it in stride and even struck up some conversations with ancient wizards and witches that had seemingly led an interesting life, and now after their death, were willing to regard him with sometimes amusing, sometimes amazing, and sometimes horrifying tales. When he finally reached his room, he quickly vanished the time-oriented locking charms on the door and entered, feeling far more happy than he had in the last several months. Now let's look what we've got here. He mumbled to himself and carefully unwrapped the first package, which held a long dagger made from some kind of steel that Harry had never seen before. He quickly picked up the letter lying next to the dagger and eagerly started to read. Happy Christmas, pup. I hope you have a jolly good time at Old Hogwarts and wish you all the best. Unfortunately I can't write too much in case the letter gets intercepted, but know that I miss you. Love, Padfoot, Peas. The dagger is called Dagger of Skugrad, and came from the Black family vault. I don't know the history behind it, but maybe you can do some research and find out. As much as Harry was happy about the present, and vowed to research it later, he felt terribly supported in his belief that Sirius would be incredibly angry once Hedwig had reached him. Not wanting to let his thoughts about Sirius' anger diminish his mood, he grabbed the next package, and after opening it found an old and worn belt in it, Curious about the weird gift, he took the letter from the present and let his eyes flow over the cursive words, that were written with an ink he recognized all too easily now. Dear Harry, I found this to be a most useful present, as I started to notice that you show a great interest in the collection of magical artifacts in my office. Everyone has to start somewhere, so let this be your first of, hopefully, many. Be sure to know that this belt is not gifted to you in order to collect dust on some sort of shelf, but to be actively worn. I spared you the long search for its history, and included a small explanation on the back side of this parchment. Merry Christmas. APWBD. Giddy and excited, he turned the letter around and was incredibly shocked and thankful when he finished. Shocked to such an extent that he had to read it a second time, just to believe it. The belt of Hippolytos Perot. Hippolytos Perot was the chief medic of Alexander the Great and accompanied him during all his campaigns through Persia, healing him and his officers. After complaining for several years that he needed more place for the various potions and tools that he carried, Alexander in jest gifted Hippolytos a new belt crafted from the most expensive leather obtainable in the known world. Hippolytos Perot took it in stride, but vowed to return the favor and charmed the belt so thoroughly that it truly could hold hundreds of vials and tools. In awe of such an accomplishment, Alexander gifted him with the status of nobility in the Muggle world of ancient Greek. He whistled appreciative and quickly fastened the belt around his robe. Maybe he should grow a beard like the headmaster, to tuck it into the magnificent belt. After putting the dagger from Sirius into a drawer from his desk, promising himself that he would start the research for it tomorrow, he headed to the Great Hall. The Christmas feasts at Hogwarts were always incredibly delicious, and he wouldn't miss them, even if he had to sit in solitude. He just walked around a corner, leading from the third floor to the staircases, when Neville bumped into him. Sorry Harry," said Neville and rubbed his head, that had just collided with Harry's. He looked, despite the grimace of pain, oddly giddy. Harry groaned out, "No problem Nev. Merry Christmas by the way," maging his own forehead. "You too. Sorry again, but I've gotta go. Ginny just agreed to be my date tonight and I have to polish up on my dancing." That certainly explained why he was so jumpy and excited. He had never talked that much with Ginny and firmly believed her to be behind her brother after all the dung Ron had started to sprout about him, but if Neville was happy, who was he to argue with that? Great mate, good luck. But the pudgy boy couldn't hear him anymore, as he already vanished around the next corner. With a shake of his head and a familiar twinkle in his eyes, he resumed his way. Neville really was one of a kind. Finally arriving in the Great Hall, he quickly took an empty seat at the Gryffindor table and piled mountains of the delicious food on his plate. Today, he would gorge in it and enjoy life as it came. He had just speared a lovely piece of potato with his fork, fully intending to savor every bit, when he heard the very unwelcome voice of Pansy Parkinson behind him. A quick glance along the table told him that he had no help to expect from that side, and with a resigned sigh he turned around, finding to his great surprise not Malfoy in Pansy's company, but Theodore Nott. The memories of several Dada Clees tugged at his mind, and he remembered the fascinated look on Nott's face whenever Professor Moody introduced a new dark curse. Oh boy, this was going to be fun. Parkinson looked at him with a malicious grin, obviously awaiting some kind of answer. "Excuse me, what did you say? I fear I was lost in the confines of my mind for the moment." Two could play that game, and who better to imitate in such a situation than the venerable headmaster? Pansy's face looked like a mix between anger and disbelief. "I asked if you have round up some poor mudblood to go to the ball with Potter." He heard sharp intakes from the rest of Gryffindor's once glorious house, but none of them stood up to help him. Bloody cowards, the lot of them, he thought. Giving her the most charming and sincere smile he could offer, he answered, "Why Lady Parkinson, are you offering?" "I am flattered, but unfortunately I already have a date." Pansy was livid, but could only sputter for seconds. Nott on the other hand seemed to be truly enraged and started to finger his wand. Did he miss something? Had Nott some interest in the pug? "She would never go with you Potter," he ground it out in silent fury. "Pansy comes from an old and respected line and would never sully herself with the likes of you. You should know, scion of House Nott, that he who boasts of his ancestry is praising the deeds of another." Harry's eyes narrowed, and he regarded Theodore with an intense and piercing stare. It promised retribution and humiliation, should only one tendril of magic reach him. He had to give Nod at least some credit. While easily angered, the boy had a lot more restraint and was far wiser than Malfoy could ever hope to be. Stowing his wand away, Theodore turned to Pansy and took her hand. Come, let Potter fester in his isolation. The sneer he gave him was truly Snape-worthy. What the hell did the bat teach them, down in the cold and dreary dungeons? Having truly lost his appetite, Harry finished his eggs rather unenthusiastic and walked out of the hall moments later. The evening had come at last, and Harry stood in front of the closed gigantic doors of the Great Hall, patiently waiting for his date. Newfound confidence could only reach so far if gained in such a short amount of time, and inwardly he was a quivering and nervous mess, going through each and every dancing step he knew. The constant snide remarks from his once favorite professor did not help either, and he wondered when McGonagall would finally stop being so sore about the one mistake. That was one lady that could sure hold a grudge. I hope for your sake you haven't lied to me, and actually have a date. She said and gave him her patented glare, that had the ability to send most first years running. Yes, I have. I've already told you, that I'm only waiting for her, he retorted, slowly but surely becoming angry. Mr. Potter, I'm warning you for your saw. Lady McGonagall, I ask you to consider your next words carefully. His piercing eyes landed on her, while he inwardly groaned. That came out a bit more aggressive than he had intended, and she seemed to haven't even noticed the change of the way he addressed her. Why, I never. Detention, Mr. Potter. James would be sorely disappointed in your behavior. That's it, he thought, and brought himself to full height. Bringing his parents into the issue was just shameful, and he wouldn't stand for it. His green orbs were filled with an intensity that was eerily similar to the way he had looked at the dragon during his first task. Are you accusing the heir of House Potter of lying, Lady McGonagall? The standoff was disturbed by Hermione, looking more beautiful than he had ever seen her, and her date Viktor Krum, who descended the stairs and came to stand in front of them. The Bulgarian Quidditch star only gave him a curt nod in acknowledgement, that was more insulting than friendly, and Hermione wore a weak smile on her lips, that vanished when Harry turned away after giving them a short glance. His musings were interrupted, when McGonagall leaned forwards and glared at him. The detention stands, Mr. Potter. Before he could reply something and possibly escalate the situation further, Cedric and Cho appeared, looking like they were truly made for each other. Especially Cho intrigued him, as she wore a white and festive kimono that showed enough skin to entice interesting thoughts, but didn't look like the outfit of a common whore. If he hadn't his own beautiful date, he would be seething in jealousy by now, of that he was sure. He was pleasantly surprised when Cho gave him a happy smile, despite Cedric, who looked at him disgruntled. Rather like the rest of Helga's house always did in the last months. "Veer is your date, boy?" asked Viktor with a potent sneer on his face, but was quickly shut up when Harry spied Fleur making her way towards him. Using every ounce of Gryffindor courage he had in him, he confidently met her in the middle of the hallway and bowed, lightly brushing his lips over her knuckles. "You truly are beautiful, Lady Delacour." She rewarded him with a smile and eyed him with interest. "You two clean up well, Monsieur Potter. Are we ready to go?" "I do believe we are. And please, call me Harry. Such formalities have no place during a date," he said, and hoped that he didn't come on too strong. Fleur took it in stride and took his offered arm. "Enchantes, Harry. Je m'appelle Fleur." She grinned at him, and Harry knew that the evening was saved if she was really as easygoing as she made him believe at the moment. Turning around and walking with Fleur towards the other champions was a feeling he truly relished in, especially after seeing the gobsmacked faces of his peers. "Where is your boy now, Viktor?" Professor McGonagall had used the time to gather her wits. "Soon the doors will open, and we will enter the hall in the following order. First, Viktor Krum with Hermione Granger. Second, Cedric Diggory with Cho Chang, and third, Harry Potter with Fleur Delacour." Everyone nodded, and she continued, "You will take place at one of the 4 tables for champions, teacher and important politicians, so behave accordingly." If anything, her stare became even more intense. "After the feast, you will open the dance, and what you do afterwards is up to you." As soon as she had finished, the great doors opened and the champions with their dates strode through. Harry quickly leaned over to Fleur and whispered in her ear, "Now let us descend among the mortals and find what tickles our fancy." A sentence so overly arrogant, It could have been recited directly from Voldemort's Manual of World Domination, but made the French Quarter Villa giggle like the schoolgirl she often forgets to be. Harry felt blinded with all the pompous decorations he saw as he entered the hall, and the incredulous stares he received were as unnerving as they were balsam for his ego. A feeling that was mutual between him and Fleur if the strength of her grip had anything to say. He quickly navigated them to the tables, where Percy, who properly hadn't heard about his fallout with Ron, offered him a seat, but was ignored. Instead, he moved them to the two empty seats at the table of Dumbledore, who was already in deep conversation with a stern-looking witch across from him, and had ample listeners by the two other wizards. He nearly snorted when he saw that his headmaster had once again dressed in the most garish robe he could find, and quickly identified it as the robe he had bought while accompanying him to Diagon Alley, when Harry ordered his basilisk armor. It seemed like he had sensed them coming, when he suddenly looked up and his eyes filled with a nearly blinding twinkle. "Harry, Lady Delacour, you two look truly splendid. Come, have a seat and let me introduce you." Harry and Fleur, who was surprised with the headmaster's overly happy nature, took their seats and reluctantly returned the compliment to Dumbledore, who looked even more cheerful afterwards. Of course, they didn't miss the reactions of the other three magic users at the table, who rolled their eyes and gave them wry smirks. "Across from me sits the beautiful Madame Bones, head of the DMLE and overall wonderful woman." If he wasn't so sure that it was just the headmaster's natural manner, he would have thought that the old man flirted with the stern-looking witch, who to his great amusement even started to blush faintly. Not bothered by any of the ongoings at his table, Dumbledore jovially continued, "To my right, sit Dennis Ainsley, head of the Hunter Guild, and someone you should have plenty to talk about, as you aren't the only one who slew a basilisk." Now that was uncomfortable. Fleur, Madame Bones and the unknown wizard looked at him in surprise and shock, while Mr. Ainsley regarded him with interesting, but calculating eyes, and the headmaster remained oblivious. And to Madame Bones' left, he said, and got their attention once again, "You will find Laxley Chetwynd, head of House Chetwynd and fellow member of the Transfiguration Guild." Harry gave each of them a friendly nod and Fleur curtsied, but fate didn't want to spare them, and Dumbledore cheerfully continued, "Fellow wizards and witches, this is Harry Potter, heir of House Potter, and his beautiful date, Lady Fleur Delacour, daughter of Armand Delacour, the head of the French DMLE. Laxley Chetwynd chuckled and intervened before Dumbledore could continue with his introductions. "Albus," he laughed. "Let that be the end of your introductions, please. I feel like we've all known each other for centuries after a few of them." His declaration was met with murmured agreement, and the headmaster simply beamed at them, not even bothering to hide that he knew he had annoyed them. The following minute of comfortable silence was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who whispered something in Dumbledore's ear and afterwards left to her own table, shared with Cedric, Cho, Amos Diggory and two wizards he didn't know. It became obvious that she had told him everyone was ready, when he rose from his seat and instantly all noise in the great hall disappeared. He spread his arms wide, like he wished nothing else but to MC each and every one of them, and smiled. "Students of Hogwarts, fellow professors, and honored guests," he started his speech. "I am pleased to see, and welcome back so many of you into these hallowed halls of knowledge, where those who search for it will always find a listening ear or a helping hand." Harry perked up. The ending of that sentence sounded awfully familiar, and the last time it had held true, when he pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of the sorting hat. The Triwizard Tournament brings glory and honor to whomever wins it, but it provides something else, something vastly more valuable. He had an inkling what the headmaster was going to say, and it was amusing to see the confused expression on the faces of his peers. It brings forth the chance to truly learn about each other, to gain knowledge of different cultures, and it builds the foundation that we walk on, when we strive for unity amongst us. The headmaster continued, oblivious to the mocking stares he now received. Harry, however, was deeply impressed. While the idea sounded strange to those who took it for granted, he knew that Dumbledore had spoken directly from his heart. That was no speech pre-written in a dusty chamber, but the soul and lifeblood of the headmaster. For that opportunity I deeply thank the August schools of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, because without them, this wouldn't have been possible. Karkaroff and Maxime gave satisfied nods. "And now," he said and clapped his hands together twice, "let us feast." With those words he seated himself, and even those who mocked him for his idealistic view, started to applaud. As soon as the noise died down again, The people started to order their food and gorge themselves into the incredible meals the Idus house elves had prepared over 2 days. Harry, however, had no idea what to do, and was glad when the headmaster leaned down and whispered into his ear, "Search something you want to eat, tap your wand against the plate and order it in a precise manner." He gave the older man a thankful nod and did exactly like told, not noticing the amused look Fleur was giving him. Trying to remember everything Elise had taught him, he ate, and paid special attention to every different bit of cutlery on the table, while trying to engage Fleur in a conversation. He had promised, after all, to be a good date. The meal took its course, and Harry was delighted to hear about the different kind of troubling situations Fleur's little sister Gabrielle always landed herself in. It was also a topic Fleur obviously liked to talk about. "Are you serious?" he asked, after she had regarded him with another tale of her sister. She smirked, but remained silent. "How does an 8-year-old girl steal a fully grown horse, and ride away with it?" Her response was tinged with laughter and her eyes shone merrily. She told the man that she got lost and asked if he could phone the police for her. As soon as he was distracted, she sneaked away, or better said, rode away. Father was furious. And what did the original owner say? He wasn't pleased, of course, but what could he do to a little girl, without looking like a madman? She told him, and grinned. Harry gave a deep belly laugh. Fleur's little sister was truly incredible, and he would like to meet her someday, only if to hear the same stories from her own perspective. He was pretty sure that there would be no romantic involvement with Fleur, but boy was he glad that he asked her. He hadn't had so much fun in months. Besides, she continued, her birthday was only a month away and father ended up buying a pony for her anyway. "You mentioned that she is 10, right? Will she follow you to Beauxbatons then?" he asked her with a cheeky grin, and was rewarded with a groan. "Don't remind me. A school completely made of GL, and I can guarantee that my sister will find some way to destroy it." So involved in their own little discussion, neither of them noticed that they had 4 avid listeners, who seemingly had nothing better to do than hearing the tales of a little girl. Laxley Chetwynd for one was glad that the 2 youngsters sat at his table. He was 79 years old, and had served 40 of them in the Transfiguration Guild. Leading a sophisticated discussion with Albus was fine at first, but become strenuous rather quickly, and a glance to Amelia and Dennis revealed that they had pretty much the same feeling. He couldn't be bothered to spare one for the crazy old man, as he knew that Albus was secretly enjoying it, to torture him. The short silence that ensued when everyone took another bite from their ordered meal or made a grab for their finely crafted goblets to wet their dry throats was broken by Dennis Ainsley, who had remained silent so far. "A word please, Mr. Potter. I am most interested in the tidbit of information your headmaster gave us during my introduction," he said, before Fleur could start to tell another adventure of her sister. The attention instantly settled on Harry, who gave Dumbledore a questioning look. He was reasonably sure that the headmaster had a purpose for revealing his confrontation with the 70-foot S. Dumbledore gave him an imperceptible nod and Harry started to tell his tale for the captured audience, leaving out most of the circumstances concerning Voldemort. They only wanted to know about the basilisk anyway. "The story is pretty simple," he began, and got some incredulous looks, but didn't let it bother him. "During my 2nd year the fabled Chamber of Secrets had been opened and some kind of monster started to petrify the students." "Petrify? A basilisk kills with its stare." He got interrupted by Laxley, but Harry only shrugged. "We got lucky in that regard. Every time the basilisk looked at someone, something was in the way to weaken the effect. Mirrors, ghosts, puddles of water, everything that could reflect or obstruct Rayleigh. And such a beast roamed in Hogwarts." Madame Bones threw in, with a harsh glare to the headmaster, who gave her a look that clearly said, "Not here." "It moved through the plumbing, and the pipes were large enough for it," he said, and considered his next words carefully. With the exception of Dumbledore, he knew nothing about the true stance of the witches and wizards at his table. His next words could be incredibly foolish, or had the potential to annoy someone he really wanted to annoy. Had Professor Dumbledore been at the castle at that time, I am sure he would have rid us of that monster. He received a questioning stare from the headmaster, that was quickly concealed as he started to understand where Harry was going with this. The fact that Dumbledore didn't shake his head made him a bit more confident in his words. Unfortunately that was impossible because the board of governors led by Lucius Malfoy had used exact that time to oust him, and left Hogwarts defenseless. The statement gained its intended result, and Madame Bones looked truly furious, while the other two adult wizards seemed to be disgusted. In contrast to Madame Bones, they had no relations in Hogwarts, and it made the difference in their reactions understandable. Some bleak times would dawn for poor Lucius Malfoy with the stern witch after his head, and whom better than the head of the DMLE? Dennis Ainsley had watched the whole spiel with interest, but wasn't deterred from his original question. So, how did you find and kill it? As my head of house would say, through sheer dumb luck, he answered, not really keen on telling this part of the story to people who could elate his already substantial fame even more. The last thing he needed was more attention. I found the entrance to the chamber through coincidence and slew the S. Ainsley wasn't pleased with his answer, and it showed quite clearly on his face. Do you think me a fool, Mr. Potter? I killed a basilisk myself, and I know you can't just simply slay them. Dumbledore gave him another nod, and he reluctantly elaborated. I didn't do it without help. Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox blinded it, and gave me the chance to face it. That may help, but doesn't kill it. Basilisk hide is resistant enough to rule out all the tools an ordinary wizard has, so I ask again. How did you kill it? Pleasant conversation, thought Harry, thoroughly annoyed by the forceful interrogation. With a sword, through its mouth, directly into its inn. He answered so curtly, that it could be taken as an insult. Next to him Fleur snorted and grinned at him. He wasn't the only one, it seemed, who was annoyed by the man. Dumbledore watched the dispute with interest, and knew Harry had won when the older man slumped back into his seat and laid his hands on the table. Ainsley gave a suffering sigh before talking again. I'm sorry for my deplorable behavior, Mr. Potter, but your story stumped me. I've been in the business for over 30 years, and it took me 20 of them to find enough confidence to face such a beast. How did you manage it? He asked, but only received another shrug from Harry, who took the apology for what it was. As I said, I got lucky and didn't do it in a professional way, if there is one, but out of pure survival instinct. With those words Ainsley gave him a resigned look and quietly finished his dessert. When the headmaster saw that nearly everyone had eaten their share, he rose again and with one single movement commanded once again the whole hall's attention. Now that you have eaten and learned about each other, it is time for our champions to open the Yuletide ball with a first, traditional dance. With a clap of his hands, every plate vanished, and Harry took this as the cue to move with Fleur on the prepared dance floor. When the other two champions and their dates joined them, the music started to play. He began to move with Fleur, who looked absolutely ravishing in her deep blue dress made of satin. As was said, there probably wouldn't happen anything between them tonight, but a man could hope, right? Fleur had seemingly read his thoughts, and laid her head on his shoulder. Not tonight, but in a few years it might be very possible, she whispered huskily in his ear, and he had to really control his baser urges at that point. They spent the rest of the first dance in peaceful silence, dancing around the floor like they had done nothing else for the last decade. Only after the second song started, did she speak again, this time while smirking. Now Harry, we both know what else you want to achieve tonight, so tell me. Any possible prospects? She asked, and his own grin matched hers. She could be so devious. He moved around, so that she could see the person some feet behind him and blew lightly on her neck to get her full attention. Cho Chang, Cedric's date. He whispered throatily in her ear, returning the favor. Oh, why her? She batted her eyelashes in an exaggerated manner, and got a surprise when his hand sneaked further down and firmly gripped her. Why, you want her for yourself, you minx. Bloody hell, he thought, inwardly portraying nothing of the confidence he showed on the outside. Did he really just grab Fleur Delacour's? Gryffindor, hooray! Fleur took it in stride and even seemed to be delighted by the challenge, if the sudden appearance of an unnerving fire in her eyes was anything to go by. Acting quickly, she grabbed his own, rather tight ass, if he could say so himself, and severally strengthened her grip. I wouldn't mind, she said, and his in started to go into overdrive, but at the moment I only want to understand your reasoning. The smirk she gave him between her words was truly marauder-worthy, and her finger, that trailed down his, didn't help either to remain cool-headed. Her family is heavily involved in overseas trading, and the Potters were always merchants themselves in the past," he explained, and she laughed as he swung her around. "I knew it," she exclaimed rather loud, gathering some curious glances. "And that?" asked Fleur, as she got full view of a girl with a rather large bust, and beautiful IDED pigtails. "That is the project I will abandon tonight," he sighed. "Susan Bones, her aunt, sat at our table," elaborated Harry, and pulled Fleur closer to him, until her s were firmly pressing into his. "What a wondrous feeling. You're a," Fleur remarked, and giggled when she saw his serious expression. "Of course I am, but about what?" "Both. As if I didn't see how you imagined hot and sweaty, as soon as you laid eyes on her." Not bothering to hold up his serene face, he started to grin like a true that knew his destiny. "You have to admit, she has an incredible body for her age," he said diplomatically. Fleur didn't respond at first, using the time to frugally mage his cheeks and give him one hell of a hickey on his neck. On that we can agree," she answered at last. The lady really wanted to test who had the most endurance, but two could play that game. As the music became faster, his movements started to get more forcefully and erratic, heating up the dance floor. His personal highlights, which he would remember for a long time coming, were the moments when he pressed his head between her s or started to grind his crotch into her. Actions that were bold enough to truly surprise the normally unflappable Lady Delacour, but which she seemed to enjoy immensely, according to the hardened nipples he could see under her dress at least. After the seventh song, a commotion next to the entrance gathered their attention, distracting them from their game, that became more and more dangerous as time passed. Both started to laugh, as they spied Ron stuffed into an incredible hideous robe, that seemed to originated from somewhere around the 17th century. For a short moment he even felt sorry for his old friend. No one, not even Malfoy, deserved such a humiliation. The song ended, and Fleur pushed him several inches away from her. "Now, Monsieur Potter," she started, and the glow in her eyes intensified. "I know you still have a lot to do tonight, so I'm going to leave you for now. There are some people I deeply enjoy to annoy with my aura." "Go girl," he said, and gave her a good-natured slap on the that made her squeal for a second. "See you around, Harry." With those words she walked away, her hips swaying to the resuming music. What a woman, he thought, as he looked around the hall trying to locate Cho, whom to his great surprise sat alone at a table and watched Cedric dance with a girl he barely recognized as a seventh year. Not wasting any time, he moved over to her and bowed in a courtly fashion to the depressed-looking girl. Cedric truly was an idiot. "Would you gift me the honor of a dance, Lady Chong?" he asked in an over-the-top, knightly fashion, and was delighted to hear her gentle giggle. The evening was great until now, but now it started to shape up even more. Hogwarts 26, December. Harry woke up with a headache that could rival Voldemort-induced dreams any day of the week, and the first thing he noticed were the familiar confines of his sanctuary. But why was he sleeping on a mattress that practically oozed his magical signature? As he hadn't an immediate answer for that question, he looked around looking for clues and Ed in a sharp breath. There, lying right next to him, was a slim, but curvaceous body crowned with a mop of curly golden locks that concealed the face completely. He exhaled slowly and racked his in, searching through his mind and comparing all the measures he had guessed from girls he found hot or interesting, but as soon as he found a pair that matched, he froze again. Daphne, what the, he thought, incredulous, but didn't let his current confusion hinder him from mustering her delicious body and the way her tits moved every time she took a new breath. He stood up, searching for his wand, and found it lying haphazardly on the floor some feet away. One charm later, and the chances that Daphne, with whom he obviously had one hell of a night, would wake were severely reduced. Now, as he took his seat behind the desk, it was high time to remember what had happened in the last night. He had danced to several songs with Cho and made interesting conversation with her, mainly over the high expectations her family had, and how she always helped them in their business during the summer holidays. Afterwards he had excused himself and got back to Fleur, laughing about the stories she told of her annoyed peers, and flirting like the devil himself had possessed him. Was she sitting on his lap at one point? Oh yes, she was. A lecherous grin tugged at his lips, but he remained focused and tried to remember more. He wanted to get drinks at the bar, and when he got back to the blonde goddess, she informed him that they sadly had to cut the evening short, as one of her female friends needed her now. Some British pig seemed to have hurt her badly, and Fleur wanted to be there for her. Why the hell did the image of a long white beard and the name Dumbledore just flew through his thoughts? Slowly, but surely his memory came back, and with them returning also grew the headache that pounded against the borders of his mind. He wanted badly to imagine that this were just some nerves transmitted inconsequential signals as pain, but that was a lot harder to do practically than it sounded in theory. But with each memory his eyes widened until he stared unbelieving at the wall. He came to Dumbledore, whom he had seen, leaning against a wall and observing the ongoings with a smile, and he had offered him the drink he had originally brought for Fleur. For a while they had talked about offensive wards, and which Harry was allowed to use in Hogwarts, but after some time, under the steady influence of even more alcohol, they started to discuss all possible matters. Holy Mother of Merlin's sagging nuts! He got hammered with the headmaster. And, more importantly, he had called him an old goat that would someday trip over his own beard. Hopefully the headmaster, due to his age, had problems with remembering things after such an evening, or he was screwed. Dumbledore, the old goat, had left later on to get some sleep. The things he now knew about Madame Pomfrey would never let him look her in the eye again. Afterwards he had, for the simple purpose of banishing these thoughts, charged his completely over-infused Gryffindor side. And plowed straight into a group of Slytherins near the bar to chat up Daphne Greenger. His lecherous grin returned, this time full-blown, and the rest, as they say, was history. Quickly putting on his jeans and foregoing his t-shirt and robes completely, he made his way out of the room and towards the kitchen. When he entered and saw the exhausted brigade of house elves that had made sure the ball would go on like a well-oiled machine, he felt bad about what he wanted to do, but when they perked up as they saw him, the thought flew out of the proverbial window. These tiny and gentle creatures were truly one of a kind. "What can Tipsy do, Harry Potter, sir?" asked one of the small bugger, and already he could see excitement spread through the whole group of house elves. "I need breakfast and coffee for two on a tablet if possible." "Can you do that?" he asked, and nearly squealed like a little girl when Tipsy, adorable like she was, wagged her finger in front of his face and tried to look stern. "But youse, bring back the tablet later, okay?" "Of course." He gave her a serious nod, but inwardly sniggered like a little first year on fire whiskey. Was there still some remainder of the alcohol in his blood, or did the with Daphne make him giddy like that? His behavior seemed funny, but confusingly erratic to him. When he got back to his room, he unloaded the tray on his desk and quickly transfigured one of the rickety old things into a respectable chair that would, with the bit of magic he had put in it, at least hold some hours. As he didn't know the spell for permanent chair transfiguration, he had to work with the bit of knowledge he had. Kneeling next to the gorgeous and more important Dee, he buried his head in her locks and nibbled on her ear until she slowly started to stir. "Wakey, wakey sleepy head," he whispered, and she groaned, looking up shortly before burying her head into the mattress again. "I don't wa Potter." Her head shot up, and for several seconds she looked with a lost and confused expression at him, until it gave way to a sultry smile. She seemed to be better in remembering than he was in the flesh. He answered and watched how she rose up, walking through his room completely unbothered by her nudity. It gave him ample time to muster her in a semi-sober state, and he obviously felt great pleasure in observing how her greatly developed tits jiggled a tiny bit with each step she took, and how enticing the trimmed blonde triangle above her luscious second lips looked. "Are you finished?" She stared at him with amusement, and he didn't even try to conceal the fact that he had looked at her. "I've organized breakfast," he answered after another minute of silent staring, and led her to the table. Unfortunately, she had put on his t-shirt as they ate in peaceful silence, each bathing in the afterglow of their glorious night. At least Harry hoped it had been as glorious for her as it had been for him. Daphne broke the silence when they had finished eating and were each only nursing their cups of coffee. "Why did you even wear a t-shirt yesterday?" she asked, and he had to grin at her question. Was she really thinking that he would reveal some kind of weakness, like he absolutely hated the cold and felt unwell every time he had only his shorts beneath the robe? Gryffindor had his glory yesterday, now it was time to let his Slytherin side out to play. Never know what insidious plan Malfoy thinks of next. Better be safe than sorry. he answered, noticing how her lips quirked upwards. She took his response for what it was, a useless distraction. Malfoy will be furious either way, she said and leaned over the table, until they were nose to nose. That we can agree on. Last question now, before you develop your new abilities too much and have to be resorted. He could feel her breath tickle him, as she came closer and closer. Where are we? The crunching sound of Harry's boots could be heard as he wandered the snow-covered grounds of Hogwarts, deeply tucked into his woolen robe and with a steady smile on his lips. A long, red and gold-colored scarf concealed the bottom half of his face, its end moving slightly with every surge of wind that blew through the winter air, making people who did not know the heating charm shiver in the cold. It had been a while since he last walked alongside the lesser-traveled path that led around the eastern border of the Forbidden Forest and finished at the shore of the Black Lake, but he took the time as he knew that it would be one of the last days he had to enjoy, before going back to work. He stopped for a short moment to inspect the gravure someone had carved into the wooden trunk of an old oak and brushed the remaining snow away to completely reveal a sentence. A loud snort escaped him, when he finally managed to decipher the words who seemed to have been written centuries ago. Lady Lauren, my love for thee runs endlessly. This was another fine point of the magnificent castle that called itself Hogwarts. It had been a sanctuary and home for witches and wizards for over a millennium, maybe even more, as the actual date of her founding was never accurately reported. The constant images his inn sent him about one Draco Malfoy, who got slapped after showing this poor rhyme to the lady of his heart, made it really hard to contain his mirth. He pulled his phoenix feather wand out of its leathern sheath, a useful appendage of Hippolyto's belt, and levitated some snow towards the trunk with a quickly murmured incantation. Heritor, he added, and this time with the motions of his wand increasing in complexity. The word was said in a clear and precise manner as the charm was rather unfamiliar to him. Shall other people have the same fun I've had with discovering this nugget, he thought, and stowed his wand while resuming his original path, snickering to himself all the way. Some time went by, as the tree that had served him with such amusement slowly faded into unclarity on the horizon, and he started to walk directly alongside the Forbidden Forest, which to his great surprise looked less foreboding, completely covered in snow. When he had walked for a while, enjoying the silence that was sparsely interrupted by some chirping birds, a sudden noise got his attention and he stopped mid-step to observe his surroundings. There were no people to be seen far and wide, but as he was about to write the noise off as his imagination, it returned louder than before. With a wary expression on his face he stared into the forest and slowly pulled out his wand, going through every curse, charm and battle transfiguration he knew. Spells, of which the number had steadily increased over the last months. The noise came closer, and now that his senses were alert to the maximum, he could feel how the earth under his boots vibrated slightly. His ears perked up when the noise he had heard made itself out to be a plethora of different sounds. Before he even had the time to contemplate the difference in them, he had to jump away. A gigantic black shape had shot out from the brushery, and as he landed on all fours, only one look was enough to identify the creature as a heavily wounded Acromantula with numerous arrow shafts poking out of its body. A splendid idea, as Harry thought, and completely pumped with adrenaline he jabbed his wand towards the large arachnoid, before making a wide sweeping arc in front of him. Ardor Sagittae. Dozens of arrows with their heads bathing in a violent orange fire appeared and instantly shot towards the overgrown spider. The pained shrieks as the arrows pierced its shell and set it ablaze were awful, and Harry cringed. It might have been an Acromantula, but that was a tad too painful of a death, even for them. Thoughts of Aragog found their way into his mind and he started to groan. Hagrid would be pretty pissed with him, once he knew about it. A good shot, Harry Potter. A strangely familiar voice said to his right, and when he turned around, he came face to face with Firenze and half a dozen of centaurs. All of them equipped with different weaponry like spears and bows and crude leathern armors that were covering their upper bodies. Harry only stared at them, but the question in his gaze was unmistakably. We have hunted this estranged Acromantula for a while now, as it was foreseen. Firenze answered and was met with an incredulous look. Foreseen. The reddish hues of Mars shone bright yesterday, and in compliance with the slower movements of Venus our seers have foretold that a lone Acromantula would cross our borders today. The situation became a bit too strange, even for Harry's standard, and he racked his brain for a polite method of escape. He wasn't bad in astronomy per se, But the whole explanation had gone right over his head and he could do without any strange influences that could take his focus on the tournament away. Well met, Stargazer Firenze, he began, and didn't notice amused look in Firenze's eyes. But I fear I have to take my leave, as the call of business still holds true. He didn't wait for an answer and quickly sheathed his wand, that had hung limply from his fingers during the whole minute of their conversation. When he was finally out of sight and the centaurs crowded around the dead Acromantula, Firenze talked again. The stars also told us that someone would lie to us today. For Harry, the whole experience had been surreal. Who the bloody hell expects an Acromantula to jump out of the bushes when only taking a walk, and that didn't take the crazy centaurs into the equation? At least his spell finished the creature rather quickly, if a bit. So immersed in his thoughts, Harry didn't even notice when he left the borders of the forest in a quick stride and crossed the path that led from the train station to Hogwarts entrance. Without notice, he walked around the Ollery and continued his path until he stood directly in front of the black lake that reached even further than the point, where the water and the sky met. Harry had intended this to be the last place on his hike through the grounds, because he found the soft waves of the lake soothing, but after such an encounter there was no way he could be calmed by some measly water. A loud splashing sound came from far to the left of him and his head swiveled in its direction. His gaze landed on the cause for the noise and his eyes nearly bugged out. What the? Victor Bloody Crumb, international Quidditch champion, Karkaroff's butt boy and all around a complete hole, was diving into the black lake like a maniac on too much fire whiskey. Maybe that was some sort of survival training they had to absolve in the cold east, he asked himself and crouched on the ground to test the water temperature. His left hand dipped into the freezing water of the lake and he quickly pulled it out again, while his right hand, equipped with a wand, was already in motion to apply a new heating charm. No, he thought, not even Karkaroff could be such an utter bastard and demand something like this from his students. That left the question open as to why Krum was doing it. Was it an expression of his suicidal tendencies? A cry out to the world that said, "Please help me"? For a moment he considered to join his father and godfather in their marauding ways and vanish Victor's clothes that were lying, neatly folded at that, on a nearby stone. Why the heck not? Harry vanished back into the shadow of the tree line that bordered on the shore and enshrouded by their darkness slinked slowly towards the large stone, sometimes jumping from cover to cover. There was no need for any kind of silencing charm as Vicky was still deep under the water and Harry waited with bated breath for him to emerge again and go for the next round. The whole thing would be rather pointless if Krum decided that this was his last dive, and momentarily Harry had the curious belief that his idea was incredibly stupid and dangerous, should he be discovered. Victor came back to upper side of the water and Harry wondered if he had truly seen something akin to a shark head for a second. Something fishy was going on, he thought as he crept directly behind the stone, relieved by the view of Krum diving back into the water, wand in hand. Wingardium Leviosa. He whispered and flicked his own wand towards the pile of clothes, levitating them behind some bushes several feet away. With his mission accomplished he ran away, laughing and exhilarated by his success, and only came to a stop when he had ped the Ollery and some curious-looking students from Beauxbatons. Completely out of breath, he leaned against the cold and soothing stone of Hogwarts and transfigured a simple pocket watch out of a pebble as the sun had begun to descend and he wanted to check the time. He saw that he still had enough time to get a decent dinner in the kitchens without bothering about curfew, when an exhausted-looking Dumbledore came walking towards him. Harry wondered why the headmaster's wand was lying in his palm and pointed towards him, but chalked it up to some craziness from the older man. "Harry, my boy," the headmaster started and gasped for air. "Your movements in the last hour have been incredibly erratic." Now, that statement was certainly true, but what a way to spout random informations. "I searched for you," he said and took another deep breath, "and even my highly modified point me spell has led me running all over the castle. I was talking a walk." The look Dumbledore gave him really made his day. "Anyway, why did you look for me?" he asked and inwardly chanted a mantra. "Please don't remember, please don't remember." "I remembered some things about the evening of the Yuletide ball." The headmaster trailed off, but the famous twinkle blasted out of his eyes with full power. "I will have you know, that in the over 50 years in which my beard was the same length, I did not even once trip about it." Harry could only look down, his neck crept with a flush. This kind of situation had the innate potential to be incredibly mortifying for a young student. But don't worry, I'm not here to scold you, Dumbledore said, and Harry's gaze snapped upwards. Instead, the headmaster continued, not bothered. I am here to swear you to secrecy. You see, my ill-mannered affliction to the delectable brews filled with alcohol has been a well-guarded secret for nearly over a century now, and as people are already calling me an old goat. He gave Harry a sly wink. It would be bad if they knew of it. Did his headmaster really just admit that he was an incurable binge drinker? What the effin' hell? This day truly couldn't get any more weird. And as an incentive to guard my secret most viciously, he pulled something out of his robes. I'll give you this. Use it well. With those words, Dumbledore vanished into the castle and left a thoroughly bewildered Harry behind. As he looked down, he saw a bottle of finest fire whiskey in his hands. The day couldn't get any more weird. He had spoken too soon. Hogwarts 4. January. The 4th of January was a day like any other for most inhabitants of the castle, and only for some overeager Ravenclaws did it symbolize the begin of the new term. For Harry it was the dreaded day, when he had to resume his studies in order to increase his chances of survival during the upcoming tasks. That could come later in the day, however, as he was currently poring over another Transfiguration tome in order to search for a spell that would create a beautiful perch for Hedwig, his faithful familiar. He turned the page and his green eyes narrowed behind the rectangular glees. Mutare Ramum Avibus, a spell used to permanently transfigure perches. Be aware that the size, the material and the level of detail is depending on the used magical power and the caster's experience with said spell. The wand motions are as following. He quickly jotted down some notes and took a bite out of his sandwich, because like nearly every other time he was doing his research in the kitchen and wallowed in the benevolence of Hogwarts house elves. Bad bird, Yaus shall not knock like that. The cry of outrage coming from Smyrmee, as he had learned to call her, broke him from his musings, and he looked toward its cause, a brown barren owl that furiously hammered its beak against the closed window and demanded entrance. Don't worry, Smyrmee, that's for me, he said, and walked towards the window, opening it and letting the owl into the kitchen. If Yaus say so. The little house elf remained skeptical and watched the avian with a cautious look in her eyes, but Harry continued unfazed and gave the owl 5 nuts he had pulled out of a pocket of his robe. After taking the daily profit and sending the owl off, he started to read and munched happily on the remaining sandwiches. Only to feel like some big chunk just got stuck in the wrong pipe. His green eyes narrowed, alight with fury, and his hands cramped, crumpling the usually smooth edges of the paper. Revealed that Rubeus Hagrid, groundskeeper of Hogwarts, is in fact a half-giant born from the unusual union between Mr. Hagrid and the giantess Freewolfa. Dear readers, we have to ask us the following. Do we really want someone like that near our most cherished possession, our children? How dare that infernal? Harry's anger was palpable, and the dishes some house elves were currently washing started to beat in their hands. Only when he heard the sound of breaking GL did he gather himself and turned around, looking into the frightened faces of many house elves. Excuse me, he stammered out and left the kitchen with quick strides. He would apologize to the elves as soon as he had regained his calm. Thundering through the hallways like he would go into a battle with Voldemort any moment now, many people on his path jumped quickly away from him and gave him scared glances, but he couldn't care less at the moment. He strode through the 3rd corridor and disabled the various locking charms on the door to his room without losing any speed. As soon as he had entered his sanctuary, he whipped his wand around and reapplied several charms, before coming to a halt in front of his ward-reinforced wall. Incendio! He cried with such an earth-shattering fury that it reverberated through the whole room. The spell reacted instantly, and a gigantic stream of fire shot out of his wand, crashed against the wall and illuminated the place with a bright light. His own feelings on the woman were nothing against the fury he momentarily held on behalf of Hagrid. Skeeter had crossed a line with her article that she should have left untouched, but now it was too late. Too late for her to retract it and beg for mercy. She would pay with her whole, insidious being. A primal roar, demanding retribution, escaped him, and he strengthened the already incredulously overpowered spell, letting wave after wave of fire thunder against the wall. After what felt like hours in which his magic output hadn't lessened, did he regain some semblance of calm that vanished as quickly as it came when he took a look around him. Half of his room was going up in flames, ignited by the fire that had unnoticed spilled from the corners of the warded wall. Was that a piece of vellum he just saw, burning to ashes. Quote exclamation mark quote. He cursed loudly and started to weave his wand in intricate patterns, ending with a wide circle. He knew one single water spell, and the only way it would be any kind of effective was for it to be incredibly overpowered as well. Agumentis scutum thalas. He cried out. No watery dome formed around him this time, as he lacked any of the finesse he used during the first task, and torrents of water came crashing down on the place instead. He hadn't taken into account how grossly miscalculated his output of magic had been, and in a matter of 2, maybe 3 seconds the whole room was filled to the brim with water, only a little bit of it seeping through the door sill, as the locking charm held the door forcefully in place. It would be a miracle if he stayed out of the hospital wing this time. He clumsily tried to rotate on the spot to face the door, and his legs kicked something metallic away from him in the attempt. His wand rose towards the closed door, and he heard some sort of angelic music coming from somewhere in the room, but he had no nerve for it at the moment. Flicking his wand 2 times, the door burst open and the mees of water were finally able to escape, giving him back the often undervalued ability to breath. After taking some gulps of air, he kicked the screeching golden egg that lied next to him until it closed. How incredibly dumb, he thought as he kneed on the floor like a doused poodle and pulled wet strands of his hair away from his eyes. The whole room, him included, was drenched and in shambles. On the side of his desk he could even see some charred places that were the results of his incendio. Mondays ed royally. He rose to his feet, still feeling a bit shaky, and did his next part on the way to glorious magical exhaustion. Circle, jab, 2 crossed flicks, another circle and a wide sweeping arc. Icco fortis. The great drying charm did his work, and soon the remnants of his flood were vanished at least. Onwards then, he thought, and started the next motions, swishing his wand several times through the air. Reparo fortis. The destroyed pieces of furniture were repairing themselves, and a pile of ash was especially interesting as it turned slowly to wood and rebuilt itself to a sturdy chair. Interesting for those who were able to see it, namely no one. Harry had fallen backwards on the hard floor of Hogwarts and snored merrily away. Hogwarts 8, January. The last Potter sat on a large stone and looked over the gigantic Black Lake, the same large stone he had levitated Crumb's clothes away from. The sky was clearer than it had ever been during the last weeks, and not a single snowflake flew through the air. A perfect place and setting for doing some thinking, or so Harry thought as he contemplated the ongoings in his life. Yesterday he had finally cracked the infernal egg through a bit of trickery, and now he knew what the second task held in store for him. A snicker escaped him when he thought about yesterday, particularly the way how he had tailed Cedric, the greatest idiot of them all, as he had started to call him after he ditched a beautiful girl like Cho for some unknown 7th-year girl that didn't even look half as good. It had been oh so easy to remain unnoticed with his father's cloak, the map, and the 2 charms that were quickly becoming his favorites. He had even bumped into him on accident as soon as he had heard the P word for the prefect bathroom and wanted to get away quickly, but Cedric the Dumb didn't even notice him then. It was a truly luxurious bath that followed that night, when he was sure that no other prefect would grace the bathroom, and for a moment he even wished for a yellow rubber duck to complete the incredible feeling. Alas, he had been there to work and listen to the murmish words that still rang in his mind today. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. What an unbelievable simple clue. Somehow he had expected more from the fabled Triwizard Tournament, at least in that department, but what the clue said brought a whole slew of new problems with it. First was the question of what, or whom they would take. He doubted that Dumbledore would import Sirius for this event, so what would they take? His Firebolt. If it was indeed a person they wanted to capture for the task, whom would be his, if not Sirius? Fleur was a champion as well and could be ruled out quickly. Hermione and Ron haven't been his friends for months now and were also out of the equation. He considered that Dumbledore might be crazy enough to chain himself somewhere in the Black Lake, but the other judges probably wouldn't allow it. Daphne maybe, could be possible, but how would they know about them? There was no one, not even the headmaster, who knew about the kind of relationship they both had started that fateful morning. Leaving that matter aside, there was still the problem of breathing underwater. He was an adequate swimmer, but how the hell should he survive an hour without air? Knowing the wizarding world, it involved something either incredible complex, or unbelievable disgusting, both, which weren't very appealing to him. Then he had to consider the various inhabitants of the lake like Grindylows and the merfolk. He would have to do some serious research until he was ready to defend against them, which brought him to the problem of using spells underwater. Which could he even use without diminishing or deforming their effects? On the topic of spells and deforming, Skeeter still had her punishment coming, and he was fervently looking for some way to make her pay. Thus far he had ruled out strong bodily harm, even if it would be extremely satisfying, because it would presumably fall back on Hagrid, and that wasn't his intention. He needed something subtle, something worthy of a Slytherin. By the way, where the hell was Daphne? He knew that a relationship with her wasn't possible, or even wanted, as they both still had 3 years until they were away from the overinflated bigotry of Hogwarts, but he had hoped for some more action after getting his first bite from the forbidden fruit. His thoughts wandered into the deepest, darkest and most dead parts of his mind, and the winter cold did nothing to soothe the heat in his loins when he imagined Randy with Daw. "Harry, here you are." The overly cheerful voice of his headmaster penetrated his mind, and Lee ripped him out of his wet dreams. Luckily, he wore wide robes today, and his half-erected cock wasn't easy to notice under them. "Headmaster," he asked, and saw how the venerable Albus Dumbledore lowered himself to sit on a dirty stone, in a position that was almost as lazy as his own. "A few days ago, a matter of grave importance has come up, and I wanted your input on it," he answered with a serene smile on his lips that could, dependent on the angle, also be interpreted as a sly smirk. "Huh," came his extraordinary and intelligent response that completely and utterly summed up his feelings on this alleged matter of grave importance. Dumbledore, however, wasn't bothered by it, and powered his twinkle a bit more. "Our esteemed caretaker, Mr. Filch, and several students of all houses were under the impression that a sudden tsunami occurred in the castle, flooding the complete third corridor." Holy mother of, that wasn't good. Harry did his best to hide his guilt and faced the headmaster with a blank expression, completely intending to lie his way through everything. They were told, of course, that it was only a pipeline rupture, a usual defect in Hogwarts plumbing. "And what does that have to—" Harry started and interrupted himself. "Ah, screw it, I'm completely pants at lying," he said with his head hung low and slightly depressed about his non-existent abilities in the finer art of bullshitting. The headmaster acted in a purely Dumbledore-esque manner and started to laugh, before dropping a wise advice on his head. "To acknowledge one's own weakness is the first step on a long road of betterment," he responded, chuckling with mirth, and gave Harry a pat on the shoulder. "What interests me more is the cause for this pipeline rupture. I was angry at Skeeter's article about Hagrid." Harry started to pout. "And you drenched the corridor." Dumbledore's left eyebrow arched skeptically, obviously not believing that this was what did indeed happen. "No, I nearly burned down my room and had to douse the fire somehow," he trailed off, somewhat embered by his own actions. "It was an overpowered scutum thallus." The question was more of a statement, and Harry's head snapped towards the older man. "How did you know?" he asked, slowly but surely becoming frightened by Dumbledore's omniscient behavior. "It is a little-known fact that the magical power usually reserved for the finesse of that particular shield channels itself into pure M if overloaded," he explained, and got a far-away look in his eyes. "I encountered said rare phenomenon on my travels through the desert of Kenya. There was a settlement of Muggles that knew about magic, but were slowly dying from dehydration due to the unforgiving heat." His gaze landed on Harry, and he gave him a small smile. "Rather like yourself. I didn't trust in the power of a normal Agumantee charm and overpowered my water shield to such a degree that it nearly destroyed the whole village." The people were thankful nonetheless. For minutes no one spoke, and both wallowed in the comfortable silence of the moment. "Professor," Harry began, interrupting the peaceful quiet, "can I ask you a question?" "Ask away, and I will do my best to answer you." Now it was time to speak on a matter that could quickly turn around this nice moment and make it a rather dreaded memory. "I wondered for some years now, if you meant for me to face Voldemort at the end of my first year." It was a loaded question, and for a second Harry saw guilt flicker in the eyes of his headmaster. In the end, the man gave a sad sigh and looked at him. "If you ask me, if you were supposed to master the trials and find the Philosopher's Stone, then your answer is yes," he amended, but quickly rose his hands to ward off any kind of interruption. The trials were meant for you, but at no moment did I ever expect you to face Voldemort in this endeavor. Even towards the end, when I strongly suspected Quirrell, did I not even think about the possibility of Voldemort possessing the man. A great oversight on my part, I'm afraid. Harry stared at him for a while, before asking his next question. But why let me face Quirrell at all, or the obstacles? Dumbledore rubbed the bridge of his nose and replied in an honest, but guilty voice. Excuse me please if my next words will sound awfully callous and cold to you, but a gem cannot be polished without friction, nor can a man grow without trials. I knew that Voldemort was still alive, and that alone gave me enough incentive to try and prepare you with my underhanded measures. A practice I have abolished since the disaster of your first year. The older man shook his head. And the Philosopher's Stone, it was the real one, right? Harry asked in the sudden need to finally clarify everything that had happened on that evening. Not one day goes by, Harry, when I'm not ridden with guilt over the death of Nicholas and his wife. Even Nicholas' words on his deathbed could only slightly alleviate this feeling, he said, and before Harry could even ask, he continued. For certain is death for the born, and certain is birth for the dead, therefore over the inevitable thou shouldst not grieve. Wiser words have never been spoken by any man, but they had hurt me more than I would care to admit. Harry was surprised by the moment of weakness Dumbledore showed him, but was touched that the headmaster had enough trust in him to reveal such informations. Again, there was a bout of silence that lasted for several minutes and was only broken after the older man had regained some of his usual jovial nature. Now Harry, I need to ask you for a favor. Hagrid hasn't left his hut in days, and together we might be able to convince him that sunlight is much better for his complexion, he said, and jumped up with an agility that Harry hadn't expected from him. Following the wizened man without complaint, Harry thought about the conversation they had just led. Some points of it were difficult to swallow, and it were especially the trials that irked him to no end, even if he could understand the angle the headmaster was working at. To toy so easily with his life infuriated him, but try as he might, he couldn't stay angry at the man who had to lead the incompetent wizarding world for over half a century. Would he have done the same in his position? Maybe not, but a definite answer remained elusive, as he wasn't really sure. They trekked through the snow-crusted grounds until they finally reached Hagrid's hut, and Dumbledore knocked 3 times at the door. There was no response, but the bellowing of Fanghu could be heard, pounding against the thick door made of Scottish oak. Hagrid, Harry started to shout in order to get his large friend's attention. If you don't open the door in 5 seconds, I'm going to transfigure myself a nifty stone warrior to break it down. He continued and started to slowly count down from 5. He was reasonably sure that the memory of his first task was still fresh in Hagrid's mind. When he reached 4 and the door opened, he saw dark rings under his eyes and a beard that was even more scraggy than usual. The anger about Skeeter rekindled itself again, but that wasn't important at the moment. With one long step he reached the large man and threw his arms around him, attempting to hug his first friend for all he was worth. Unsurprisingly, tears started to leak out of the friendly beady eyes and the huge body was racked with sobs, but Harry held on, intent on showing Hagrid how much he truly appreciated him. You're an idiot if you believe a dumb cow like Skeeter will change my opinion of you for even one moment, he muttered into the large West, made of different pelts. The headmaster, who was watching the whole thing with a proud look on his face, put his own nuts to the argument. Indeed, Hagrid. As you can see, there are still 2 people at least, who see you for the wonderful man you are. Hagrid gave them a watery smile and beckoned them into his cozy little hut, that held more comfort for Harry than a large manor ever could. Later that evening, after the trio had spent hours on drinking tea and regaling each other with amusing tales, Harry excused himself and found once again refuge in his repaired sanctuary, reminiscing about the amazing stories that had been told. He smirked when he remembered Dumbledore's extremely loud belly laugh and Hagrid's mortified face after Harry told the headmaster about Norbert and the night they played smuggling the dragon. A hoot interrupted his musings and a sudden smile reached from one side of his face to the other. Hedwig had returned. Hedwig, Harry said, excited, and jumped from his chair to welcome his familiar. Did you have a good flight? He asked and started stroking her feathers, eliciting more joyful hoots from her. Look, I practiced a whole day only for you. he explained to the interested-looking owl and wove his wand through the air until it pointed at a simple piece of wood that lied on the floor. Mutare ramum avibus. The piece of wood slowly formed itself into a perch, which despite its simplistic style looked beautiful and well-crafted. Hedwig flew a short victory round through the room until she landed on her new perch and gave him another happy hoot. Hogwarts 16. January. Today was the day Sirius would firecall him, according to his reply at least. The man had been incredibly angry with him, understandably so, and it stood to reason that a letter starting with the words Harry James Potter was never a good one. He only noted that he wanted to clear the matter face to face with him and not through a mangy letter. A most curious phrasing considering the man who wrote it. Currently he sat in the Leary and did some personal research concerning the dagger from Sirius and the harp he had seen in Dumbledore's office once. A good usage of his time as he found, after scouring the endless rows of books for hours, looking for something that would enable him to breathe underwater. He had come upon various ways to do so, but simply wasn't satisfied with the easily destroyed bubblehead charm, or that disgusting bit of plant called gillyweed. The answer became clear, after he had skimmed through a book on advanced charms and found an extremely improved and modified version of the bubblehead charm that would coat his whole body in a complete layer of oxygen instead of only his head. The fact that there were some other interesting protective charms working into it, sealed the deal for Harry. Hooray to Hogwarts Leary, superior to any other. Now, only 2 books remained from the once great stack he had built on the table and hopefully they would hold the answers to his other questions. He grabbed the book on the top called Goblins, Their Paragons and the Weapons They Used, and started to leaf through it, intent on finding something about the mysterious Scugrat. His eyes were alight with joy when he finally found the name and he eagerly started to read. Dagger of Scugrat, a goblin-made dagger, forged in the fires of Oldcrag, the underground capital of the Goblin Nation. Extremely durable and sharp, but without any imbued magic, as the goblins held true to their traditions as warriors. According to legends, the dagger once belonged to Scugrat, the famed leader of the Goblin Revolts 234 BC who, after his defeat, had to pay it as tribute to the Black family, as Orge's Kylam Black led the winning opposition. He wanted to read more, but as the clock hanging on the wall across told him, he only had about 20 minutes left before Sirius would call him. So he NDED the important information into his mind and quickly made a grab for the last book. Quickly looking through it, he found the page he was looking for, but was disappointed to see that there was only a very small notice on the aesthetic harp he had seen in Dumbledore's office. Godsonsvanir, a legendary harp, that is said to have immense magical power. Putting Mies to sleep, cheering them up, or even killing them is possible if one knows how to play it. He closed the book and flicked his wand through the air, muttering several incantations under his breath until each book was magically flying through the air, returning itself to its resting place. The cloak of his father was used once again after he had extinguished the light on his wand with a simple nox, and applied his favorite 2 charms. He moved fast, but silent through the dark hallways and made it to the empty common room with only seconds to spare. Harry. A voice to his right caught his attention and he saw Sirius' stern face in the fire. Kneeling in front of the fireplace he gave him a cheery wave. Hey Sirius. Ho. Do not. Hey Sirius, me Harry. I'm bloody angry right now. The gaunt-looking man said and Harry cringed. Do you have any idea how worried I am right now? Let's get this on the road. I will properly scold you when we meet in person again. Like the itching powder on your reply wasn't enough. Harry muttered, but was quickly interrupted by Sirius. Don't talk back young man, you're in enough shit as it is. Now tell me, what was the first task? He asked and Harry scrambled to come up with a reasonable lie. Don't lie to me Harry. I can tell. Another idea down the drain. Dragons. Harry gave a single word as answer and watched how Sirius' expression cycled through shock, anger and relief. Dragons. By Morgana's hardened nipples. That's one hell of a task, but I will get the details once I arrive in. No, you can scold me however much you want, but you will park your wherever the you are and stay there. Again, Sirius went through different emotions, anger being the one that prevailed. Who do you? He started, but got interrupted again. No discussion Sirius. If you come here, the probability of them catching you is so high it's laughable. Harry answered nearly hysterical. Be you. No. Stay where you are, and more importantly stay safe. Dumbledore and I got everything covered. Sirius looked truly dejected after those words, but gave a short, defeated nod. Then let me at least give you a last advice before the call ends, he said, and Harry gave him a nod. Be wary of Karkaroff. The man was a Death Eater and might have been the one to enter you. Harry heard a crashing sound in the background and saw Sirius looking hastily over his right shoulder. Goodbye Harry, I've gotta go. The owner of the house just came back. Stay safe. A second later his face vanished, leaving only orange-tinted flames behind. Now that the hasty-led conversation was over, he felt guilt well up inside of him. How could he handle Sirius like that? The man had earned himself more than a simple, welcome back, hug, should they see each other again. Hogwarts 27, January. Percutor. Moody's wand raced through the air and Parvati, like hit with an invisible fist, slumped down on the floor. The intense blue eye of his professor swiveled around to locate the next victim, observing them all in the process. Weak. Percutor. He growled out and Lavender fell from her seat, unspilled tears shining in her eyes. For Harry that was all he had to know about the rest of today's lesson. He would be a target soon and it seemed like the rest of the CL had started to realize the same and scrambled out of the way, trying to find some sort of cover. A second after he had jumped away from his chair, he saw how it suddenly combusted in flames and only had a moment for his eyes to widen comically when it came hurling towards him as he was still in mid-jump. Did Moody want to kill him? He could have done with a simple percutor, but a friggin' burning chair with high velocity. The man was crazy and now Harry had to survive in the face of Moody's insanity. He reached the ground again and instantly rolled away to avoid the fiery projectile that Simple followed him, to his great consternation. His right hand already hovered above his wand's head and when the professor started to bombard him with percutor spells while the chair was still hunting him, he quickly drew it. Aquapilatum. Aquapilatum. His wand was in motion, adding one movement to the next in a truly endless chain as each percutor from Moody was met with the force of 20 liters of water. The remaining students pressed themselves against the walls, partly in awe and partly in horror, as Moody and Harry took the impromptu duel a step further. Reducto. Harry jumped out of the way, once again flying through the air and quickly wove his wand in circular patterns. Dozens of inkpots transfigured themselves into little rats and made their way to Moody, embedded with the command to gnaw on his wooden leg and make him fall. The professor snapped another reducto his way and swept his wand in a wide arc. Incendium orbis. Every little rodent burned down with agonizing screeches and remained nothing but ashes on the cold floor of Hogwarts. Harry had already dived out of the way and the third reducto missed him by a hair's length, completely obliterating a table in the process. Protega. The blue shield snapped into place, barely in time to deflect the two stupefies that were aimed at him and he used the short breather to analyze his surroundings. There was nothing that could be used against Moody, he thought as another spell ricocheted from his shield. But if there wasn't something he could use, he simply had to create something. Dissolving his shield and quickly diving behind a table, he aimed his wand at window and casted a strong percutor at it. Moody's non-magical eye widened as he saw hundreds of little GL shards being banished towards him. Having a second to react at most, he made good use of it and snapped his wand through the air, summoning the remaining desks to build a wall of wood around him. It wasn't perfect and some single shards managed to reach him, slicing into his skin and drawing blood, but the majority of them embedded themselves into the desks. That's enough, Potter. I've made my point. He shouted behind his barricades and Harry started to relax a bit, lowering his wand, but still having it in his grasp should the professor decide that he had relaxed too soon. With loud noises the desks hit the floor and Moody's eye trained itself on the horrified students that were still cowering against the walls. He saw that some of them like Granger, Greenger and Nott had erected some rudimentary shields to protect themselves and some of their friends, but most of them looked only frightened. Constant vigilance. He roared and observed how they flinched away from him. Potter has understood the lesson and gave you one hell of a show. Next time, you all better be prepared. Moody warned them and dismissed the CL with a wave of his hand. Scrambling towards the exit, most of them didn't notice the simple hexes he silently casted at each of them with a disappointed shake of his head. For Harry the lesson was a reminder that he still had a question to ask his headmaster. The short duel didn't leave him weak, but he could clearly feel the drain. Just how much did it actually drain him? His steadily increasing arsenal of spells was more of a boon than a problem, but how much could he actually use without landing himself in something akin to a coma? It was the question of the day, and like so often, when he had questions that needed answers, he made his way towards the headmaster's office hoping for enlightenment. A quick plea to the gargoyle and the way was free. Knocking on the wooden door and entering without hesitation when Dumbledore's voice resounded from the other end, he now sat across the headmaster and got stared at by plenty of portraits of which the inhabitants had awoken. The old man said nothing, but obviously waited for him to explain his unexpected arrival in his office. The way of Dumbledore, Harry thought, fishing for answers with one single look. Professor, Harry began, but hesitated. Was it all right to bother the man with each question he had? So old Cornelius Fudge got the job. Bungler if ever there was one. So he pelts Dumbledore with owls every morning, askin' fair advice, Hagrid had said on his very first day, spent in the magical world. Did he really want to become a second Fudge? Harry, you should know by now. Dumbledore gave him a serene look. That whatever the question, you are always welcome here. Without hesitation, I might add. Harry looked distinctively more happy with those words, but still felt a bit unsure, and the headmaster used the time the last Potter needed to gather himself. Smarty, he asked, and was rewarded with a popping sound to his left, which startled Fawkes as the beautiful Phoenix had slumbered peacefully on his golden perch. What can Smarty do for you, Dumbledore, sir? The excitable, little house elf asked, and was regarded with a fond look. His large ears were flopping with each of his movements, and his eyes grew larger when he saw the mighty Harry Potter sitting next to the wizened and highly accomplished headmaster. Would you be so nice, Smarty, to bring us 2 cups of tea from the kitchens? He asked, and the elf's head bopped up and down so fast, Harry had trouble following it. Of course, Youse can trust Smarty, Dumbledore, sir, he said, and vanished, leaving an amused duo behind. The headmaster looked at Harry and sighed when he saw that the young lad was still hesitant. Once again, the desire to curse the Dursleys into oblivion reared its ugly head. He could blast those infernal fools for what they have done with the young child. To ask questions was the most fundamental principle in the discovery of knowledge, and they completely bereaved the boy, no, young man, of his confidence to do so. Maybe it would be prudent for you to relax a bit, Harry, he said, and sadly noticed how the lad tensed even more. It had been so easy to converse with him the last few times, but then again he wasn't seeking advice in these moments. What was it that made him so hesitant when asking for help? Would you like to hear a story about one of the artifacts in this room? You are after all taking interest in them, and I could regale you with quite the tales about some of them until we talk about the original matter. The headmaster offered, and finally saw a mixture between curiosity, need, and confidence in Harry's eyes. If it wouldn't be a bother, sir. Nonsense, you could never be a bother, Harry, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise, he exclaimed. Now, do you see anything you want to know about? Dumbledore asked, but Harry needed no time for his decision. He saw something on one of his very first visits to the office, and even after hours of research had found nothing. The flame of Anku. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, and he took a look at the violet fire, contained in an orb of GL, that lied on a satin cushion. I've searched for some explanations, but found nothing. The headmaster grinned at him like a little child that was about to share an incredible secret with you. That you found nothing isn't a miracle, Harry. The records about this little orb and its history were sealed by the IWC. Do you want to hear about it? He asked for confirmation and got a confused look from Harry. But isn't it sealed, sir? Dumbledore shrugged. I was the one to seal it, so I can tell whomever I want. Momentarily, Harry wondered if the headmaster would stick his tongue out next. Before I can tell you about it, however, I have to ask how much you know about necromancy. Dumbledore said in such a matter-of-fact voice, as Harry did a double-take. Necromancy? What the necromancy? He asked, incredulous, and added quickly to it, nothing. Then let me enlighten you. The older man started, and Harry wondered if Dumbledore, the paragon of light, would teach him one of the blackest magics in existence now. In this tale I frequently encountered inferi, truly insidious abominations. Undeads, that could be created out of corpses by a skilled necromancer. And you fought them? He asked, excited. Now that was something that could come straight out of a horror movie. The pinnacle of evolution for each self-respecting teenager. Yes, I did, but let us start the beginning. Dumbledore said, and got an eager nod. In 1968, a surge of sudden grave robbings in France alerted the IWC that something strange was afoot. In an attempt to locate the cause, we've sent out many teams to investigate, but none of them came back alive, and the only success we achieved was the knowledge that it centered on the west coast of France, mainly the Bretagne. The headmaster got a reminiscing expression and didn't even notice that Smarty the little elf had returned to put 2 cups of tea on the table. Harry gave him a nod in thanks, but quickly turned around again to his headmaster, eager to listen to the older Mont's adventure. The situation became worse, and in a desperate attempt, the IWC sent me to finally put a stop to this situation. I did my best, and after days finally found the cause for these disgusting besmirchments on the people's last resting places. He recounted and put his palm on the orb of Gl. Avenel de Chandler. A minor noble turned out to be a master of necromancy, and when it came to the inevitable duel between us, I had to fight tooth and nail to weather the maze of inferi he threw at me. He led the cup to his lips and took a short sip. As you can see, I am still alive. That at least should clue you in on the fate of Avenel de Chandler. And the flame? Harry asked, confused. To hear about the headmaster's incredible life was all fine and dandy, not to forget very interesting, but at which point did the flame come into play? Now, for the explanation of the flame, I have to ask you to keep an open mind, as we will leave the plane of basic magic theory and delve deep into the obscurity of myths and legends. He answered with a mysterious look on his face that sent chills down Harry's spine. After I defeated Avenel, an entity appeared in front of me, looking like a mixture of several local animals like bears, boars and different kind of birds. I have to admit, I was frightened, and rightly so, as the being introduced himself as Ankou to me and gifted me with the contained fire that you see on the shelf. Harry didn't know what he should think about that story. His aunt had been a lying cow, so he never really bought into the whole god business, but in the magical world it might very well be possible that spiritual beings and such things existed. They do have ghosts after all, he thought. It sounds unbelievable, I know that as well, Harry, but before I could ask Ankou any questions it disappeared, leaving me a last advice, he said. A last advice? An advice I still have nded into my mind, like it was yesterday. He spoke to me. Unleash thy new flames on those who sought freedom from death's grip, should tea need ever rise again. It had said to me, and I already used the flames once, when Voldemort led an army of inferi against Hogsmeade. If Harry wasn't interested enough before, now that Voldemort entered the field, his thirst for more knowledge about the mystical orb skyrocketed. As you can imagine, I was frantic in my search for any informations on Ankou, and when I finally found the answer, it was so incredible, but so unbelievable that it took me a long time to wrap my head around it. The headmaster explained and stroked his beard. What was it? Ankou is a being sparsely recorded in French mythology, but from what I could gather, he is said to be a demon of death, a peacekeeper of the graves in the Bretagne. He paused and stared sternly at Harry, conveying the gravity of the situation. Full of fear of what could be done with such informations, or the flame itself, I sealed every record about it and secured the old scrolls that mentioned the being. Harry gulped, and Dumbledore continued. I trust you, Harry, that is why I told you the story behind the flame, but I ask you to maintain absolute secrecy. No word about Ankou shall ever leave this office. Harry, whom had steadily relaxed throughout the story and was a good audience, gasping at all the right places, now felt the weight of Dumbledore's stare bore into him for minutes in which no word was spoken. The pressure lifted suddenly, and the headmaster regained his jovial expression. Now, Harry, what was the original question you had? Harry gave a frustrated sigh. How to formulate it without looking stupid? He had to ask the question now. It would be pretty bad from him to leave, when the old goat had taken his time to regale him with an incredible tale. I wondered about magical reserves, sir. I can feel some drain, and I know when I'm exhausted, he tried to explain, his hands making weird gestures in an attempt to make himself understood. Is there a way for me to know how much a spell is draining me, or how often I can use certain spells? Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully and vanished the cups that stood between them. I understand. Harry's head snapped up. And I am most curious how much I can actually teach you without straining the oath I gave as a judge. At first you should. He gave a pained gasp and shook his head, his hand grasping the part of his cloak, under which his heart resides. The oath obviously doesn't like it. "Sir, are you all right?" Harry asked, fearful for the headmaster that still looked pained. "I am fine, Harry, don't worry. It seems, however, like I can only give you some clues as advice. Please don't hurt yourself, sir. I can search for it on my own," he said frantically, but Dumbledore hadn't lived for over a century with listening to others. "Mind control. Well concept." The man grounded out, and Harry felt physically ill when he saw the first tears of pain leak out of the headmaster's eyes. "Sir." He rose quickly and walked around the desk to aid his headmaster, looking helplessly at Fawkes, who just observed the situation serenely. Dumbledore chuckled weakly. "I just need some time, Harry, and all will be fine." He coughed and a curious look overcame him. "I do wonder how Maxime and Karkaroff are doing it. Maybe I was too naive in thinking they have taken the same oath as I." That was really a naive thought, but Harry didn't say it. Harry took to his chair again and they sat in silence, with his mind easing a bit every minute that he saw the headmaster regain his strength. After a while they resumed their talk, this time about some uninteresting, but amusing stories, and he started to laugh loudly when Dumbledore told him about an old friend he had left lying, completely drunk, in an orphanage in the slums of Edinburgh where children of all ages started to paint on him. It had long become dark when Harry finally rose from his seat and excused himself to get to his bed. Charms reapplied, and after some furious curses, because he had forgotten his cloak, he made his way through the dark hallways. Noticing nothing out of the ordinary, he walked alongside the third corridor, when suddenly a hand grabbed him and pulled him behind a suit of armor. His first defensive reflexes were quickly suppressed when he saw that it was Daphne that had surprised him. And boy, did she look great this night. "Hello, Potter," she whispered huskily and licked his earlobe. Hogwarts 4. February. Why did research always have to be so tedious? It was a question that burned in his mind as he sat before a large book about creatures that lived in British waters. He had already made a list of the possible encounters he could face in the Black Lake, and it looked bleak for him, as many of these beings were either dangerous through pure intent, or dangerous even if they meant him no harm. He read his notes again, trying to come up with possible ways to counter his problems, but didn't feel any more worried after leafing through it. British Grindylows, little creatures with a pale, green complexion that live in the weed beds of British lakes. Equipped with long, spindly fingers, they grab their prey to either bite them with their extraordinarily sharp teeth, or spear them with the horns on their head. Merfolk, beings that appear to be an odd mixture between fish and human, with graying skin and dark green hair. They have their own society structures, are formally registered by the ministry, and use their own language, called Mermish. They are said to be usually gentle, but vicious in their fury, which is aroused by heavy provocations, or the theft of their treasures. Their most precious items are their musical harps, and their weaponry. Plimpies, Pisem Cross, or Plimpies as they are also called, are ball-shaped creatures with two extremely long legs. Being considered a delicacy, they are often used in cooking, but are very expensive because of the dangers one has to face while catching them. They use their long legs to strangle and choke unsuspecting prey, which unfortunately includes humans. Shrikes. Shrikes are medium-sized fishes equipped with many spines protruding from their body. They have no intentions of harming humans, but are dangerous nonetheless, as their sense of orientation is extremely bad and they rely on their spines to stay out of trouble. It has happened to many tourists, visiting magical beaches, that a shrike unintentionally bumped into them and gave them some slice wounds from their spines. Piscibus conspuo, a slim and vicious creature with enhanced magical abilities to quickly recreate its bones, as it spits them in great amount on his victims, which include humans. Lured by the smell of blood, they appear in large swarms and their projectiles are sharp and hooked, making it difficult to just pull them out of the body. Maybe it was in his best interests to abandon his research for the day, as it didn't yield any results anyway at the moment. He sighed and stowed the parchment away, before making his way to his bed. Hopefully, tomorrow would be a better day. Completely at ease, Harry sat on one of the many stone benches that littered the courtyard in front of the clock tower and enjoyed the rays of sun that shone from the cloudless sky, warming him and anyone else who was out and about. Piles of snow were already molten to small puddles, and if it wasn't for the chilly breeze that sometimes swept through the yard, Nothing would indicate that it still had been deep winter a week ago. While the birds were starting a new symphony with their soothing chirps, Hedwig had perched on his shoulder and she too enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere that seemed to have settled all over the castle. A heavy and ancient-looking tome lied open on his lap, its pages old and brittle, but Harry was not bothered by the apparent age of the book and his eyes devoured the information it provided him with a dedication he wouldn't have thought possible only months ago. Legends state that the merfolk was one of the first cultured group of beings that graced the earth with their presence, long before humankind started to evolve and when the Goblin Nation was still at the early stages of their ascension. We do not know how they came to exist, but some scholars hold the belief that an ancient form of magic selectively started to mutate various subaqueous beings, forming them into what we call merpeople today. While reasonable and certainly possible, there is no evidence to support that claim and many magical scientists argue constantly about their origins. It is not known how or why they have split into hundreds of different tribes, erecting colonies all over the world, but we do know that these independent groups vary vastly in their beliefs, opinions and actions concerning humans. Most colonies are built around large monuments that display figures with a close resemblance to the merfolk. Scholars are undecided if these are their gods, their paragons or something else entirely. The political stands of the tribes vary from peaceful to downright aggressive, serving as an indicator that there is no sort of government to rule or rein them in. The tribe living in the waters of the Black Lake is the most studied and understood one, as the few people who have learned to speak Mermish held long conversations with them and discovered a lot about their culture. Sul'Adin, as they have called the city deep down in the murky waters of the lake, is built around the statue of a harp-playing merman, a being that we humans believe to be Persos, founder and first chieftain of Sul'Adin. Single quote. Closing the book carefully, he stretched his legs and looked around the courtyard, taking his time to observe the lively game of gobstones some first-year Hufflepuffs were playing under the columns wrought with ivy to his right. "Now I've got you," screamed one of them in joy, but his adversary had only eyes for the chalk circle and the arrangement of their marbles. The boy furrowed his brow and walked around the designated playing field, trying to find an angle he could work at, and when he finally found it, his face too lit up with happiness. Harry chuckled as he noticed how the boy regained his footing and afterwards ended the game with a decisive victory. How long had it been since he had played an innocent game of gobstones? Too long, and he feared that the time would only prolong with each larger-than-life gobstone the fates put into his way. Some fifth-year Ravenclaws walked by, but he remained unnoticed by them. Corpora abditum, the simple notice me not charm that would somewhat conceal the presence of a person. He had found it in a standard charms book for 6 years and since then had the advantage of walking around without bothering to always take his father's cloak with him. The Ravenclaws, 2 boys and 3 girls, came to halt a few feet to his left and unashamed Harry listened into their conversation. He wondered what the fabled rumor mill of Hogwarts had to report. "Ruddy git, I can't believe he docked points for that," said one of the boys with venom in his voice. "Calm down, David. There's nothing we can do about it," a girl with curly brown locks said and laid her hands soothingly on his shoulders. "We already know that he's in." But the answer was right. He replied and Harry nearly started to pity him. It was obviously Snape they were talking about. The boy to David's right snorted. "As if he cares. The man likes no one but his precious Slytherins. I swear, Alfred Higgins gets more annoying by the day. Higgins is a wanker man, you shouldn't listen to him. With all the crap he sprouts, I could paint our common room brown." That comment was quickly rewarded with a warning slap to the boy's shoulder. "We should tell Professor Flitwick. He will have to do something," said a rather rotund-looking girl with vehemence. "And then what? The Griffs complain all the time, have done so for years and McGonagall never did anything." David shook his head in disappointment. "He's right. Why would it be different for us?" asked one of the girls and turned around to one of her friends. "What's your take on this bullshit, Melanie?" The girl in question had crossed her arms under her ample, pushing it upwards quite deliciously and without any kind of remorse. Harry leered at it. "How glorious those would be. Right or wrong aside, have you noticed that the bat became increasingly erratic since 2 weeks ago?" She asked the group and adopted a thinking position. For a short moment Harry abandoned his gaze and thought about the time she was talking about. Whoops, that was around the time his stone bird failed to innate the git. What the hell could have made his bad mood even worse? Yeet, I always thought it couldn't go any lower than it already was. Finally calmed, David shrugged his shoulders. Well, my bet's on Gryffindor. Either the Weasley twins or Potter. Definitely Potter. Snape's anger towards him is legendary. Too true, thought Harry. Someday the ruddy bat would get what's coming to him. Poor Harry, he has it hard enough without Snape breathing down his neck, said Melanie, and Harry's dirty grin returned with full force. He would have to be careful not to evolve into some sort of man-whore, but the thought of bending that girl over the suddenly so inviting-looking stone bench. Anyway, David sighed. We still have to look up some things for our history essays. Bloody bins. A minute later the group had left and let Harry ponder on his thoughts. Man, that Melanie looked hot, at least he thought about it until the beautiful vision of Fleur Delacour walked into the yard, nearly stiffening him with her appeal. The girl walked only a few feet before she suddenly stopped and took a curious look around her, seemingly feeling that something was amiss. Harry grinned and wondered if Fleur would find him, but was disabused of any doubts only seconds later when a wave of her allure crashed into him. A smirk appeared on her face and with confident strides she moved towards him, not bothered by the poor first years that probably had their first stiff ones about now. Whatever she had done, it was devious, he decided. With a fluid motion she sat down next to him and trailed her fingers over his leg. Oh Harry, do you really need to perv on all the unsuspecting victims? She asked and quirked her lips into a smile. If not me, who else? Who could share that terrible burden with me? Fleur arched her eyebrows. Honestly, there are dozens of Closet S in the castle. But whom could I trust with a burden as hard and stiff as mine? He asked with a serious face, and the villa descended into laughter that, if he was inclined to wax poetically, rang like bells on an autumn night. He hadn't seen Fleur for some days, but the time he spent with her during the Yule Ball had been truly enjoyable. That woman had fire. Well, she began, and her fingers wandered up and down on his tight. I've heard some rumors. Oh, they say you crashed into some Slytherin. His expression changed to serious instantly, and he regarded her with a piercing gaze that sent shivers down her spine. And where have you heard? His eyes gained in intensity. Those rumors. Calm down, Harry. I know the reasons you want to keep this under wraps, she said, but his stare remained unchanged. I've already sworn the few students from Beauxbatons that saw you to secrecy, and the Slytherins were drunk beyond belief that night. He exhaled slowly and dipped his head in acknowledgement. Thanks, Fleur. Being a champion is a HLE, huh? A HLE. For you maybe, but don't forget that I wanted this. True enough. You know, I had to do something. You left me with an awful overflow of testosterone coursing through my body. Moi? Asked Fleur. It was your head pressed between my s that night. And what a glorious feeling it was. The resulting shove he got from her nearly made him fall off the bench. Don't do that, woman. He gasped out after regaining his balance. After a minute in which Fleur had tried to rein in her giggles, Harry got a sly grin on his face and turned around completely to the unsuspecting Vila. He took her hands in his own and lowered his voice a few octaves. Fleur Delacour, seductress of the Mies, do you want to have some fun? Her eyes started to shine with mirth, and she seemed to enjoy the title seductress. That depends on the kind of fun you had in mind, Harry Potter, the one exalted among men. Why? He leaned towards her and whispered into her ear. To accompany my glorious self to Hogsmeade, of course. His tongue darted out of his mouth and gave her earlobe a quick lick, before retreating. He thoroughly enjoyed the short-lived expression of confusion on Fleur's angelic face, but also became rather worried when it changed into a sultry one and he saw the determined glint in her eyes. Maybe, just maybe, he had been a fool to propose the challenge. You have yourself a deal, Monsieur Potter. She grinned impishly. Hogwarts 13. February. The visit to Hogsmeade was a great experience for Harry, and the delectable Fleur Delacour made it all the better. He could count on one hand the amount of people with whom he had as much fun as with her, and the mischievous nature, as well as the seductive qualities that seemed to be gifted to Vilas, made it a memory he wouldn't want to miss for the world. They had walked through the alleys of the homely-looking settlement and visited several stores as they talked about matters that were either amusing or made him sweat under his collar due to their dangerous but appealing nature. She was an incredible haggler as well, as he noticed when they had set foot into a store called Orum's Apothecary. He originally wanted to visit the business to get some potions he could clip at his fabulous belt, but was quickly brought down when the owner started to name price after price. For all the potions you want to buy, I have to get 50 galleons at least. The man had said in a sly manner, and Harry was on the verge of forking the money over, when Fleur started to speak. 50 galleons? You think you can swindle us? I can buy the ingredients for a third of that price and brew the potions on my own. With those words the struggle started, and it took nearly half an hour until they walked out of the shop, leaving a thoroughly distraught owner behind. Her anger had been frightening, even if she had erred him later on that it was faked and the potions did indeed cost 50 galleons normally. Well, she got them for him for the measly price of 35. Who was he to complain? The day ended on an even more positive note, when he emptied his pockets and found satin blue in them. Had Fleur been going commando for a while, or heaven forbid, the whole time? He shook his head and grinned stupidly while thinking about the minx. The game of seduction they were playing was truly refreshing. Hogwarts 15. February. Harry was on the verge of surrendering and played with the thought to magic himself a white flag, signaling the Leary his submission. For hours he had already searched, looking through shelf after shelf filled with books, and still, there was no sign to be seen that even remotely pointed towards the well concept Dumbledore had spoken of. Hours. For Merlin's sake he was so close to jump up and set the whole place in flames. A good, overpowered incendio would do the job, as he had seen only some weeks ago. But no, he couldn't destroy the Leary. The Ravenclaws, led by his former friend Hermione, would hunt him until the end of time if he did. Had Dumbledore lied to him? No, that couldn't be it either. The old goat had nearly risked a cardiac arrest just to say some simple words on the matter, and that meant the concept existed. But where could he find something about it? His fist crashed onto the wooden table in front of him, and it earned him several reproving glares from the local inhabitants of the area that called itself Hogwarts Leary. Furiously he rose from his seat and started to pace alongside the great walls of knowledge. There had to be something. He knew Dumbledore hadn't given him a dud, so where was the fabled well concept? Every tome he looked through about magical theory had held no informations about it, but where else was he supposed to look? Waffling, Arsenias, Dropples. All these idiots babbled away in their books, but not one even mentioned that the concept existed. The old man had mentioned the words mind and focus, but occlumency and legilimency were NCHES of magic he knew his own mind wouldn't be able to endure at the moment. Everything he had read about these practices warned that it could be fatal if one tried to learn them before the 15th cycle of their life. Meaning, the concept wasn't a NCH of either of the two. Dumbledore wouldn't have told him if it meant harm to him. At least he hoped so. He leaned his head against the soothing walls of Hogwarts, and his mind was furiously at work, coming up with possible ideas where he could look. Had he looked at it from the wrong angle? Maybe the concept wasn't mentioned, because it was nearly unknown. But then, how had the headmaster known? Well, he had to admit that was a stupid question. The man was Albus Dumbledore. Perhaps. Magical theories were normally pretty old, predating Hogwarts' founding by centuries. It stood to reason that the old goat wasn't the one to invent it. But who might have told him? He worked through the few friends he knew his headmaster had, and his search came to one single name. Nicholas Flamel. Informations about the man had helped him once already, back during his first year. Who was to say it couldn't be the same again? Back then he hadn't found many things about the famed alchemist, but if the Leary truly was sentient, there was a chance that it would deem him worthy to find more about the legend. It had taken another 5 hours, and the Leary had been vacated by everyone but him. Even the stern Madame Pants had already left, before he found what he looked for. In a book that was so unaming he had nearly peed it over nonetheless. It was a small notebook with yellowed pages that looked more like a diary than a book about magical theories. Eagerly he went back to his desk and started to engross himself in the little compilation of knowledge that had been left by a man who lived up to 658 years. Well concept for the proportioning of your magics, by Nicholas Flamel. The well concept is a theory that had been invented by Darian Restus, a famous healer that lived through ancient Roman times and was worldwide known for his ability to treat dozens of patients in the course of a single day. His services were often employed during, or directly afterwards, large-scale battles, and according to several preserved manuscripts he did his duty well. Mages from every known corner of the world hounded me, seeking for advice, wanting to know my secret to success. But I could not, for the very thought of my idea falling into wrong hands made me retch with fright. What dastardly terrors could Roma's numerous enemies bring over us, should they ever get hold of it? And indeed it was true. The Mies thought that he had undergone several rituals to enhance his powers, but there was nothing further from the truth. The entirety of his secret referred not to a sudden boost in power, but to the mastery of one's control over magic. In a desperate attempt to hide it, he wrote it down and warded it so heavily that even the most experienced cursebreaker would need years to open the scroll. Later on he buried the scroll in one of the many Gaulish forests, hopefully never to be found again, and obliviated himself of any and all knowledge about it. After 300 years of living, I stumbled upon this priceless artifact while studying the lives of several Gallic druids with my wife. It took a long time, but immortality had gifted me time over all else, and so I broke the wards protecting the scroll after 20 years of arduous research. The secrets the scroll revealed to me were fascinating and made me look at my magic from an angle I had never even considered before. The name well concept, or Putius Ideum as Darian had called it, was an apt one, at least to my discretion of it. Even in my time, the prevailing theory many scholars believed in was that our magic is being governed by our magical core. A theory that still holds true, but can be applied in very different ways. Restus regarded his core as a magical well, and the water that filled it were his reserves. In possession of a keen mind, he visualized it and added marks to it, in the attempt to gauge the output his spells had. What followed was a rigorous training that enabled him to lower his spent reserves through a combination of precision and skill. At the moment that he knew how much magic his spells wasted on a daily basis, he improved his control over them to a degree that even now seems impossible to reach for me. It made it possible for him to preserve his magic and use it for more spells before the water in his well ran out. I emulated his training methods and got startling results. Each step in it was always accompanied by the regular checks on my well, to see how much I wasted, but after several years I finally managed to stave off every bit of excess that would be lost otherwise. Only when the first rays of sun touched upon his nose did Harry look up, startled by the amount of time that had gone by while he was reading through the history and training methods Flamel went through. After reading such a book, he simply had no choice but to give his very best in his own attempt of mastering his magic. Determination settled in. Hogwarts 24, February. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we've prepared an extraordinary feat for you. The loud voice of Ludo Bagman rang through the air, being heard by anyone in the vicinity. He looked excited and giddy, obviously having high expectations for the second task. In the first task, our 4 champions were forced to steal a golden egg from a nesting mother dragon, and each of them managed it through either creativity, trickery, or brute force. Now that February is nearly at its end, we have reconvened, this time at the shore of the Black Lake, where each champion has to test his mettle once again. The crowd roared in zealous and fanatical anticipation for the event. Harry and the other champions were still covered by their cloaks, every one of them waiting to the last possible minute before having to shrug it off and face the freezing cold. This time he was a bit more erred in his abilities as a wizard than during the first task, and it showed in his confident and graceful posture. His gaze roved over the various bleachers and he noticed a plethora of important people gathered in one of them, looking vastly more comfortable than the others. The Bulgarian and French he could easily understand, but why were the Minster from Norway, Denmark and Sweden in attendance? The already festering urge to blast Fudge into oblivion rose quickly, when he saw the man accidentally bump into 4 dignitaries on the search for his bowler hat. Harry had seen how the hat got blown away by the unusual strong wind that became more forceful by the minute, and he pulled the cloak closer around him. "Nervous, Harry?" asked Fleur, and he turned to the left, facing the beautiful Vila with a smile. "Nervous? Not particularly, but I am curious to see whom I will sorely miss. I fear that I know who it is for me," she said fiercely and stared with narrowed eyes on the lake. "And I swear by Merlin and Morgana, if these creatures have harmed her, they will regret it." Harry edged in a sharp breath. "Gabrielle, she is the one I would miss the most." The second task became a death trap already, and it hadn't even started, he thought, and clenched his fists. He knew how much her little sister meant to Fleur, and if they really harmed the hostages, he himself would wage a terrible war against them. Under normal circumstances he would never entertain the thought of Dumbledore putting innocents in possibly lethal situations, but with so many different organizer and judges his hands might have been bound by the sheer political pressure. Harry's resolve strengthened. Already, the hollering crowd was vying for blood, degenerated to heed its baser urges like the common folk in ancient Rome, and like the gladiators of old, the four of them would satisfy the populace thirst for violence, leaving chaos, destruction and death in their wake. He tried to resist it, but was all too easily swayed by the rowdy atmosphere and swore himself that it would not be his blood, coloring the lake in red today. I hope our champions are ready, because in 2 minutes the gong will sound and their hour begins. Bagman's announcement was met with roaring approval, but Harry was already blending him out again and his gaze swept over the filled bleachers once more. Daphne and even Lady Broadmoor were there, but whom had Dumbledore taken down into the lake? A deafening sound echoed over the water and like the other 3 champions he quickly threw his cloak aside, leaving him in a red and gold-colored bathing suit. The waterproofed belt of Hippolytos was fastened onto his hip, equipped with his wand and a single vial of lime-green potion. A simple sheath secured the long and vicious-looking dagger of Skugrad on his left leg and he was sure that he could draw it fast enough, should the need arise. His shoulder-length hair was tied together by a leathern band and his glees had been charmed by him, hours ago. There is the gong. Let us see how the champions will weigh the Black Lake, shouted Bagman with vigor. Krum had already vanished, but he saw how Cedric and Fleur used the bubble head charm, quickly jumping into the cold water afterwards. Harry took his holly wand out and wove it in intricate patterns around his body. Eras, Cinctum Somatis. A small light emitted from him momentarily, but soon enough the layer of oxygen enclosed around his body, making it possible for him to breathe under the murky water. He pulled the stopper out of the vial he had on his belt and downed the disgusting, but useful potion. Heat surged through his body and he was glad that the potion had successfully done its job and would keep him warm during the task. A mighty leap later, the crowd saw him dunk head first into the lake and many spectators made sure to calculate the little orbs that had been given out at the beginning correctly. It would, depending on the settings, show the champion's advancement through the lake, rather like a Muggle live reportage. And of goes pot, were the last words Harry heard, before his body met the water with a loud splash and he quickly dove deeper into the treacherous Black Lake. He took a look around the area, but saw no immediate threat and drew his wand out of its sheath. Monstrate locus ad paragon. His magic reacted instantly after he incanted the advanced location spell and he concentrated hard on the image of Perso's monument, the statue of Saladin's apparent founder. He had only glossed about the magical theory concerning this spell, happy that he had found something at last and thus had no idea how it was supposed to work, but that oversight corrected itself quickly as he suddenly became aware. Something clicked into place in his mind and without being able to explain it, he knew which way he had to take to arrive in Saladin, colony of the British merfolk. He vowed to read up and actually understand the science behind the spell someday. His faithful holly wand was in motion once again, its movements short and precise. Hopefully his next bout of magic would work like intended, because if it did, it would be a truly ingenious idea and he doubted that any other champion had thought of it. Venti Flamini, he cried out, thankful that the small layer of oxygen around his head and body made proper speech possible. A wicked smirk appeared on his face and the green eyes shone with unholy glee. It worked. Crushing forces of air spew forth from the tip of his wand and propelled him at unbelievable speed into the mysterious and dangerous depth of the Black Lake. What a truly wonderful spell, he thought amused as the water became darker by the second and he saw rocky constellations and beds of seaweed flowing past him. It was an underrated spell. That much he was heard of and he was glad that Mr. Weasley had mentioned it during the Quidditch World Cup, when he kept the campfire going with it. Hours of experimenting with it led him to one single conclusion in the end: there was no finesse behind that spell. In a nutshell, that meant, the greater the power behind it, the bigger its effect would be. He came to a stop when the spell had to be recast again and never noticed the impeding danger, still immersed in his happy thoughts about research and experiments. An attitude that cost him dearly as long, wiry legs entwined around his throat, squeezing it with all their might. What the? His panic rose. The protective charms on his advanced bubble head charm held, but did nothing against the pressure that was constricting his windpipe, making it difficult to breathe. He was struggling with all his might against the foreign force, his hands clenching around the thin legs in a desperate attempt to get them away from him. It was futile. With each second the pressure against his throat became stronger and he was starting to feel dizzy, making it all the harder to concentrate on escaping. Plimpies, he realized while starting a last effort to pry himself free from the disgusting fish, but it wasn't possible. The legs made it impossible to utter any kind of incantation, and he knew no silent magic besides the incendio and the depulso, both which didn't work underwater. Was that how it ended? Strangled by a stinking fish? He asked himself sardonically in the, apparently, last seconds of his life. No, his Gryffindor side was in uproar. The second task had barely begun and he would not succumb to such a measly obstacle. His panic, that made him nearly lose his head, subsided and made place for a steely determination. The solution was there all the time, but his mind had been too scrambled by fear to recognize it. He yanked Skugrad's dagger out of its sheath and jabbed it deeply into the ball-shaped being. The pressure vanished instantly and he quickly grabbed the long leg that now hung limply over his shoulder, jerking it away from him. He turned around and saw how the Plimpy's body twitched in the water, oozing blood from its large wound. Exclamation mark. He maged his damaged throat as another unpleasant thought invaded his mind. Piscibus conspuo, a fish that appeared in swarms and was lured by the smell of blood. A quick look around him only affirmed his fear. There was enough blood for it to be easily smelled and he decided that a fast retreat was in order. Venti Flamini. Once again the spell propelled him away and he thanked Merlin that he didn't accidentally bump into a shrike on his way through the deep water. This time, he swore to be aware of his surroundings, not wanting to be caught unaware again. Some jellyfishes and different swarms of very small and colorful fishes swam besides him as he stopped and fired diffindos at the various plants that obstructed his way. Every 5 seconds he took subtle glances around him to check for dangers, but luckily no Grindylow was to be seen. Reasonably so, he supposed, as they lived in the deeper weed beds and those were still several hundred feet beneath him. The wind spell had done its job magnificently, but now it was time to swim on his own. The magic of Venti Flamini, while being able to transport him quickly and efficiently through the water, did nothing for his situational awareness, and that was a weakness he couldn't afford in the deeper confines of the lake. He swam with strong strokes of his legs, further and further down into the darkness, and evaded several shrikes that were exactly like the books described them, clumsy and without any orientation, but dangerous if bumped into accidentally. He saw the sharp spines protruding from their bodies and shuddered at the thought of what could have happened had he met them head-on at full speed. Solum aquis. Small balls of light flew out of his wand, arranging themselves around him as soon as he had finished the wand motions and spoke the incantation. There was a certain disadvantage that came along with being easily seen, but he would take it any day over the possibility of swimming blindly through enemy territory. His advances were halted with a sudden jerk and he looked around him, noticing the long and thin, but surprisingly strong plants in which his right leg got tangled up. They reminded him eerily of the Devil's Snare in his first year, and he decided to quickly end the threat before it could escalate and his immobility would cost him. Diffindo. The curse slashed through the green flora that tried to imprison his legs and got rid of it, going so far as to make it retreat. So they had been sentient, he mused as he swam away, becoming more and more wary by the minute. 2/3 of the way were already done, but he couldn't shake the feeling of worry that overcame him. It was too quiet for the most heavily populated of water in Scotland. Something strange was afoot and he wasn't all too keen on finding out what it was exactly. Another nearly pellucid jellyfish moved next to him and he wondered if it belonged to the dangerous sort that burned you if you touched it. His attention shifted quickly and he moved away from it, pulling his dagger out of its sheath. He could have sworn he saw something move through the weed just now. With great caution he circled the large M of green that obstructed his sight, but nearly wrote it off as an illusion as suddenly something sharp pricked him. Confused for a second he looked down at his right arm and saw a sharp fish bone sticking out of it. How? He had left the place where he slaughtered the Plimpy fast enough. There should have been now a way for the vicious Piscibus to track him. A look of sudden, but unwanted enlightenment appeared on his face. The dagger. His neck snapped towards his left, where he held the dagger of Skugrad in a defensive posture, and his eyes focused on the specks of blood that still lingered on it. Well shit, he thought intelligently, but was ripped out of his musings by another sharp prick. Aegis Gelidum Rebus. A dark blue shield snapped into place in front of him, as the three menacing-looking fishes across fired bone after bone at him. On contact with the shield, however, the sharp and hooked projectiles froze to ice and started to sink due to the added weight. A rather useful shield, he noticed when the next round of shots was stopped in its tracks. Unfortunately, it would only work underwater and only against objects, but you couldn't have it all, right? He felt that he had everything under control, when the of ice shards that slowly descended towards the ground grew by the second, but it lied in the nature of the fates to prove his umptions wrong every time. The stinging feeling returned, this time on his back, and a quick count of his additional foes made him groan in disappointment. Why couldn't he have it easy just one damn time? He decided that for the moment, self-pity wasn't the way to raise his chances of survival, and slashed through one of the nearing Piscibus while his wand was in a steady motion. Diffindo. The curse slashed through one of them, splitting it in two. Sagittao. His wand arced in a wide motion and 3 arrows burst forth, although slower than they would have been on land, and speared 2 of his intended targets. He felt 5 fish bones enter his flesh, ripping open his skin in the process, but he could spare no time for cursing. Venti Flamini. A wave rippled through the water and flung several of his enemies away. His dagger was in a separate motion and pierced through the skull of one that was only seconds away from biting him. He was woefully unprepared for battles against a larger number of opponents, he thought as he viciously slashed another Piscibus and his Diffindo ripped through another. He had a few spells that could even the odds significantly, but he didn't dare to use them when he knew that there were still Grindylows and the merfolk lurking around in the murky waters. No, his aces were better left out of the whole fight. He wanted to keep them hidden as long as possible. Debbie. He stopped the incantation and chose another Diffindo instead. Dumbledore had surely heard the beginning by now and would know which spell he intended to use. Sending electrical strikes, no matter how weak, through water was a bad idea. A few projectiles came from the right, directly into his vision, but he was fast enough to intercept them with a wave of his wand. Aegis Gelidum Rebus. Once again, the dark blue shield came to be and froze incoming fish bones, but he couldn't afford to sell it this short-lived victory as another grazed his cheek and smashed into the shield from behind. How large were these swarms anyway? Some murmured words animated several of the plants around him and gave a small reprieve when they started to wrap around his ailants. It was the time he needed, and with precise spell work he made his way through them, hacking and slashing away with the dagger of Skugrad in his left. He was reasonably sure that by now, large pools of blood could be seen on the surface of the lake. What a mess! He took a deep breath before continuing on his path to the colony. He hoped that only once his luck would spare him. And he had no illusions that it was only this once his luck had worked when he arrived at the village, bloody and looking like a pincushion, but alive. Several merpeople were crowding around large stakes, where he assumed that the hostages were held, but instead of harps and musical instruments they held large spears and menacing tridents in their hands. What a task, he mused, relieved that it would be finally over. With strong strokes he arrived in the center of the village and gaped, when his eyes spied the hostages. 2 had already been rescued and only empty wooden columns were left behind, but on the outer left stake he saw a little girl with silvery blonde hair, shackled to it like a criminal of the Middle Ages. But the old man had to be kidding him. Miserable old goat. He swam to his hostage and cut through the ropes that bound the small and wiry hands, shaking his head while doing so. He wondered how the foreign visitors and the other spectators would think about it. Would their reactions be as incredulous as his, amused, disgusted, or something else entirely? What a statement to send out to the world. This time, Dumbledore had really outdone himself. Well, he would miss him, he thought as he freed the thin legs from their shackles. This was so like the old Mont's style. He snorted, when he looked at his now secured hostage. Who else comes up with such ideas? Honestly, abducting Dobby from the kitchens and bind him to a column, miles underwater, had the goat's handprints all over. It took some time, but after several minutes he managed to get a large piece of rope and secured the unmoving house elf on his back. He would rather die than accidentally lose Dobby on his way back to the surface. Tempest. Under normal circumstances it would be high time to return, with only 10 minutes until the hour ended, but a look at Fleur's little sister, limply hanging from the stake, made him change his decision instantly. The chances of Fleur actually arriving during the time limit were rather low, and he wouldn't be able to look her into the eyes again, if he left little Gabrielle in captivity of the merfolk. Hopefully the merpeople wouldn't mind, he thought weakly, and swam towards the lithe form on the far left, only to be met with several spears pointed at him. Of course they would, with hand signs, wild gestures, and always pointing towards a quickly recast Tempest. He tried to make them understand, but it was to no avail. The merpeople didn't budge and only closed in on him. When one of the spears started to stab him lightly and drew blood, he snapped. He had tried it on the diplomatic way, but if they wanted to do it like that, he would oblige. Venti Flamini. The merman was flung away, but not killed. His gesture in good faith, however, didn't seem to be appreciated by the majority of his companions, and a sharp spear flew towards him with a higher velocity than he would have thought possible underwater. A quick stroke of his legs brought him out of its path, but with the narrowness of the deadly projectile, the gravity of the situation started to settle in. The last bit of his hesitation broke away, and he felt a rush of adrenaline spread through his body, making his heart beat fast against his ribcage. Merpeople were described as vicious fighters if angered, and going by the enraged looks they gave him, he concluded that they were definitely angered by now. If he didn't want to end up dead, he would have to give it his all, including any spells he might have held back. Another spear sailed by him and obliterated the last thoughts of a peaceful solution. They wanted it like this. They would get their wish. His wand sprang into motion, weaving through intricate patterns and never stopping once. Petre Ichui. A large rock loosened itself from a large constellation to his right and smashed with vehemency into one of the approaching merpeople, splattering the male soldier completely. He evaded the next spear and fired a reducto at a trident-wielding merman that came way too close for his comfort. Asta Glacialis. In front of him a large shard of ice formed and flew towards the encroaching enemies, spearing two of them. It was a grandiose and bloody battle, and inwardly he wanted nothing more than to continue it to show everyone his prowess, but he couldn't, and he knew it. He wouldn't lose sight of his original target. He wouldn't be swayed by senseless bloodlust and thirst for battle. Was it that hunger for battle that made people like Tom Riddle into Dark Lords? Is it the overwhelming control that one gains when making the decision about simply ending another's life? Inch for inch he fought through the never-ending maze of merpeople, not noticing the of injuries they inflicted on him. His focus lied solely on Gabrielle, Fleur little sister. Defodio. The beam of orange light crashed against one of the house-like structures and made it explode outwards, shrapnels of stone killing the dangerous merpeople next to it. A trident grazes his leg, leaving a large wound, and he gave a strangled cry as he jabbed the dagger through the merman that wielded it. He couldn't go on like this. Since Dumbledore gave him the hint on the well concept, he knew how to regulate his magic, portioning it appropriately, but he also recognized his limit faster. The concept staved off much of the unused magic of his spells, and it made him last much longer through a fight, but he knew that he would reach the end soon. Nearly an hour fighting through the Black Lake had seen to it. Reducto. Another merman had a gaping hole through his, and Harry searched fervently for a way to implement his next spell that would hopefully end it and enable him to get Gabrielle and Dobby away. Angling out of the way of a thrown spear, he pointed his wand towards the bottom. Venti Flamini. He had used that spell so often today, it felt like he had known it his whole life. Gales of wind burst forth from his wand, propelling him away from the large of merpeople, and gave him the precious seconds he needed to end this struggle. Father of water, I beseech thee to grant me thy power in quest to conquer foes. His green eyes started to glow with an unearthly light, and the sound of his voice gained an ancient quality. The bleachers, where the crowd had until then cheered and gasped at all the right places, became silent. Not one word was spoken, as each of the spectator looked on. They did not understand the magic that was currently in the process of being used, but something made them shut up and stop partying. They had a feeling, born from pure instinct, that something monumental was happening in the lake. Something that hadn't been seen on such a scale for a long time. Even Ludo Bagman had stopped his commentary, in awe of the feeling of magic that suddenly permeated the air and made the hairs on his neck stand up. Indeed, they were right in their unctions. The chant he had used during the first task to ensnare the dragon with large roots was similar and came from the same category of magic, but had nothing on. The piece of magic he tried to call upon now. May they wither under thy hands and fear thy retribution, for it will be coming swiftly. The merpeople that were still in a relentless charge towards him stopped in their tracks, as the feeling of ancient magics reached them and the rough voice echoed throughout the water, being heard by every creature in the lake no matter how far away it was. Many of the foreign dignitaries had a confused expression etched onto their faces, and only the head Auror of Norway, an old man with a long grey beard that rivaled Dumbledore's, had a knowing glint in his eyes. Asmund Halfdan, Jarl of Ostfold and head Auror for over 5 decades, had only reluctantly agreed to accompany his minister to the fabled Triwizard tournament, but orders were orders, and as a Jarl he knew his duties well. His foresight has been proven correct when the task begun, and only several minutes into it, the first champion had problems to defeat a simple Plimpy of all things. He had shaken his head in contempt when the Bulgarian prodigy did a subpar transfiguration into a shark, and he was on the point of apparating away, when a small horde of Grindylows managed to make the French Vila submit. Only the warning hand of his minister and friend, Einar Hallstein, gripping his arm, had held him back in his seat. The event had bored him in manners he couldn't even describe, and the sole reprieve was the amusing and somewhat ingenious application of simple charms the Potter boy had shown. Things started to finally shape up, when the lad took the noble route and started a courageous fight with the complete colony of the merfolk, but now he could barely hold himself in his seat with giddiness and curiosity. His grandfather, bless his soul, who had died nearly 2 centuries ago, had told him about magics, so ancient and arcane, that they could be felt for miles. Magics with the potential to be as destructive as the forces of nature itself. Back then he had written them off as legends and the blithering of an old man that had long ago entered the stages of senility, but now, would he finally be able to witness these fabled magics? Einar Hallstein saw the fascination on the face of his oldest friend, but trained his eyes on the only other man that would know what all the fuss was about. Albus Dumbledore, venered headmaster of Hogwarts and holder of various other titles, sat next to Barty Crouch Sr. and exchanged hushed whispers with the man. An imperceptible jerk of his hand later, he could hear them quite clearly. "Albus, have you lost your mind?" Crouch Sr. asked in a furious whisper, outrage etched on his face. "I assure you, Barty, that I am quite sane," replied the headmaster with a serene look. "Would you mind explaining your rage to this old man? You must have taught him that kind of magic." "I haven't." The old mont's answer only made the anger of Crouch grow. Hallstein uttered a chuckle laced with mirth. He had worked often enough with Dumbledore to know how the mont's replies could bring one to the brink of despair. "Don't take me a fool, Albus." "Barty," Dumbledore started with a placative gesture of his hands. "You were there, when I took my oaths as a judge. You know how the magic of such oaths works. I have taught young Harry no more than you did." "But where?" Crouch started to sputter. "Where indeed? I fear you have to ask him that yourself." Hallstein inconspicuously disabled the listening charm and snickered to himself. People like Dumbledore, while infuriating at times, were incredible fun to be around. Deep down in the Black Lake, Harry Potter never heard any of those comments as he looked over the maze of merpeople, fear of the inevitable etched onto their faces. They had an inkling of what was coming and didn't like it one bit. Without warning, without delay, it will smite he that sought to harm. Persos V, merfolk chieftain of the Black Lake and leader for over a century now, was furiously berating his soldiers for aggravating the human over a simple matter like a tournament. He could only hope that whatever magic the young warrior was calling at the moment could be placated by the immediate surrender of him and his people. "Aquam nos serpentes, litas ea inimico." Harry roared and magic surged through his whole body, sending shockwaves rippling through the water. Something gigantic formed in the water in front of him, its color only several shades lighter than the blue of the sea. Moments passed and the being grew and began to shape itself, until a huge serpent-like creature towered over the frightened merpeople. Harry knew what the spell was supposed to do, or at least he thought he knew it, but instead the magic usurped any kind of imagination he had about it. His original aim was to call a water serpent that would hopefully be as large as the basilisk of his second year, to free him the way to Gabrielle. But this, what the had he called? He shuddered and hoped beyond hope that the being would vanish as soon as he ended the spell. It was a colossal S, so tremendous in its length that it coiled around the whole colony, each of its scales larger than 2 merpeople put together. The drain on his magic had been enormous, but he didn't even take notice of it as he swam hesitantly towards the stake where Fleur's sister remained shackled. He saw the merpeople drop their weapons left and right, doing everything in their might to appease him. That he felt watched was a given, but when he turned around and looked into the observing eyes of the two gargantuan glowing orbs of light, he shivered in fright and vowed to never use this spell again. Some magic was simply too powerful to fiddle around with, a fact he learned at exactly that moment. He quickly loosened the ties around Gabrielle's small hands and secured her unmoving body in his arms. Not wanting to remain any second longer amongst the merfolk or his summoned water creature, he wove his wand and incanted the last spell he would use for the day. Back to the basics, he thought ironically and with a rueful smile. Venti Flamini. For minutes, the spell flung them through the water and he was endlessly glad, when he saw the watery being vanish into nothingness as he left the colony. He didn't even dare to speculate about the consequences should he have failed to control it. When he broke through the surface and landed on the wooden bridges that had been constructed for the returning champions, he noticed how Dobby and Gabrielle came to life and clung to him like he was their lifeline. Harry could barely understand what they said, as they spoke incredibly fast and at the same time, but he gathered that while not being able to move, they were able to see everything that had transpired. Their voices however faded away, when Fleur threw herself at him and sobbed hysterically against his. He could understand the sentiment. He would have done the same, had it been his sister that was down in the lake. Besides Fleur, Gabrielle and Dobby no one made a sound however. He looked towards the bleachers and saw the different expression each spectator wore, ranging from fear and curiosity to amazement and awe. Albeit never on such a scale and with such magics involved, Asmund Halfdan had witnessed these kind of moments many times before and knew how quickly the opinions of a person could change with them. The last thing he wanted to see today was the young man being vilified for a piece of magic so grand that news about it would make ripples throughout the world. With those thoughts he rose from his seat, followed by his minister and Albus Dumbledore, and they started to clap loudly, ripping the stunned crowd out of its reverie. Asmund held the tip of his wand to his throat and his voice boomed over the premise. "Well done, young man." Einar Hallstein did the same and used his own sonorous to be heard. "On behalf of Norway, I thank you for a display of magic long lost in legends and myths." Sven Steger, the Swedish Minister of Magic, rose next and he too commented. "The nation of Sweden wishes you the best of luck on your path. As does Denmark and Germany. The French will not forget what you did for one of our own today. They cherish strong wizards," came the booming voice of the Bulgarian minister, Alandre Salvoski. "You are welcome in our country any time, young warrior." One after another, important dignitaries and nobles alike rose from their seats, and with each exclamation that followed, he saw how the expressions of fear changed. Overwhelmed with everything, he looked towards the oldest of them all, the man that had helped him the best he could on his path to gain enough power to survive and tried to circumvent a strong magical oath, not even halting when the pain became nearly unbearable. Albus Dumbledore stood in the background, giving the others the chance to praise him, but the proud look in his eyes filled Harry with a sense of accomplishment he had never felt before. Then it happened. Like a dam had finally broken, the people jumped to their feet and started to cheer like there was no tomorrow. The noise was nearly deafening, and Harry saw how many of them started to smash their kegs of butterbeer and firewhiskey against the banisters, producing a rhythm that brought the atmosphere to the next level and heated things up accordingly. The crowd was wild, and they never even noticed the 5 silvery tens that shot in the air and signaled the points he had earned with the task. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff had no choice but to award him the highest score possible after the ringing endorsement of their ministers and several political figures. That was the last thing he saw, before Madame Pomfrey ushered him and Fleur, who was still sobbing and clinging to him, towards the Medi tent where he could be checked over. Drunken from his feelings of victory, he only faintly remembered some spears that might have grazed him. Well, that's it. Harry ved the second task and forged his first inroads into foreign ministries. He also got scared by some of the powers that he could call upon. What else will he do? Read the answer to that and much more in the next chapter of Magics of the Arcane. Drops of rain were battering against the windows lining the corridor, rattling their frames and making them dirtier by the minute, as they had been doing for several days already. The biting cold that resurfaced was accompanied by the howling wind sweeping through the yards, able to be heard in every corner of the old-looking castle. Hogwarts reflected his current state of mind in a most depressing manner, Harry thought as he walked through the narrow hall leading away from Professor McGonagall's CL room, ping unpolished suits of armor and unlit torches on his way. Her CL taught one of his favorite magical NCHES, but since the tournament had begun there was nothing enjoyable about it. Instead, he felt uneasy every time he crossed the threshold to the room, as it left him completely vulnerable to the scared stares of his peers. Fright and suspicion seemingly permanently etched onto their faces, and with each time he didn't answer their questions these feelings only increased. He had hoped that the positive reception after his second task would carry over and that his fellow students wouldn't resent, but like him for the spectacle he made. He felt lonely, and although he was too proud to forgive Hermione and Ron, good work, or nice mate, from the other Gryffindors would have felt good nonetheless. It didn't happen. Just like second year, the whole school was afraid of him, and like then, he had to blame a gigantic S. It looked good at first, when the adults decided to make the whole thing a bit livelier and he really enjoyed the evening, but in the end, he still ended up in nearly the same position as 2 years ago. After the Salesian, when campfires were extinguished, remaining bones of roasted boars littered the ground, and every adult except the professors had left the ground. Fear reared its ugly head, and all it took to fester were masked words of contempt and sly accusations, whispered into the ears of susceptible students. Oh, the Slytherins thought themselves clever that night, unseen and unheard by any of their opposition. But Harry had seen the subtle advances of Malfoy, had heard the poisonous lies of Nott, and like the foolish boy Snape always accused him to be, he thought them empty threats. Where was the experience he had gained during his second year? Where had it been, when he needed it the most? He should have known that just like then the students would start to spite him, either out of fear, jealousy, or both, but like an idiot he had clung to the belief that everything would work out in the end. Past events had taught him, but he did not heed their lessons when he smashed his keg of butterbeer together with Salvoski's GL of vodka and Halfdan's bottle of aquavit, ignoring all signs that pointed towards trouble. And how could he resent the students' curiosity, when he would have done exactly the same only months ago? He, Hermione and Ron would have sneaked around and used every method possible to get some informations. He wanted to answer, wanted to clarify what had happened down in the lake, but his own insecurity held him back. Did he even know what really happened? The magic he had commanded on that day had felt as frightening and terrible as the being he summoned with it. And something had scared him during that moment, even more than the gargantuan serpent had done. Something that no spectator could have seen or felt. The drain on his magic had been incredible and emptied him of nearly all his reserves, but it hadn't been sufficient to create such a beast. Something else, worlds apart from his own magic and control, had sustained the chant and called the gigantic serpent into being. An unknown power that had frightened him beyond belief with its might. Lost in thought and pondering on the mysterious force, he wandered alongside the walls of Hogwarts until, turning to the right, walking around a corner, a flash of light suddenly blinded him, and out of instinct he took 2 steps backwards, his wand already moving in circular patterns that started most shielding charms beyond the simple Protega. Mr. Potter. He retained his tense posture, but stopped his wand motions as the unknown voice sounded neither hostile nor aggressive. Slowly the light started to recede and his impaired vision cleared, but when he could finally see again, he wished it hadn't. Mr. Potter, I'm from Th. Daily Prophet. Potter, what's your opinion about the second task? Asked a short woman to his right. She had rudely interrupted the burly-looking man in front of him, that stunk of booze, but didn't seem all too concerned about being cut off. The noise of quills scratching against parchment reached his ears, and he noticed the unassuming people standing in the background. More reporters, eager to write down anything he would tell them. His panic rose, as the group of inquisitive reporters attracted the attention of several students lingering in the hallway, heightening the amount of people crowding him even more. What were these people doing here? Hadn't Dumbledore said that the press only had access to the castle for the 2 days after the task? How could he answer them, when he himself didn't understand it? They closed in on him, ignoring any notion of personal space, and repeated their questions, confused by his lack of response. His eyes darted around, looking for possible means of escape, when he suddenly saw something that made his blood boil in fury and removed the last portion of calm he had possessed. He should have known. Suddenly the constantly growing gaggle of people made sense, and Harry vowed to return the favor someday, in the most humiliating way possible. Against the wall far to his left leaned Malfoy, a satisfied smirk on his face and his eyes alight with unhidden cruelty when he noticed that Harry was looking at him. The situation grew worse when a reporter started to touch and shake him, trying to elicit a reaction. Mr. Poe, Lumos Solum. Blinding white light erupted from the tip of his wand and he wasted no time to turn around and run away as fast as his legs could carry him. There was the very real possibility that the students would fear him even more now, but that didn't matter at the moment. At least, as long as he was still in the reach of those vultures. How could he have been so careless, so lost in his thoughts, that he forgot to use the Notice Me Not charm after CL had ended? Again, he had been caught unaware and it angered him. Turning around a corner, he stopped his wild run and tightened the grip around his wand. Corpora abditum, he would be damned before stumbling into another trap of Malfoy. The idiot was a conceited and bigoted blighter, but a Slytherin nonetheless, and past experiences taught him that Slytherins most likely had backup plans. Harry peered around the next corner, not satisfied with relying purely on the concealing charm. He had become complacent over time and this flaw had revealed itself in a most manner, minutes ago. The danger of tripping up during an interview was quelled, but the reactions to his rather sudden and violent departure had a lethal potential as well and it irked him to no end that it was Malfoy who had brought him into such a situation. Disregarding some silly badges, the Ponce had kept quiet throughout the whole year and a trap like that, he had only expected from people like Nott or Zambini, but not Malfoy. It showed that the hat had been right in its decision in first year, when it barely touched Malfoy's head and screamed Slytherin. Like A.S., the hat lied in wait and struck when it hurt the most. Which seeds of doubt and what rumors would Malfoy spread in his absence? Even someone as dim? No, he couldn't allow himself to think like that. Not anymore. Against all odds the Slytherin had capitalized on his lack of foresight and it were his thoughts that everything Malfoy did was inconsequential, that enabled him to do so. A mistake he won't repeat in the future. Finally having reached his sanctuary, he nearly ripped the door out of its hinges when entering and flung locking and silencing charms alike at the IZED piece of wood as soon as it had closed behind him. Only when he sat down on his chair, did he allow a suffering sigh to escape his lips and buried his head in his hands. Malfoy? No. The whole House of Salazar would use the situation to its maximum potential, barring some minor exceptions. How long will it take for him to be seen as a Dark Lord again? The parents' good opinions of him meant nothing when they were that far away from their children. The speed at which reputations were able to be shattered was frightening and Harry wondered what his would be in a few days. Still Merlin's reincarnation, or Voldemort's after all. Incendio. Carefully controlled fire incinerated the various international newspapers that haphazardly littered his desk, none of them including an interview, but each of them vividly describing his honorable and courageous deeds. A bunch of inane drivel if he had ever seen one. Not one of them considered the dozens of merpeople he had merciless butchered on his way to Gabrielle. It sickened him and they had the gall to call the slaughter noble, as if the beings that he vanquished were nothing. The changes of expression he had seen in their faces, from shock to devoid of any life, had given him a completely new sense of what alive was worth. Suddenly he understood Dumbledore's constant preaching for forgiveness and the avoidance to kill a lot better. Their frightened stares, when they realized that he wouldn't be scared away and started his chant, were forever etched into his mind. Did not even one of those idiots feel any kind of horror about his actions that day? Did no one mourn the lives he had extinguished in a matter of minutes? He asked himself, and a lone tear slowly trailed over his cheek. What hurt the most was that it hadn't even been necessary, as he learned only minutes after the task had ended. Disgust welled up inside of him and he thought about the hours that had followed. Swayed by the euphoria of victory, he had become one of them, belonged to the same group of people he was condemning now. Oh, how glorious it had been to narrate the battle from his own point of view to the Swedish minister and depict any spell he had used with cruel imagination. How satisfying it had felt to be recognized not for his parents' death, but for something done out of his own strength, and how proud he had felt when Halfdan patted him on the shoulder, urging him on to describe everything in minute detail. He didn't even stop after noticing Dumbledore's disappointed look, a look that had remained throughout every story of the Black Lake he told and was a far cry from the proud smile Harry was used to receive. He had seen the frown that marred the older Mont's face when Harry continued to sell it, even after, or especially after being told that the hostages were safe all along and the mindless battle had been useless. Drunken on his victory, he had ignored it, thought it to be another eccentric facet of his headmaster and regaled the attentive audience with the next story about his bloody battle. Now he understood, and the callousness he had discovered that night, lingering in his very own soul, shocked him to the core. "I've done something terrible, Head," he whispered, fraught with guilt, and turned his head towards the snowy owl that had perched itself on his shoulder. His gaze wandered aimlessly around the room. He couldn't sleep in the dorms, not anymore. The stairs would drive him barmy and the floor seemed just as good tonight. If it would help to humble him a bit, all the better. Humbling was something he desperately needed right now, as the thought that he resembled the pompous idiot Lockhart on that evening was incredible disgusting. On a large ship and completely surrounded by muggles, Sirius Black looked over the calm ocean, his gaze firmly fixed on the horizon. The carefully concealed magical paper, International Magical News, was starting to crumble in his hands, and with it, the picture of his godson on the front page. His destination, Scotland. Hogwarts 9. March 1995. "We've got a lot of work to do, Head." Harry stood in the middle of his room, readying his wand to use some difficult transfiguration spells he read about in the attempt to escape the countless stairs. Malfoy had done it, and while nothing had hit the press just yet, words about his spell against the reporters spread fast in Hogwarts and changed the fright into accusations. At the moment, he could count the people that would even communicate with him on one hand. Mutare Lectorum. The old desk, one of the only remaining in the room, slowly changed into a sturdy bed frame capable of holding two people. It was a pity, he thought, that he couldn't just permanently transfigure a complete bed and had to bother with every single step in between. Mutare Culcitra. A chair transformed itself into a soft mattress. At least he hoped it was soft. It was something he had to test after his bout of transfiguration was finished. "You know, girl, I wonder why the Weasleys never did that." Hedwig, who lazed around on her very own perch, cocked her head to the side. "Don't give me that look. Even if they aren't able themselves, they could have always asked Dumbledore." Did Hedwig just shake her head? "Do you think they would consider it charity?" he asked, while waving his wand through the air and transfiguring one of his old school robes into a large blanket. Some hoots answered him. "What do you mean? Why wouldn't it concern me?" Mutare Cervical. His magic surged through the holly wand, and with a wide sweeping motion, the tendrils of power reached out to several small objects, permanently changing them into pillows. "I know that Ron can bugger off, but his parents got nothing to do with it." He carefully arranged the blanket and the pillows on his new bed, before sitting down and turning completely to Hedwig, who hooted at him in a reproachful manner. "No sweater this Christmas." "Well, yeah." Her amber eyes locked with his green ones. "Can't imagine that Ron told them good things about me. Anyway, want to go on a walk?" he asked, and instantly, as if she had just waited on it, Hedwig flew from her perch and landed smoothly on his shoulder. He walked out of his rooms, applied the several security charms, and made his way towards the grounds. The clouds that had hounded the castle for weeks were gone, and the first rays of sun met the earth. For the first time this year it felt like spring had finally come. The Notice Me Not charm helped him to navigate through the throngs of students that walked the green fields, or sat by the lake, enjoying the good weather. He would have liked to be just one of them, but being Harry Potter had several disadvantages to the name, and every time he ped one of the happy groups, chattering away about professors, schoolwork and other people, he felt a pang of jealousy. There was no need to sat his curiosity about current hot topics in the castle. There was only one, and he had absolutely no intention to hear anything about himself at the moment. He felt miserable enough as it was. Far away from the nosy student body of Hogwarts, he seated himself under an old oak and let the shadows enshroud him, bathing in the feeling of invisibility they provided. For the last days his thoughts had been scrambled, and the guilt over what had happened still gripped his heart. It was exhausting, and slowly his eyelids closed, the darkness inviting him into Morpheus' grasp. "Behold, the city of Gernhag." His master pointed towards the large city in front of them. Its walls were as high as the magnificent old trees he had seen when they wandered through the forest of Skellig, and he had been taught the significance of various magical herbs and fungi. A small stream split the city in half as far as he could see it, but instead of making it look bucolic, it added to the imposing impression of Gernhag. He looked towards the man that had taught him the ways of life for over a decade now, and marveled once again at the length of his beard. A source of constant amusement for his master. Many glorious battles have been fought in front of these very walls. The man turned to his young apprentice and his eyes sparkled with mirth as he gave him a short slap on the back of his head. Lad, don't concentrate on my beard. There's history right ahead of you. Tell me, do you remember what I told you about the city? The young man, thoroughly chastised, trained his eyes on the gigantic structures. Gernhag, built after Monarch's first rise and a bastion of our folk for centuries. The older man nodded. Right, but don't just concentrate on the surface. You will find these informations in every historical manuscript. What else do you know? It is ruled by nobility, which lives in the higher parts, but they don't care about the normal people. In the lower sections crime is festering and poverty is abound, he answered. So you did listen to me for once. A surprise indeed. Harry gave his master a suffering look, but the man only laughed. Let us go down then and discover this wondrous place filled with disparities. For a man that was 200 years old, he sure walked fast. Harry had to scramble, just to catch up with him, and it wasn't easy as the small path was littered with debris, remains from an old guard tower that had crumbled under the burden of time. Harry, confused he woke, still lying under the large oak tree. What was that? The dream was of the same nature as the one he had months ago, but lacked the desperate fighting and the constant feelings of anger and fury. He looked around, trying to determine whose voice it was that broke him out of his sleep, and his green eyes widened a fraction when he saw the headmaster leaning against a tree, his brows furrowed and his beard oddly idled in an intricate design. The man looked at him, his blue orbs as penetrating as they had always been. How are you feeling, Harry? He asked. Professor. Harry didn't really know what to say. In truth, he had dreaded a further conversation with the headmaster, but now it seemed unavoidable. Still celebrating your victory. Guilt welled up inside of him as he looked towards Dumbledore, and the cruel thoughts about the second task returned full force. If the headmaster wasn't speaking in riddles and metaphors, which seldom happened, he was blunt, and it were moments like this when Harry hated that particular trait. No, he whispered, I hate myself for what I've done. Was this the time when the headmaster would think him the same as Voldemort? In the end, Harry thought, his actions had been of the same variety, if less cruel. Unbothered, he had feasted after the macker, not once thinking about the deaths he caused that day. Yet I saw you drinking happily, reveling in the afterglow and attention. Again, it felt like an arrow shot through his heart. Headmaster, there were so many of them. And they wouldn't let me pee. Gabrielle, she looked so frail, he was at a loss for words, and the gaze of his mentor did nothing to calm himself. Several minutes went by, but the professor did not speak. His expression told Harry nothing, and his head hung low as he knew that soon, oh so very soon, the older man would judge him. For years, he had striven for the praise of the headmaster, appreciating every compliment, but that it seemed would soon be a thing of the past. It felt like an hour had passed until Dumbledore finally spoke. It isn't the deed I criticize, but what followed it, he said, and stared straight ahead, not even looking at Harry. I felt proud of you, undeniably so, when you rose from the lake, because even after you had faced all those trials, you held true to your beliefs and selflessly secured a hostage not your own. For you, who knew nothing about the workings behind the task, it was the only way. Dumbledore turned towards him, but his face was still unreadable. No, the tragedy that happened in Culloden wasn't of your making, you were but a tool in the slaughter. Harry winced as he saw how the headmaster narrowed his eyes. I already exchanged heated words with Barty Crouch, as it was he that made the merfolk swear to hinder any champion concerned with another hostage. As a newly accepted species under ministerial laws, Chieftain Mercus readily agreed, of course, eager to improve their standing. It had been possible to avoid the whole thing if Crouch hadn't spoken to them. No, he thought, and quickly suppressed his feelings of anger. He murdered them, and he alone had to bear the guilt for it. For someone with your convictions, a battle was inevitable. Dumbledore looked truly sad when he continued to talk. I am disappointed in you, because even after I told you that the hostages were never in any danger, you did not mourn those that fell by your hands. Professor, were you that easily swayed by the feeling of belonging? Or was Professor Snape right and it was the fame that swelled your head? The words were harsh, and bringing the potion master into the matter only made it worse. So far Dumbledore's view of him had fallen. I'm sorry, headmaster, So sorry. He whispered over and over as the faces of those he killed appeared in his mind. Dumbledore's look softened somewhat, but still he continued. That is good, but my questions remain unanswered. I don't know. I finally felt like the people were celebrating something I did. And not my parents. Something that hadn't anything to do with Voldemort. Harry nearly stumbled over his words. And thus you forgot those that died by your magic, eagerly telling stories around roaring fires when the merfolk mourned their loss. The headmaster, still looking forlorn and weary, walked away, but left Harry a last advice. It is not I you should apologize to, Harry. And then he was gone, not leaving a single sign that he had been there to begin with. Hogwarts 16. March 1995. Mutara monumentus lapsuum morti. Tendrils of his magic reached out to the old shelf, wrapping around it, trying to form it after his will. For a moment it looked like it would finally work, but after several seconds in which nothing happened, the magic receded and Harry sighed in frustration. Mutara monumentus lapsuum morti, but he wouldn't give up. His wand moved through the air as he incanted the spell once again and traces of his magic permeated the whole room. And again, the spell didn't take hold of the shelf. Since the conversation with the headmaster, that left him a guilt-ridden wreck, he had barricaded himself in his sanctuary, looking for a way to apologize to the merfolk. He had an idea, but the practical application was incredibly difficult and for days he tried to make his magic obey his imagination, to no avail. Mutara monumentus lapsuum morti, he poured more and more of his essence into the spell, but he knew it wouldn't work like that and it was the frustration that hindered him. The piece of transfiguration he tried, day after day, hour after hour, wasn't dependent on power, but on pure finesse and it was something neither achieved by being overly emotional, nor with the usual concentration he had. He sunk to his knees and his fists hammered onto the cold floor as he recognized the early signs of his empty magical well. Why couldn't it just work? It didn't matter. He would do it, or die trying. And he rose to his feet, his face a mask of steely determination, his wand in constant motion. Hogwarts 17. March 1995. He had done it. He stood in front of the black lake and a shiver ran through his body when he remembered what had happened down in these waters. Personally, he would like nothing better than to never return to this wretched place, but he had a mission and without completing it, he would forever be plagued by nightly terrors of guilt and shame. Aeris Sanctum Somatis. The layer of oxygen wrapped around his body, making it once again possible to take breath under the water. He took a last, shuddering breath and then walked straight into the lake. Instantly, as if he was remembered as an old friend, the water engulfed him and he swam towards the place where he knew Saladin to be. No spell would transport him there that day. As he dove deeper and deeper into the treacherous water, he recognized some of the places he ped and he vividly remembered each fight that took place. The strangling legs of the Plimpy, the sharp projectiles of the Piscibus. But the waters were calm today. Solum aquis. Orbs mirroring the sun appeared around him, spending him light and illuminated the dark confines of the lake, announcing his presence. But when he looked around, it took all of his power not to gape. Fishes, of all variety and color, jellyfishes, pellucid as always and many more beings were swimming behind him, following his light as if they knew what he was about to do. He was wary, of course, about the dangerous creatures that he had fought only weeks prior, but when, after minutes of silent observation, they still didn't attack he continued on his path to Saladin. As he swam through the last wall of plants that obscured his vision, his movements ceased and with them every motion of his silent followers. Green eyes, filled with grief, gazed over Saladin and took in the destruction their owner had wrought. The ornament of simple huts on the outer left of the settlement were seemingly under construction to rebuild them and piles of rubble littered the sea ground. The devastating result of many daffodios he had carelessly thrown around. Torches, lit with a light not unlike his solum aquis, illuminated the working merpeople who unsuccessfully tried to remove the large boulder he had flung with Petrae Situi, the advanced stone bullet charm. To see the devastation his actions have caused. It was one thing to have nightmares, but to look at it with his very own eyes. Slowly he went deeper into the settlement and was met with frightened and suspicious stares, but no one was willing to stop him in his advance towards the center where the statue of Saladin's founder stood. It was a terrible feeling to see the horrified looks of merpeople so small they could only be children. The terror he had brought into the life of innocents would forever remain a black mark in his life, and he vowed to do everything in his capability to ease their fears and soothe their worries. With his heart full of sorrow, he arrived at the large monument of Perseus, a merman who was renowned for playing the most beautiful harp, as he remembered from the books he read. Most of Saladin's population had followed him alongside the various beings of the sea, still wary about his intentions. As was their right, Harry thought, and finally came to halt in front of a merman whose face was set in an expressionless mask. Mercus Perseus V, chieftain of Saladin. He saw how the merfolk embled behind their leader, not with raised weapons, but alert should something of hostile nature occur. In the years to come, Harry would often wonder what had surprised them more at that moment, the deference he showed them, or the nature of his gift. With his head turned to the ground, he brought himself in a kneeling position and commanded every ounce of his magic to circumvent the very nature of water, rooting him to the spot. His magic obeyed, and his sluggish movements to navigate the waters ceased, leaving him completely still, kneeling at the heels of Saladin's chieftain. Silence. It felt like hours had passed and no word of Mermish, English, or any other language had been spoken during that time, until the tranquility was broken by Mercus, who swam forward and laid his webbed hands on Harry's shoulders. No words were needed as the last Potter finally looked up and stared into the chieftain's yellow eyes, asking for forgiveness with his suffering gaze. A forgiveness that was granted, when Mercus gave him a nod of acknowledgement and pulled him into a standing position where he could see eye to eye with the merman. And then he heard it. Music, so beautiful and angelic that it ensnared the senses and made one revel in its elegance, yet was so very sad. Several merpeople had taken up their harps, following the chieftain's example, who had started to play on his own, and what followed was something Harry would later on have trouble to describe accurately. A symphony of such a mournful nature, that despite its innate sadness, it made him feel content. It was a song of death and rebirth, the never-ending cycle, and as if it had invoked ancient magics, instincts older than the known world took over his body, and he reached into the satchel that hung from the belt of Hippolytos, pulling out the gift he had made for them. The feeling he had was so very different from the Imperius, and yet he was in a trance, his body moving on its own as if guided by invisible hands. His magic engulfed him, filled him to the very brim, and he felt it pulsating under his skin, but it wasn't of violent nature. His arms rose slowly, but he wasn't uncomfortable with it, even if it wasn't by his own will. And just like that the magic vanished, leaving the gift enlarged in front of him as the ancient presence that guided his movements left his body. The music ended, and when he came back to his senses, he stared on the large stone tablet he made for the merfolk, examining it once again. He didn't know the names of the fallen, but their faces he remembered vividly, and it were those faces he had carved into the tablet, in a sense, making them immortal after they had died to defend Saladin. After minutes, the chieftain uttered some Mermish words, and several mermen carried the tablet away, securing it with ropes beneath the statue of their paragon. As they did their duty, Mercus returned his gaze to Harry and jerked his head, making the green hair fly through the water, wild and untamed. No translation was needed, and the Potter heir understood that while Mercus forgave him, his presence was still a constant reminder of their loss. The guilt he carried didn't vanish, but became easier to accept as he made his way back to the surface, the trail of beings that had followed him to the settlement slowly scattering into all four winds. Hogwarts 18, March 1995. So, I apologize to the merfolk, he said, once again sitting across from his headmaster. The highly ornamented armchairs were as comfortable as always, even if the topic of their discussion was anything but. The tea, Tipsy had served each of them, was cold by now, but none of them thought about asking for a new batch. That is admirable, but after everything you told me about it, it still isn't what you truly wanted to tell me. Dumbledore answered. Either the man was incredibly perceptive, or he had just legitimized him for the fun of it, but he doubted the latter. There was no need for legitimacy, when his body language told him everything he needed to know. Well, yes, but it connects with it. The older man remained patient and stroked his beard, which was still ided, waiting for him to elaborate. When I summoned that I felt like I wasn't in control anymore. Like something else controlled it. Something incredible, something dangerous. The S was gigantic, and the thought of it out of my control was terrifying. Dumbledore didn't seem all too surprised by his admission. But only now you came to me with this matter. So I have to ask myself, what else has happened that made your concerns rise? Harry's eyes weren't on the headmaster when he answered and instead wandered around the room, taking in the various portraits that listened with rapt attention. When I was down in the lake, apologizing, it happened again. This time I didn't only lose control over my magic. I lost control over my body. Like an Imperius. Did it feel like an Imperius? Ye no. The effects were the same, but whatever it was didn't try to impose itself on me, it only wanted to guide me. It's just. He trailed off. You have nothing to fear, Harry. His questioning gaze met the headmaster, asking for an explanation. For all the knowledge you acquired over the last months, there are still many things you don't know about our world. Things that even most people who lived in it for all their lives don't know, or chose to ignore. Dumbledore rose from his chair and went over to the large window that overlooked most of Hogwarts. Mankind fears what it can't understand. Always, we strive to gain the power over these things, wizards and muggle alike, but whenever it doesn't work and we aren't able to control them, they are left forgotten. It would not do after all, to destroy our illusions of might. The topic went into a strange direction, Harry thought as he listened to the headmaster's words, but he didn't interrupt him. Those were the times when the true brilliance of the older man shone through. So we let them fade into obscurity as they could threaten our self-worth, threaten our feeling that everything we do, we control ourselves. What you felt, Harry, was magic in its rarest and purest form. We can guide magic, we can bend it to some extent, but we will never be able to make it obey us completely. Magic is sentient and it will behave as such. Sentient? Harry asked, baffled by the concept. Yes, sentient. Magic isn't a mindless power given to us by some deity, but a deity all of its own, blessing us with its power. That we cannot control the very nature of magic, that our control over the power within us is only an illusion. It displeased us magical folk and thus the information about it remained forgotten by everyone, but a few. So, what I felt was magic itself, guiding you on your path. It felt how you struggled with your summoned S and decided to help you. It sensed your pure intentions, when you gifted the merfolk your tablet and it helped you. Dumbledore turned around and a set of intense, blue eyes stared into his own green orbs. You should never fear it, Harry. Be cautious, of course, but never fear it. Your conscientiousness when using these spells, not the magic itself, is the power you have to master in the end. Harry nodded, but remained silent. Not that he was able to say much on the topic. The headmaster had the habit of dropping bouts of knowledge that were very hard to digest. Minutes went by and he had to suppress the yawn that tried to escape him, when Dumbledore spoke again. Can you endure the inane waffling of an old man for a minute longer? The headmaster asked, and for the first time in weeks, Harry saw a genuine smile appear on the Mont's face. Yes, sir, answered Harry cheekily and grinned back. You need a hobby. What the? Just go with the flow, Harry thought and nodded seriously. Joking aside, I do see that you are strained by the heavy burden of the tournament and I fear it will take its toll, if you don't find something that helps to relax your mind and body. Answered Harry eloquently. Everyone needs it, so just think about it, Harry, and between us, even after all these years I still wonder what form of relaxation Voldemort has chosen for himself. I'm sure it would make for a terribly amusing tale. Hogwarts 22, March 1995, Quickwem Velaret. Notice me not ward. The Quickwem Velaret is one of the three major wards that conceal the presence of something or someplace. Its application is tedious, but tremendously rewarding and thus a component of many advanced warding schemes as it hides what needs to be hidden from prying eyes. Muggle, squibs and average user of magic are unable to identify what lies behind this ward and only those with power or experience in warding are able to lift its veil of secrecy, revealing what has been concealed. The ward was created by Aelfric, Earl of Magical Northumbria, in 868 AD as the fear towards wizards rose steadily and many of them dreaded that whole revolts would break out soon. To answer this threat and keep his own court safe, Aelfric invented the Quickwem Velaret and fled from the Muggle Earl's keep, abandoning his position as magical advisor. He was blessed by the fates, that the small fiefdom he had been rewarded with, years before, lied in a peaceful valley and the only entrance led through a small gate. Intent on saving himself and his magical vows, He warded the gate and was spared the rage of his Muggle contemporary who was surely lusting for revenge, but neither he nor his warriors were able to find the entrance. Exactly 15 runes have to be carved into what has to remain unnoticed, and only after linking them to the central rune alges are the 87 wand motions to be done. Harry closed the book with a suffering groan and secured it in its appropriate shelf after taking the notes he needed. 15 runes. 15. His hands would be smeared with blood in the end, no doubt. And why did it have to be alges, he thought with disdain as he lazily flicked his wand. In the Elder Futhark of Muggles it was easy enough to carve, but as always magicals had to make something simple incredibly complex, and thus for the magical alges, or elhas as it was called, many embellishments had been added. Contract C. The parchment, quills and the cheap ink pot that were lying on the table shrunk, and he secured them in a small satchel on his belt. He used them for his normal school days as they weren't even half as expensive as one piece of vellum, but nonetheless he treated them with great care. He might have many galleons now, but that hadn't always been the case, and he still vividly remembered his early years in the Dursleys' household. They never laid hands on him and hadn't been physically abusive with the exceptions of small slaps to the back of his head, but the vitriol they spouted whenever he was near had been hard to swallow. As he only had the barest necessities, he quickly learned about the worth of his possessions, be it personal or material, and it had shaped his beliefs. He would never look down on people using low-grade equipment, as he knew exactly how it felt to live in poverty while those around you thrived in their rich lifestyles. Walking through the Leary, he gave a respectful nod to Madame Pants and wondered if the usually grumpy Lyrian had incredible hidden powers. Dumbledore told him that the Great Ornament of Books was sentient, but as the caretaker for them, did Irma Pants see them? It would make sense, he supposed. How could she care for books she wasn't able to see, after all? The woman struck him as an avid reader, so the question was valid. Did she read them? Has she had access to this incredible accumulation of knowledge for decades and used it? The thought alone made him reconsider how he had treated her over his first 3 years at Hogwarts. He had seen her only as a nuisance, a bother whenever he had to research important topics for his adventures, but what if a hidden well of power or wisdom lied behind her gruff exterior? It was funny in a way, that he would have thought such musings wasted months ago, but after only a few lessons with Lady Broadmoor his perceptions had changed so much. Now, whenever he thought about people he met, it was always a notion in his mind to their magical power and influence. Corpora abditum. He reapplied his notice me not charm and made his way towards his sanctuary, while his thoughts starting to wander again, when he ped Neville in the old corridors. Neville Longbottom, scion and lone heir to House Longbottom. A house that had, according to the few informations he knew, a long-lasting alliance with House Potter. Aside from that, Neville was just a likable, if shy dorm mate. That was the impression everyone had of him, but Harry looked deeper than those people, searching for the qualities that could make him a valuable ally, if not a friend. It was rumored that he was near squib level, barely able to P-Cleese in order to advance to the next year, but was he really? Would have Hogwarts magic recorded him for education in her hallowed halls, if that was really the case? He couldn't help but wonder if there were some reasons as to why he had so much problem with the curriculum and the magics taught at the castle. His practically non-existent self-confidence was a given, but could one really say that he had no courage? Hadn't the Sorting Hat seen something in Neville's mind that made it sort him in Gryffindor instead of Hufflepuff, despite his fierce loyalty? Of course it had, and Harry remembered all too well the sudden bouts of incredible courage that Neville displayed sometimes. Had he not tried to stop them in their first year? Yes, he did try, and although he had failed to stop them, he nevertheless stood against them, upholding his beliefs of what was right. Or the fact that he asked a girl to the Yuletide ball, when so many of his dorm mates had problems and never managed it, but what was it that inspired such sudden confidence in him? And, of course, the last piece of well-known information about him, his insanely skilled hands at herbology. Many people laughed about it, believing that potting plants and caring for them didn't need magic, but Harry knew they were wrong. Magical plants were only harmless throughout the earlier years at Hogwarts and continued to increase in their threat level as the school years went by. So how was it that someone with seemingly no innate talent at any other magical NCH, be it simple transfiguration or charms, had such profound power to grow and care for the most hazardous plants the magical world had to offer? How was he able to subdue a ayahuasca liane, a plant with incredible potential in healing rituals, but with the same properties as the devil's snare and fire-resistant to boot, when he didn't manage to turn beetles into buttons? How could he care for a Vivinado's bush that expelled terribly potent poison into the air, when the mere thought about Dada lessons made him shiver in fright? Neville Longbottom was an enigma, Harry decided as he reached his room and closed the door behind him. He would continue to observe him and spend kind words as one could never know, when such people rose above their fears and inabilities, becoming paragons of light themselves. With a flick of his wand, he transfigured a quill into a knife and murmured the incantations of Kondoro and Akuo. The hardening and sharpening charms. The morning was still in its early stages, but he would need a long time until all 15 runes were etched into the metallic frame of the door, possibly the rest of the day. He smiled as he slowly leaned back against the old tree, centuries old, that bathed him in its shadows. GR rustled with every movement of his body and his gaze directed itself towards the horizon, where Hogwarts towered proudly over the castle grounds. Not many students frequented the area, the closeness of the Forbidden Forest evoking anxiety in most of them, but Harry had long lost his fear for dark places and their dangers. For him in his current occupation, no other place could be better. In a few minutes the sky would darken, calling the moon to change its place with the sun, but Harry didn't care. The Quiquim Valarit had worked and now he had the time to indulge in his new hobby. It was truly a wonderful suggestion of the headmaster to find something relaxing, he mused and snickered. Thoughtfully he chewed on his newly acquired pipe, a simple wooden one without fancy carvings, and inhaled deeply, savoring the taste of spicy tobacco. Somehow he doubted that Dumbledore meant smoking, when he advised him to find something that would take the edge off after a strenuous day, but the image of the monk's incredulous expression should he learn about it, was quite amusing. He had looked through several tomes in the Lyri already, making it his mission to research the cure for lung damage to appease the headmaster the next time he saw him. Of course, he also had an ace in his sleeve in case the old man wouldn't be swayed by his compelling arguments, an ace that would surely bring a smile on the headmaster's wrinkled face. Well, he would be mortified if someone else saw his ace, as it was somewhat peculiar even for his standards and the thought of spreading rumors about it was better left alone. The heavy book on his lap contained many tales, not of the often gruesome and bloody variant he used to read, but stories, legends and myths designed for children. It felt liberating, he supposed, that he who never had enjoyed the amazing wonders of a good childhood, was finally able to indulge in something as simple as a children's book. Maybe he could make a living as a storyteller after his Hogwarts years have ended. Like the bards of times long forgotten, traveling from magical settlement to magical settlement and regaling attentive little kids with mysterious and happy stories. He exhaled slowly, failing to form any shapes with the smoke emitting from his mouth. Or, he just took the one single book he had managed to nick from Dudley way too serious. Next thing he knew, he would call himself Mithrandir and journey the world on top of a small cart, pulled by the might of a beautiful white horse. These thoughts were inconsequential anyway as long as the danger of Voldemort lurked just around the corner, threatening the wizarding world and through that, everything he held dear. He was no Gandalf, but maybe. Why not? Clearing his throat, he threw a last look at the open book and took his wand out of its sheath. A small wave later and several pebbles had been transfigured into small figurines, each resembling a knight in full armor. The tale you're about to hear today is called The Well of Ascalon. The little knights formed a circle and started to dance in a weird pattern. Many years ago, the legendary King Arthur and his court celebrated Whitsuntide with a tremendous feast. It is said that the feast had been so great, not one drop of pumpkin juice remained throughout the lands. Another puff of smoke escaped his mouth. The well-known knight, Calogrenant, had traveled through the country far and wide, and when he returned, seeing the roaring fires of the great feast, he wasted no time to tell all about the tales he had heard on his long and dangerous journey. I met a man living in the wild, clothed in nothing else but rags, and he told me about a mystical idol, where a magical well is hidden. He said, and all the valiant people of King Arthur's court crowded around him, listening to his words. Harry swished his wand and the figurines made a circle around the statue of Calogrenant. "And what did you do?" asked Iwine, a relative of Calogrenant. To whom the knight answered, "I wandered through all the known parts of the forest until I found the well, but once I got the water out of it, I fell and spilled it. The transfigured knight made the impression of slipping on a banana. And Calogrenant told them about what happened after the water had been spilled, because it was indeed magical water. It took but seconds until the weather changed and Calogrenant was drenched to the bones, large thunderclouds ambling above him. For magic is a harsh mistress to those who waste her possessions. Agumenti. He quietly said the incantation and the figurine of Calogrenant was flushed away by the small beam of water that left his wand. Just as he was about to continue, a rustling sound to his left made him snap his neck towards it, and when he saw the cause for the disturbance, he started to blush slightly. There stood Fleur in all her glory, and he groaned, inwardly lamenting that it was always him, getting discovered in such embering moments. She smirked and her eyes were filled with mirth. What an enchanting tale, Ari! She laughed, and to his great consternation, started to clap her hands excitedly. Do continue. I want to know more about the valiant knight Calogrenant. Fleur. How utterly and terrifyingly embering. The French Villa's smirk widened, and with impossible grace she slid to the ground, taking place next to him. There was no way to talk himself out of that one. No way, but the truth. Fleur. It's an interesting occupation, is it not? She asked, and for a moment he was baffled. He heard no sarcasm in her words, and that at least he had expected. Not just from her, but from anyone who would have run into him, telling stories to himself. It is, he said with hesitation. Grandmere had a storyteller visit us once and he was incredible. Gabby didn't understand much, of course, but the man told us tales for hours. It was beautiful, really. I thought they didn't exist anymore. Fleur nodded, and he noticed a reminiscent smile playing on her lips. Non, but they are rare. Very rare. Grandmere said that her friend had traveled to nearly all places our world has to offer, seeing and hearing things he would later build into many of his fascinating tales. He must have seen many places, Harry said, and got a far-away look in his eyes. Wouldn't it be glorious to journey over the world like that man had done? It definitely beat any other job in the magical world he could think of. I guess he did. He was quite old, after all. Unfortunately, we never saw him again, and Grandmere remains tight-lipped. Do you want to become a storyteller? Maybe, he answered. But at the moment it's more of a relaxation from the tournament. Oh, it looked relatively easy for you, Ari. You meant that you have no problems with it, she said with curiosity written all over her face, and a bitter laugh escaped him. A laugh that had probably startled Fleur, as it was a far cry from the usual cheerful nature he had showed her before. He would never know what exactly had moved him that day to talk with her, but soon the words were leaving his mouth. Easy. Day for day I train and train and train, just to have a chance of surviving that blasted thing. And then, the second task. The large S, she asked. Not just that, I killed dozens of merpeople, because they were in my way. Dozens. And no one but Dumbledore seems to care. It sickens me. I sicken me. Fleur remained silent during his much-needed venting, and he was thankful for it. I brought terrible magic into their lives. So terrible that it subdued them on the spot. That's just twisted beyond belief. In one motion, Fleur moved over and laid her arms around him. Ari. She whispered in his ears, understanding that she was one of the only persons that had ever seen him so vulnerable. That you are frightened by your own magic, it shows me that it wasn't created by a lust for power, but necessity. Her hand stroked his back soothingly, and she looked directly into his eyes. We didn't know, we couldn't know, that the hostages weren't in danger. But, shish. A well-manicured finger sealed his lips. We couldn't know, Ari, and I will always be thankful to you for saving my little sister. She held him as sobs racked his body and tears leaked out of his eyes. He couldn't remember the last time he had cried in someone's arms. Had there even been a last time? He didn't know and didn't care at the moment. Gabby is my everything. I was dying with fright and you saved her. You saved her, Ari. She whispered. And let no one tell you otherwise. It took several days, even after his talk with Fleur, until Harry finally stopped to wallow in guilt. The events that took place down in the lake had been horrific and would always remain a black mark in his life, but there were other things he needed to concentrate on. Besides, there wasn't much he could do anyway, as Mercus made it quite clear that he wasn't welcome in Culloden, even if he had accepted his apology. But now that he had the time to do other things, Harry found himself still lonely and wondered what he could do against it. To talk with Neville was always an option, but the boy nearly wilted under attention, and that was exactly what Harry would bring with him, as most of the school currently regarded him as a budding Dark Lord. No, Neville had enough problems as it was, and there was no need to add to them. At least, some students had lost their fear as the quickly written letters they sent to their parents came back answered, and the adults weren't of the opinion that he was going dark. Through the G-Vine he even got to know why everyone feared him, and once again it left him astounded by the stupidity of some of them. It wasn't the magic itself that he had called upon, but the S. It was the fact that it had been a freaking S. AS. Harry didn't understand why the symbol of AS left Hogwarts' population shivering in fright, when the parents, who had way more reasons to fear it, remained calm and appreciative of the magic. Maybe it had something to do with the happenings of his second year, but in the end it didn't matter. He was sure that if he had summoned a watery phoenix that day, they would consider him to be Dumbledore's secret grandson. Such was the nature of Hogwarts, rumor mill. And there, he went off on a tangent again. So, who else could he visit to alleviate his boredom? Fleur went off to God knows where, and he hadn't seen her since their talk. Which was a shame, really. The woman was great and he enjoyed the time spent with her. Unfortunately, she still considered him to be too young for a relationship with her. In a few years, when the matter of age blurred, that would be different, he hoped. Now, Daphne was a topic all in itself. The with her had been amazing, and as a teenager with a healthy drive and hormones, Harry lusted after more. He took a bite from the forbidden fruit and wanted to do so again, but the Daphne wasn't an option anymore. He tried to visit her yesterday and saw her with another Slytherin, probably a fifth year. At first, it angered him, but after a while he calmed down and to his great surprise wasn't too bothered by it. A relationship with her had been impossible from the start, as the controversies between their houses were still going strong. It would have made life incredibly complicated if they got together. Daphne was a woman that furthered her standing in the morning, politicized at noon, and stabbed her enemies in the evening. It was, after all, how she had been brought up. The perfect pureblood princess. She truly was a credit to Slytherin, he thought. If Daphne was attracted by power, she would come back sooner or later, but for now the topic was closed. Was it a testament to how poorly his social connections were, if he had only 3 people to think about? Dumbledore didn't enter the equation as he was way too old. Harry looked up to the man, no doubt, but he wasn't someone that would laze with him under the trees and play exploding snap. And with the older man, he didn't even want to think about it. It was interesting enough to observe the social interactions of his former friends, but he didn't dwell too much on the thoughts of them. Ron made good friends with Seamus and Dean, and had stopped to slander him at every turn. Yet, he kept his distance, and that was just fine with Harry. He didn't hate him, but that didn't mean he wanted to have him as a friend again. Hermione had made her own friends with Ginny, and to his great surprise, Luna. He wondered how that came about. She probably saw the bullying and started a crusade to save the girl. That was, after all, Hermione's way to solve problems. And that still didn't give him any clues as to whom he could do something with. Maybe he could visit Hagrid. It was always an option, but then again, he really wasn't in the mood to hear about all the incredible dangerous creatures the man was currently raising. Blast-ended Skrewts were abominations taken straight from hell. Now that was an amusing image. Hagrid, clothed in his cloak and with the crossbow slung over his arm, descending through the gates of hell and muttering about his lovely animals. The man really had a penchant for dangerous creatures that was second to none. Harry leaned back in his chair, looked up to the ceiling, and a sigh escaped him. What to do? What to do? He could prepare for the third task, of course, but he had done so for the last months already and became weary of it. There wasn't much else he could do without knowing exactly what would await him. Maybe, an idea suddenly formed in his mind. Yes, that had the potential, he thought, and rummaged through the charmed drawer of his desk. Carefully, he took the Marauder's map out of it. I solemnly swear, I'm up to no good, he said. Harry tapped the map with his wand and, as always, was fascinated by the patterns of ink that slowly formed on the parchment. Where is she? Where is she? He muttered, and his eyes trailed over the map. There she is, Melanie Sheffield, a fifth-year Ravenclaw in possession of a magnificent pair of tits and with a sweet disposition towards him. Now that was a goal worthy of pursuit, he thought. She was currently in the Leary. Harry rose from his chair, quickly pocketed the map and put the Notice Me Not charm around him. It was still embering to think about his violent departure, when he had been confronted by the press. Elise would skin him alive no doubt, the next time he saw her. It confused him though, that the press hadn't published anything about his outburst, as if they suddenly got compionate. At the moment that didn't matter however, and he walked to the Leary, taking several secret pages and avoided other students where he could. When he entered, the first thing he noticed was something not entirely anticipated. The Leary was packed. Harry looked around, but every desk was occupied by people, be it a single person or a group of them. That needed some consideration, he thought. He was still concealed by his charm, so there was no need to rush in hard-headedly. Harry looked around and observed the Leary. Melanie sat alone at a small table usually meant for only one person, but that could be occupied by two if needed be. That was good. Now, he had to decide which book to take. Harry would pretend to study, that much was clear, but it had to look realistic. He didn't think it would go over well if he suddenly started to delve into the mysterious NCH of divination. Every self-respecting Ravenclaw hated the CL with a paean. Which was entirely appropriate, he thought. Briefly, he wondered if it was the profession itself that was so murky, or if it was only the professor they had. He just couldn't imagine that Trelawney was a prime representation for her art. He made his decision and walked over to a dusty shelf that contained tomes about transfiguration and pulled out a book for 6th years. It wasn't too advanced to be questioned, but good enough to impress. Harry left the Leary and re-entered it, this time without the charm. Instantly, he gained the attention of several students, but the Ravenclaws took only seconds until their noses were buried into their books once again. With the book in his hands, he walked over to the table where Melanie sat at. "Excuse me." The girl looked up and her eyes widened for a short moment as she recognized him. "Do you mind if I sit here?" he asked and thumbed over his shoulder. "The other tables are packed." And indeed, it was true. The other tables were occupied to such an extent that not even a little child could fit into the gaps between the students. "Yes, sure, have a seat," she said. Harry's left eyebrow rose and she quickly noticed her mistake. There were no free chairs around. Oh, was she afraid that he wouldn't sit with her now? The situation couldn't get any better, he thought as he answered. Don't worry about that. May I?" Harry pointed towards one of the broken quills that lay discarded next to her ink pot. She looked confused, but agreed and nodded her head. Harry drew his wand and picked the quill from the desk, laying it on the floor. As non-permanent transfiguration didn't need an incantation, he only wove his wand and changed the quill into a comfortable armchair. By her astonished look, he saw that he had impressed her and that was exactly what he aimed for. "Sorry for the trouble," he said. Melanie nodded hesitantly and he seated himself, opening the book about transfiguration to uphold his ruse. It were cruel 30 minutes in which he pretended to study. The plan he devised had been based on her taking the chance to talk with him, but maybe that was a bit too optimistic for a Ravenclaw in the Leary. If he had to read one more sentence about things he already knew, he would go bonkers. Bonkers. Now that was an interesting idea, he thought, and already a new plan formed in his mind. Useless. He closed the book with a thud, his face mirroring the confusion he felt seconds ago. Melanie looked up and saw the frustration on his face that was half played, half true. "What's the matter?" she asked. "It doesn't have what I need." He pointed towards the closed tome. "And with the next task looming over my head, I can't really concentrate anyway." He knew that he had to be careful with any statements regarding the usefulness of books. Ravenclaws were generally very picky about them. Melanie obviously didn't know what to say to that, but was that sympathy he saw in her eyes? Oh yes, it was. "I'm going for a walk." Harry sighed and vanished the chair with a flick of his wand. He made to walk away, but after one step suddenly turned around. "Say, you want to come too? It's pretty boring alone," he said. The question startled Melanie, as was shown by her darting looks between her books and him. Luckily, he won. It would have been a serious blow to his self-esteem if she chose the books over him. "Sure, just let me pack my things." And with those words it was done. She quickly stuffed her parchments and quills into a small bag and together they left the Leary. It wasn't until they nearly reached the grounds that Harry spoke again. I never asked your name. I'm Melanie. She answered. Harry grinned at her and noticed gleefully the slight blush that adorned her cheeks. That went wonderful. I'm Harry, he said, and she looked at him like he had grown a second head. Just to be polite, you know. He elaborated. I doubt that anyone doesn't know your name. True. They walked alongside the lake and talked about various topics, most of which bored him slightly. That was the problem with Ravenclaws. So, if you add the armadillo bile after the Bundamum secretion, it should lessen the possible violent reactions the potion could cause. And did it have to be potions of all things? Not bad. Thanks, Melanie. That should make lessons with Snape somewhat easier. Snape. That git has been unbelievable in the last 3 months. Harry vaguely remembered the conversation he had overheard between her and her friends. Right, it was his fault. Unbelievable. More along the lines of insane. He said. Yeah, we still don't know why his mood worsened like that. Decisions. Did he tell her that it was his doing? On one hand, troublemaking could be endearing to some girls, but on the other it could horribly backfire. Well, I think that's my fault, he said nonchalantly. He was about to find me in the halls after curfew and I just reacted. I ought to throttle you, she said, but started to giggle soon afterward. What did you do to him? She asked. I animated the statue on the fountain. You know, that one in the courtyard just in front of the clock tower. Her eyes widened. And it attacked him. He hasn't found the culprit since then. Harry smirked at her and she started to laugh. It was good that he had gone with his instincts in this matter. The laughter ended abruptly, however, when Melanie saw where they were headed to. Harry, that's the Forbidden Forest, she said. He noticed how her anxiety rose in the presence of the forest and inwardly lamented the unfounded fear for that place. We're not going into it. Don't worry, Melanie, I promise. Just to a place near it. Harry's words worried her a bit, but she still wasn't fully convinced. It was time to divert her attention a bit, he thought. I want to show you place that Professor Lupin took me to. Professor Lupin? Why would the professor show you something? She asked, her attention completely on him and far away from the forest. He was a good friend of my parents'. McGonagall told me that he and my dad were like brothers back in their Hogwarts years. Wow, really? Yep, if he had the time for it, we often walked on the grounds last year. He told me stories about my dad, you know. According to him, he was an incredible prankster and troublemaker, he said. Melanie couldn't contain it and a giggle escaped her. It's something you inherited, huh? Looks like it. That was close, Harry thought. He successfully directed the topic away from the forest to Moony and before the issue about his fuzzy problem crept up, to his dad. He didn't know her opinion on werewolves and wasn't keen on finding out if she was a bigot. Their talk had been enjoyable so far, and to find out that she had a similar stance to Malfoy would seriously turn him off. Here we are, he said. They stood in front of a large stone where both of them could sit and that overlooked the lake, but was still enshrouded by several trees, making it a very private place. It was a nice place. At least, Harry thought so. Wow, it's beautiful, Melanie said and looked around. I've never been in that area before. It's not well known, I think. Professor Lupin mentioned that it was a great source of amusement for him. Huh, how so? It seems like he often interrupted my parents in their private moments when they were here, he said and smiled. He didn't know why he told her all those things, but it felt nice just to talk about them. The place held memories of his parents and somehow it made him happy to share them. No way. There's no way that Professor Lupin was a troublemaker as well. You would be surprised. The whole lot of them were pranksters. Harry chuckled, but suddenly stopped. He noticed his mistake too late. The whole lot. Who else? They must have been legendary at Hogwarts. Melanie asked. That was a question he had to handle carefully. She was nice, no doubt, but he wouldn't trust her with any information about Sirius and Pettigrew. I think they were. Them and their year mates. He answered cautiously. Nice. I wonder what they became after school. Do you know it? It were always the innocent questions that brought him into trouble, he thought. For a moment, the morbid answer of dead and unemployed ran through his mind, but it wouldn't do the atmosphere any favor. Dad became an Auror as far as I know, and Professor Lupin is taking the odd job here and there, he said and continued before she could be reminded of Moony's problem. Don't really know what the others currently do, groveling through dirt and hiding, or fleeing from the law, but I imagine they're involved in some business or politics. She listened attentively and luckily hummed in agreement with his last guess. Makes me wonder what I will do after Hogwarts, she said. No idea at all. Finally he managed to get the conversation into a safe zone. Well, I want to become a potion mistress, but Snape makes that pretty hard. Harry nodded emphatically. He understood very well how a professor like Snape could make such an endeavor incredibly difficult. Don't worry about the bat. You're what now, 5th year? Yup, 5th year Ravenclaw. She answered. See, you only got Snape for 2 more years. That's bad in itself, but it could be worse. Imagine you were still a firstie. Harry himself was pretty horrified by such a prospect. Easy to say, but I got owls this year and the GIT only accepts straight O students in his Newt CL. Straight O's. The man was insane, Harry thought. He understood her hesitation a lot better now, but also knew the perfect tidbit of information to rear her. That's harsh, but I don't think it will be a problem. I heard that the examiner for the owls isn't Snape, but someone from the ministry. Inwardly, he thanked the twins for mentioning that particular information during the summer. They had loudly complained to their mother that the owls left them way too exhausted to degnome the garden. Mrs. Weasley, of course, hadn't been swayed by their compelling arguments. That's a relief, she said and sighed. What about you? Do you have some plans for the future? Safe zone Harry thought. He fell directly into the next fire pit, but at least it wasn't as hot as the last one. He would be sooner caught dead than reveal his dreams about becoming a storyteller. It bothered him if other people knew about it, even if he didn't know why. Not concrete ones, no. Maybe traveling for a bit. You know, finding places like this all over the world. Wow, that would be nice I think. Seeing all the interesting things like pyramids or the Pantheon, she said. Harry was just about to propose that she could accompany him and search for rare ingredients, when she took a look at her watch and hastily rose from the stone. What the Harry thought. The proposition he wanted to make was exactly what he needed to get a bit closer to her, but her sudden change in position made him worry about that prospect. Damn, I'm sorry, Harry, but I've gotta go. I promised my friends to meet them in the common room like half an hour ago. She didn't even bother to wait for a reply and tore away, leaving a thoroughly frustrated Harry behind. He rose himself and looked down at the bulge in his pants that he had carefully concealed throughout the conversation. The girl was hot after all. Stay still. I tried my best, really. Hogwarts 17, April 1995. To wander alone through the small village of Hogsmeade was a unique experience, Harry surmised as he entered the Three Broomsticks. It implied, of course, that he had been pretty lonely on his walk through the settlement, but it wasn't necessarily unpleasant. For the first time since he started to visit Hogsmeade in his 3rd year, Harry was able to thoroughly explore it without someone to pull him into shops that held no interest for him. He had been fortunate enough to stumble upon a small store that was somewhat hidden in a backyard and called itself What Wizards Wore Yesterday. The shop held an assortment of odd little trinkets and various things that magical folk had either lost or sold over the decades of its existence. Old broomsticks, portraits that no one wanted. Harry had been fascinated by it and spent hours in the place until he finally bought a plain pocket watch that was currently secured in his robe. What can I get you, Mr. Potter? The cheerful voice of Madame Rosmerta broke him out of his thoughts. Butterbeer, please, he answered. Somehow he doubted that the woman would sell him fire whiskey. Of course, it will be ready in a moment. Madame Rosmerta notified a waitress and ran off to the next customer. The pub wasn't overly packed, but it was still a busy day for her, and the rush of students that came with a Hogsmeade weekend didn't help the matter. He looked through the room and found a table, partially concealed in shadows, that suited him just right. It was time to relax from a long day spent researching, training and walking around, he thought as he seated himself and paid the beautiful waitress 80 nuts for his keg of butterbeer. Harry leaned back in his chair, letting the peaceful atmosphere take effect, and unhooked the pipe from his belt. He took his sweet time to stuff it with the expensive Tilbury tobacco he had bought hours ago, and soon the distinct aroma filled his nostrils. Nearly an hour went by in which he lazed around and inconspicuously observed the other patrons, but as he was about to signal the madam for another keg, a familiar sensation overcame him. A very familiar sensation. He wondered if the allure of Vila's worked like a sonar, because as soon as Fleur entered the pub with her little sister in tow, she knew exactly where he was and walked straight towards him, completely ignoring the other people. With impossible grace, the sisters slid into the seats next to him. "Hey, Fleur," he said and smiled at them. "Hello, A.R. Bonjour, Ari." Gabrielle interrupted her sister and immediately started to ramble in French, a language he understood very little of. Her older sister, however, only looked exasperated, and rolled her eyes. To Harry, it seemed like this was a regular occurrence. After the little girl still hadn't taken breath and was about to continue, Fleur leaned over and whispered something in her ear. It was probably something along the lines of him not understanding French, he thought, amused. "I'm sorry, Ari, she wanted to meet you ever since the task." "No problem," he said. "Though, I thought she would go home a few days afterward." "How come she's still here?" "Our parents want to watch the next task and she begged them to stay." Of course, they couldn't resist her. That was a sentiment Harry could fully agree on, as he couldn't have resisted her either. The girl was simply adorable. He couldn't even entertain the thought of saying no to her if she would use puppy eyes. "So, she's staying with you?" he asked. "We, in the Bobadins' carriages. It's going to cost me my last nerves." "It's going to be fine, I'm sure. Doesn't make it easier for you to train, though." It was true after all. He didn't think it would be easy to train, when a little girl that needed constant supervision ran around the premise. "To be honest, I don't care anymore." That threw him for a loop. She didn't care anymore. Since when? It was a far cry from the self-assured and haughty woman he had met when the goblet spat out his name. "The second task. It showed me where my priorities should be," she said, and Harry didn't miss the loving tone in her voice, nor the fond look she gave Gabrielle. It must have been cruel beyond imagination for her to be confronted with the possible death of her sister. He really had to remind himself that he wasn't the only one to face his fears in the tournament. Minutes were spent in peaceful silence and both girls were amused by Harry, who tried and failed to form recognizable shapes with the smoke that left his mouth. Suddenly, Gabrielle started to talk in French again, and it must have been something extremely funny, because her usually composed sister started to laugh. "What is it?" he asked. She want you to tell a story." A story? Had she told her sister about his secret ambition? He looked towards Fleur and the guilty expression on her face only furthered his suspicion. Dang, hopefully the girl was able to keep it a secret. "Fleur," he groaned and buried his head in his hands. "I'm sorry, Ari, we talked about Grand Mir and it just slipped." He gave her a half-hearted glare, but noticed Gabrielle's pleading look. How was he supposed to fight against that? A story? Huh, fine. What story could he tell them? Maybe it shouldn't be a story, as they were usually pretty long, but a legend. Yes, a legend would work well, he thought. Half an hour went by and he regaled them with a tale about an artifact he had read about during his search about Godsensvanir, the magical harp in Dumbledore's office. It was a brush, made and charmed by Kai Lun, the man who invented the first known technique to produce paper. It was said that the brush could make even the most awful novice paint a beautiful picture. These claims were never confirmed, but during the millenniums it was often seen in the hands of incredible successful artists, which gave the statement some credence. During the 16th century, the brush seemingly vanished and had yet to be seen again. Harry told them all he knew about the magical brush and gave Fleur enough time in between to translate his words, but when Gabby started to yawn, it was obviously time to end the whole thing. After all, she was still a child and needed her sleep. Fleur rose from her seat and gave him a hug. "Good night, Ari," she said, and when he knelt down to Gabrielle, he was somewhat surprised by the sloppy that landed on his cheek. "Au revoir, Ari." Well, at least he had been ed by one girl this month, he thought, and chuckled as they walked away. Hogwarts 23, April 1995, Parvos Dolorosus Pungo, Mild Pain Ward, Stinging Hex. The warding NCH concerning the Parvos Dolorosus schemes, the mild pain wards, is a vast field, and there is an unimaginable amount of them coursing through every place on this world. They are, as the name implies, used to lightly harm anyone who breaches or activates them and are often implemented as a deterrent for intruders. As these kind of wards always need a certain trigger, they can only be used if keyed into another ward that enables some form of target recognition. Keyed into proximity wards, the pain will befall those that breach it. Keyed into a ward that recognizes bad intentions towards either the caster or the area, the pain will come swiftly for the intruder. That principle is applicable to every mild pain ward. The Parvos Dolorosus Pungo sends mild stinging hexes at anyone who dares to activate it. Slowly, but surely the whole warding business went over his head, Harry thought as he prepared everything necessary for his next project. It wasn't as if the ward itself was particularly difficult, but very soon it would become hard to overlook everything in his scheme. Honestly, he keyed the Mala Fides into the Sortir Fieri Proximitas and now had to key the Parvos Dolorosus Pungo into the Mala Fides. His respect for professional warder rose by the minute. Harry vaguely remembered a conversation he had with Dumbledore about offensive wards at Hogwarts, but he wasn't sure. They had consumed copious amounts of alcoholic beverages that evening. However, if memory served him right, and he was by no means sure that it did, then the headmaster told him that he could only use mild pain wards as everything else was too extreme for a school. He didn't like it, but he could understand it. For example, Harry didn't know if pranks counted as malicious intent, and the picture of small first years running around, dodging carelessly thrown reductos wasn't that funny. Parvos Dolorosus Pungo. A red dome expanded from his wand and vanished as soon as it reached the corners of his sanctuary. Now, he only had to test if the ward worked and quickly transfigured a quill into a bird that he charmed to attack him. The avian took one step towards him and instantly a small beam of orange light hit it. It worked. Quickly, before anyone could accuse him of animal cruelty, he vanished the bird. "Sir," he cried out as he finally saw Dumbledore, who was just about to walk around a corner. The headmaster turned around and was surprised to see Harry run towards him at full speed. A bag filled with sweets was loosely gripped in his hands. "What's the matter, Harry?" he asked as he scanned the hallways, looking for possible attackers. When he came up empty, however, he thought about the possible things Harry might wanted to talk about. Harry took a deep breath. "I have a question, sir." Dumbledore's brows rose and he regarded the young man in front of him, who had to support himself against a wall, gasping for air. "And you ran all the way for it?" he asked. "Your movements in the last hour have been incredibly erratic, sir." Dumbledore grinned. What cheek the boy showed. He basically threw his own words in his face. "Well, here I am." The headmaster took an obviously mocking look around the corridor to see if there were any other Dumbledores, and Harry had to squash the rude reply that lingered on his tongue. Is it possible for me to leave the castle and visit Diagon Alley?" he asked. "There is always a possibility, Harry." Did the man eat too many sweets? Though, that sly smirk of him was pretty bad, Harry thought. Still, the older man knew exactly how infuriating such answers were, and worse, he had fun while telling them. "Sir," he groaned, "it would help if you told me why you want to visit the alley." "I want Illyri and need the books for it," Harry answered. With all the charms, transfigurations and wards that he had applied to his room over the last months, it had become extremely comfortable, but it still wasn't complete. The Illyri was the last piece that he missed, and everything else afterward would be just fine-tuning. "Illyri, that's a splendid idea, but are you sure about this?" the headmaster asked. Harry prided himself in his wards and was about to say so, when Dumbledore's hand rose, indicating that he wasn't finished with speaking. "The dorms, and therefore the trunks in it, are heavily warded against theft, but this protection is missing in the rest of Hogwarts. You can do it, of course, but be aware that should your books be stolen, Hogwarts won't pay for them," he said. "We would help you to find them, but if they are truly lost, not replace them." It was an important decision, and Harry took his time to consider it carefully. "Do you think the other students could break my wards?" he asked. He didn't mention Snape in that statement, however, as the headmaster still trusted the greasy git. "Why, only he knew. That depends on the wards you built. Hogwarts only notified me that you started to secure your room, not which wards you chose. Proximity, intent, notice me not, and mild pain." For a moment the headmaster looked surprised, but his look soon changed into a pleased expression. "That's a pretty good scheme. The older man said and muttered something else under his breath that sounded like especially for a novice in the art. It felt nice to think that the headmaster complimented him. Warding is a topic that's only shortly touched on during the end of your 7th year. I can only think of 2 Ravenclaw students that could be able to break your proximity ward and subsequently the ones keyed into it. This shouldn't pose a problem though, as they lack the power to unravel your concealing ward. So, can I go to Diagon, sir? Dumbledore looked at him and sighed. If you go, then the usual safety measures apply. Your name is Nathal Broadmoor and you're a relative of Elise. Yes. Do you still have enough Dolus Pulvisculus? He asked, and Harry thought about the blue powder that had helped him tremendously to keep his identity a secret during his etiquette lessons. Should be enough for a day, sir. Good. If you need more of it, please tell me in advance. It's quite difficult to make. Difficult to make. If it was difficult to make for Dumbledore, then it was probably impossible for anyone else, he thought and nodded eagerly, happy that the headmaster granted his request. He had no illusions and knew that Dumbledore favored him on some level. Well, if you're careful, then the 2nd day of the next month is yours, he said and looked on his watch. I must bid you farewell for now. Paperwork calls. Instantly, Dumbledore vanished. Harry really needed to learn that trick. Diagon Alley 2, May 1995. Diagon Alley was bustling with activity as Harry stumbled out of the fireplace, cursing the violent method of transportation under his breath. He absolutely hated the flow. He swished his wand and the soot covering his robes vanished, courtesy of a simple Evanesco. He hoped his concealment had survived the trip. What can I do for you, young sir? Tom, the barkeeper of the Leaky Cauldron, hobbled towards him, a toothy smile plastered on his face. Well, as toothy as a smile could be without teeth. It was rather obvious that the man had seen his sudden entrance and found it to be a great source of amusement. Nothing. But thanks, Tom. The flow hates me, that's all, he answered. Tom, who noticed that the young man wasn't of the snobbish type that sometimes went through his pub, fell back into his usual speech pattern. I could see that, my lord, but don't ya worry. You're not the only one. Oh, Arthur Weasley, don't know if ya know him, told me that the Potter boy had the same troubles, he said. That was a truly unfortunate way to start his day in Diagon Alley, thought Harry. It would be a pretty sad statement to his skills as a spy if he was caught. Especially, if it had barely been seconds after his mission started. Flow isn't for some people, I suppose. True that, he said and tried to appear nonchalant. Less words meant less mistakes, after all. Anyway, you want into the alley? Tom asked. Yes, gonna visit my aunt. Well, then have fun, lad. Ya know the way. Yes, and thanks. Tom gave him a last nod and hobbled away to wipe the counter with a white rag. Harry didn't dawdle any longer and went out of the pub. It only took a few taps of his wand and the stone arc materialized in front of him, granting him entrance into the magical place that had captivated him when he was but a first year. To his right, a man clothed in brown robes looked through the window of Slug and Jigger's apothecary as if he could determine the quality of their ingredients with naught but his stare. A small family with a son that was around 10 years old left a broomstick store a few feet away. Harry looked around and noticed the small stalls that sold everything a wizard could imagine. They were crowded around the wide place in front of Gringotts, the white marbled building that towered over the rest of the alley. Someone bumped into him, but Harry managed to stay on his feet. Sorry. The man that had a wizarding camera hanging from his neck stopped for a moment, apologized and then ran along, soon vanishing into another large building. The Daily Prophet's office, if he remembered right. Harry moved through the throng of busy people, completely captivated by the atmosphere, and wondered which bookstore he would visit first. There were many of them after all, Obscurus Books and Flourish and Blots being the most frequented ones. Nathal. Harry was just about to enter a store, when the cry of his fake identity made him spin around. He looked around and observed the alley until he found the source. Elise sat under a parasol that belonged to the small cafe at the corner and enjoyed a piece of cake. She wasn't someone he had thought he would encounter. He hid the look of surprise on his face and joined her, quickly ordering a cup of coffee for himself. Dang, the woman looked as beautiful as always, and he tried hard to control his baser urges as she unfortunately was also able to recognize Ed's thoughts from a mile away. Aunt Elise. I didn't think I would meet you here. I just had some business in the alley, she said and took another small bite from her cheesecake. Holy mother of, even when eating the woman looked sensual, Harry thought. Though, it's as a surprise to see you here. I thought you had school. The headmaster was kind enough to grant me a day for some business of my own, he answered. Oh, he did. I suppose that was after he spoke with me about certain happenings at Hogwarts. Happenings at, not good. Definitely not good. Harry wondered if Dumbledore had arranged it so that she was in the alley, exactly when he entered it. He could just imagine it, the smirk on the older man's face. Maybe they collaborated and the headmaster would soon have his daily dose of laughs, when he watched this conversation in a pensive. Happenings at Hogwarts. I'm afraid I can't follow you, he said. Carefully. Yes, he told me about a somehow failed interview and how he had to debate for days with the heads of several papers until they promised not to release it. Was she giving him the evil eye? Yes, she was, and Harry was sure that he would have been at the mercy of several hexes if they weren't in a public place. Was this Dumbledore's image of protection? Planting them in a place with many witnesses? Well, I'm sure that whoever had those problems has learned from his mistakes, he said and failed to notice the sly smirk on her lips. Oh, I'm sure the person has, but nonetheless it would benefit him or her if they visited me for some further lessons. Had she just called him a girl? Not nice. I think he will, as he is probably lost without your guidance. Her smirk widened as he emphasized certain words and she gave him a nod, accepting his hidden apology. Well, if you excuse me, Nathal, I still have some business. I'll see you around, I'm sure, she said and put some silver sickles on the table before she rose from her seat and walked away. Harry groaned and slumped back into the chair as soon as she was out of his view. This whole talk about himself in the third person had been incredibly annoying. Maybe he should consult Sirius and think up a plan to prank Dumbledore, he thought. Some black streaks in his white beard might be nice to look at. After lamenting his fate for a few minutes and after he had finished his coffee, Harry put his own money on the table and left towards his original destination, Obscurus Books. He walked towards the store and a small bell chimed as he entered it and closed the door behind him. The place was dusty and had an ancient quality to it, not unlike Ollivander's. There was no one behind the reception, so he wandered around and took his time to look through the rows of heavy tomes, stopping at some places to read a bit further into them. It was then that he encountered a problem he hadn't thought about beforehand. His parents left him a substantial amount of money that would easily carry him through Hogwarts and the first years afterward, but those books were expensive. He assumed that it would be in the same range as his school books, but these prices were far above the measly galleons he had spent to purchase his Hogwarts equipment. He already emptied his pocket when he bought the mossy ink, vellum and all the other little odds and ends. To buy more than 3 of these tomes would seriously rip into his finances, he thought and mused about possible sources of income. Out of the goodness of his heart he had gifted Snape the head of the basilisk, so that venue was closed. The greasy bat hadn't even been thankful. Maybe he should invest in something. Then again, what did he even know about investments? Maybe, in the near future, he would visit Gringotts and talk with the crafty goblins about this matter. The name Laxley Chetwynd caught his attention as he looked through a book called Transfigure Your Home. Wasn't that the old man that sat with them during the Yule Ball? Right, Dumbledore had introduced him as a fellow member of the Transfiguration Guild. Whatever this guild business was about, he would find out later. After a while, in which the reception had been finally manned, he chose the books he wanted to buy and paid for them, his heart bleeding from the amount of galleons he just forked over. 3 books weren't really a leery, but at least he had something interesting to read, now that he also bought another book about myths and legends. Pridgapati. No crop your harvest shall bear. Its name was slightly sinister, but who cared? The magical world wasn't just made from good legends. Hogwarts 4. May 1995. The tale of Pridgapati had been a morbid and read, Harry thought as he walked the grounds by night. The sickle, the story told about, had a bloody history and originated from ancient Egypt. Pridgapati's brother, whose name was apparently lost in the weaves of time, became enraged after long years of conflict and dispute. Enraged enough, in fact, that he urinated on the wheat Pridgapati had just freshly cut. Harry snorted, but lost his humor as he thought about the consequences that action had brought with it, because in retaliation, Prajapati gave into his fury and beheaded his own brother, bathing the sickle in the blood of his own family. Since then, every time the sickle reappeared in history, the harvest near her founding place had been ruined. Wherever the sickle was right now, and if the story was indeed true, Harry hoped that it would stay far, far away from Great Britain. He had no idea what was about to happen soon. Reducto. A stream of red light flew over his head and Harry barely managed to get out of the way, when a second one hit the place he just had stood on. What the? Stupefy. He rolled out of the way and pulled his wand out of his belt. Protega. The blue shield erected itself in front of him, but was soon barraged by various different lights. Its duration lessened with each spell that crashed into it. It gave him the time though, to observe his surroundings, but what he saw nearly made him gape incredulously. He knew they were bastards, but such an open move. He would have never thought they had the guts to do it. Usually, politicking and silent maneuvering was more their style, but maybe they became restless and finally wanted to show him their superiority. His mind was racing and he thought about everything he knew of them, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses. Nott was by far the most dangerous of the lot. He was calm and calculating, and showed an unhealthy interest in the dark arts. Sure, they all did, but none were as invested in them as Theodore. From what he had seen during the Dada lessons, the guy was very good on the offense but had no defensive capabilities to speak of. Another reducto hit the ground next to him and chunks of loose earth flew around. Harry adjusted his Protega accordingly. It would probably hold for another minute or two, so he had to think quickly. Malfoy was absolutely pants at Dada and barely managed to make a Stupefy work, but in return his wand work in Transfiguration was pretty good. Not as good as his own, but formidable nonetheless. It had the potential to be a lethal weapon combined with the charm work of Zabini, who was the balanced one out of the group. Why were they even attacking him? Wasn't that a bit overt for member of Salazar's house? He grimaced however, when he remembered that the only wards covering the grounds were the ones against apparition. Hagrid Hut was too far away and he wouldn't reach it in time either. His shield had barely any juice left and he stared at the last two of his assailants. Crabbe and Goyle, two guys from the same chip of block. Barely any in to speak of, but heavy muscle and a serious problem should they reach him. He doubted that they were able to hit him with any spells, but their violent nature in close combat made them vicious enemies as well. Maybe, that was the fate's way of telling him that he had to relieve some stress. Yes, the thought was a pleasant one and if it was indeed their will, then he would be happy to oblige. This was a completely different matter than the one in the second task, after all. These Slytherins attacked him deliberately without cause and did it in a place where help was far away. A feral grin split his face as his shield gave up under the constant pressure of spell fire. He would make sure not to kill them, of course, but by Merlin it felt good to battle again. He didn't know why it was such a satisfying feeling, but the adrenaline that pumped through his body was welcome in any shape or form. Petrificus totalis. Harry simply stepped out of the way and inwardly shook his head. A Petrificus, really? He had expected more from Malfoy. The Confringo that missed him was another matter altogether. Definitely one of Nott's spells. That could have seriously hurt him if it had hit. Nott was going down. Devil's Fulmin, he shouted, but unfortunately Nott escaped the electrical strike that left his wand. He was about to use another curse, when the sound of someone heavy reminded him that Nott wasn't alone. His wand whipped around and with an overpowered Venti Flamini, Harry threw Crabbe and Goyle away from him. Not a moment too soon, as he jumped away from another reducto and flicked his wand to levitate a boulder between him and several incoming curses. The fight was fast-paced and he doubted that they would give him the time to use a nice and long incantation. Serpensordia. Harry couldn't help the mocking look. Malfoy knew he was a Parseltongue, so why did he summon SS? It became clear however, after Zabini engorged the two SS and they slithered forwards. Certes. What the not bad, Harry thought and abandoned his plans to speak with the SS. Zabini had put a deafening charm on the SS, preventing any and all communication in Parseltongue. Sagitta. Petre Ichui. His aim with the arrow was a bit shoddy and he barely managed to kill the S to his left before it bit him, but the large stone he threw at the second one had hit it full force. He groaned in annoyance as he saw how Crabbe and Goyle advanced. Again, He blasted them away, but this time he also charmed the ground they crashed onto. The sticky glue they landed in would make it hard for them to attack again. With the brutes out of the way, he started to duel in earnest with Malfoy, Zabini and Nott. Spells flew through the air, illuminating the dark night, and shields snapped into place, preventing most of the injuries. It wasn't easy to parry the spells of all three, but somehow he managed, and it was exhilarating. Sure, he could have transfigured some stone warriors and animated them to do his bidding. That would have ended the whole affair rather fast, however, and he wanted to enjoy the thrill of battle for a while longer. He had just stepped out of the way from an errant reducto, when a sudden screech reached his ears. A very familiar screech. No, 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 no. Hedwig had seemingly felt that he was in battle, and to protect her companion, she made her way over to them. Now, the snowy owl was pecking viciously at Zambini's head. No, Hedwig, away, stay away, he cried out, and surprisingly his familiar obeyed. Then, it all went to hell. Ignum Estifer. A stream of incredibly hot fire spilled out of Nott's wand and hit Hedwig. Harry blanked out. He recognized the spell and knew it to be a fire created from the dark arts. Not on the level of fiendfire, but absolutely lethal nonetheless. For a moment, everything stilled and Harry couldn't believe what just happened. The fire stopped and what remained was a large pile of ash. Ash. He looked to Nott, who had a cruel glint in his eyes, and his own expression turned into unadulterated and unchained hatred. Bastard! Harry snarled, and his wand was in motion, quicker and with more precision than ever before. Reducto. Ardor Sagittò. Debles Fulmen. Petre Ictui. Percutor. Reducto. Dozens of spells went after Nott, who did his best to avoid each of them. Fear suddenly painted across his face. He was relentless. He transfigured rodents and birds, left and right, to attack the miserable bastard, and spell after spell left Harry's lips crashing against the measly defenses of Nott. Malfoy and Zabini were still stunned from the happenings of the last minutes. Diffindos hit Nott, and each of them left a slash wound somewhere on his body. An arrow drilled itself through his shoulder, and only when the Slytherin lied before him, broken and bloodied, did Harry stop his ult. He levitated Crabbe and Goyle, and dumped them on the downed Slytherin. His eyes looked haunted, when he turned to Malfoy, and his voice was brittle. Take them and leave. Zabini was quick to comply, but Malfoy was still rooted to the spot, mere feet away from Hedwig's ashes. Leave. Harry roared, and finally, Malfoy listened and helped Zabini to levitate the three other Slytherins away. Nott needed medical care, but he didn't give a shit. Hedwig. He sank to his knees. Hedwig. Tears streamed over his cheeks and fell into her ashes. A phoenix song reached his ears, but it didn't make him happier. Hedwig. He saw the fiery combustion to his right, and Fawkes appeared in a ball of flames. Harry's sorrow turned into blinding anger. Where was he? He screamed at Fawkes. Where was the man if he knew what was happening? Answer me, Fawkes. The phoenix stared back at him, unblinking, and suddenly thoughts not his own entered his mind. He doesn't know. But you felt my sadness. Fawkes bobbed his head, but instead of continuing to sing, he flew over to the ashes and mixed his own tears in them. What? And then he remembered. It was a page he had read after his second year in the attempt to understand more about Fawkes. Born from fire of darkness, bathed in tears of light, the phoenix rises and takes flight. Back then, he thought it to be metaphorical nonsense, but what if? He turned to Fawkes, disbelief written all over his face, and then he saw it. A small, bald head that poked out of the ashes. Nearly 2 hours had gone by since his confrontation with Nott and the other Slytherins. 2 hours, in which Harry did nothing else but think about his feathered companion. It was a miracle, Harry thought, and he couldn't remember any other time he felt as relieved as he did when she was reborn. She died and was reborn. She was alive. The nightly wind was freezing as he sat on the stairs leading to the Ollery, but he didn't care. The whole thing astounded Harry, and he wasn't sure if he grasped everything that had happened, but there was nothing that was able to describe accurately what he felt at the moment. Relief and happiness because Hed wasn't dead, but also anger. Incredible anger directed at Nott, who dared to use the deadly fire against his familiar. Ignum Estifer, a spell often described as conjuring the flames of hell itself. Where had Nott, a 4th year, learned to cast it? He was aware that Nott's father had been a Death Eater, but wasn't it even for them unfathomable to teach such magics to their children? Especially if those had yet to reach their majority. It seemed not. He didn't know if it was indeed Not's father that taught him, or someone else, but one thing was clear to him. That person, whoever it was, rose directly into the higher echelons of Harry's shitlist. Harry, a voice interrupted his musings. Harry looked up and saw the form of his headmaster moving at a brisk pace towards him. He could guess what the man wanted to talk about, but it didn't matter what Dumbledore had to say. He would neither apologize, nor forgive. Good, I finally found you. Dumbledore pulled his wand out of the yellow robe he wore and swished it through the air. Harry guessed that he used some heating charms as the robe looked rather thin. An hour ago, I was alerted by Poppy that a student arrived in the hospital wing. Sir, that's nothing unusual in Hogwarts. Unusual, however, were the lethal wounds said student had. Dumbledore didn't look accusing, but the man wouldn't have sought him out if he didn't know about some of what happened. Harry regarded the headmaster with an unreadable look. He felt ashamed about his deeds in the lake, but he had no compassion for Not. None at all. You think it was me. It wasn't a question, merely the statement of a fact. I know it was you, but I'm not here to accuse you, Harry. I scanned the surface of Mr. Not's mind, and while I got no details, your face stood out quite clearly. I didn't probe any deeper as I loathed to use this art on my students, but came to you instead. Legilimency was something Harry seriously considered to take up as soon as he reached the age of 15. It did surprise him, though, that the headmaster admitted to it in front of him. What do you want to know? I want to know many things, but first and foremost I need to know what happened 2 hours ago. No embellishments, no lies, just the truth. Harry looked at the headmaster for a long time, waiting if he wanted to tell the man everything. Despite the Dursleys, the man hadn't led him astray yet. I was taking a walk on the grounds. I know it was way after curfew, but with all the charms that I learned, I didn't care about it, he said, and if Dumbledore minded his rule-breaking, he didn't show it. The man looked attentive and prompted him to continue with a wave of his hand. They attacked me and suddenly we started to duel. They? Dumbledore asked, but Harry got the feeling that the headmaster had already guessed who else attacked him. Not Malfoy, Zabini, Crabbe and Goyle. I hadn't much problems with them in the beginning. But it escalated. Tell me, Harry, do you think it was a simple WL that got out of hand, or is there something else? Harry bit on his lip and averted his eyes from the headmaster. I felt exhilarated. It was great at first. The thirst for more was overwhelming. I was careful not to injure them. I wanted the battle to continue. The feeling of excitement wasn't completely new to Harry, as he had felt it many times before, but never as strong as that. Even when he was running from the basilisk, only armed with a sword, he had felt it. Back then it was buried deep beneath the fear, but he hadn't feared the Slytherins, and the results were clear. Dumbledore's brows rose and he contemplated what Harry just told him. He knew some individuals that described their battles in nearly the same way. Drums of war, pounding in the ears as the adrenaline pumped through the body. People who, to a lesser extent, felt the same often chose carriers as Aurors or Hitwizards. However, currently he thought about another group. A group which members were at their strongest when they battled. War Mages, a guild that was only ordered to the field when all else failed. As they were the executive power of the IWC, he had considered to ask them for help, mere days before the fateful night in Godric's Hollow. Things with the young Potter just got more complicated. What enraged you so, that you nearly crippled Mr. Not, Harry? He asked, and was surprised as he saw the fire that suddenly lit in Harry's eyes. Not killed her. He deserved it. It was pure luck that she was reborn. Harry's answer went directly over Dumbledore's head. Killed her. Reborn. The headmaster prided himself on his quick understanding, but what the boy just said. For a moment, Dumbledore wondered if Harry had dabbled in necromancy, but he quickly abandoned that thought. If there was one thing he was sure about, it was that the boy despised the dark arts. But what else could be Rebo? Suddenly a dark suspicion entered his mind. Who died and was reborn? Harry, he asked, and had trouble to remain composed. On some level he feared the answer. Hedwig. She's a phoenix now. Harry was surprised by the sound that escaped the headmaster. It was a growl, and the man looked suddenly very menacing. I need proof, Harry. Please, Call Hedwig. But she was just. Their height doesn't matter. A phoenix can flash in any state, just the amount is limited. Call her. He had never seen the man so pushy. Harry wondered why that was, but he shrugged his shoulders and complied. Head. A small burst of white flames later and an exhausting-looking mini phoenix perched on his shoulder. It's true. Harry looked towards the headmaster, but what he saw frightened him beyond belief. The man had brought himself to full height, his nostrils flared and the eyes that usually shone with kindness had narrowed to slits. The blue orbs that normally twinkled had gained a dark hue, and for a moment Harry feared that Dumbledore would attack him. Fire. The headmaster grounded out, and when Harry didn't reply instantly, he reinforced his question. Which fire did Mr. Not use? Ignum Estifer. The growl that escaped Dumbledore was such an unusual sound that Harry briefly wondered if the headmaster was possessed. Meet me in the infirmary, Harry. Facwes. He bellowed out, and a second later the headmaster was gone in a flash of fire. Harry ran as fast as his legs could carry him, and when he finally reached the medical wing, he quickly opened the door and walked in. The scene he found surprised him, however. Wake him up. Now. We can't wake him in his condition. Be reasonable, Albus. Madame Pomfrey was arguing with the headmaster, but seemed to be on the losing side as the voice of Dumbledore was authoritative in manner beyond anything Harry had ever experienced. I don't care. Soon, he will be transferred to. But, wake him up. I won't repeat myself, Poppy. The Mediwitch obviously fought with herself, but in the end she was as frightened by Dumbledore's change in behavior as Harry was. She muttered under her breath and went to one of the many shelves that lined the northern wall of the infirmary. It took but seconds for Nott to wake up after she had poured some potion down his throat. He was in pain, but with the exception of Madame Pomfrey, nobody seemed to care. His eyes darted around, but when he noticed where he was, his head sank back into the pillow. Water, he groaned out. Theodore Nott, look at me. Nott's half-shut eyes opened completely when he heard the harsh voice of the headmaster. His head rose some inches, and every thought of the punishment Potter would get vanished as soon as he saw Dumbledore's face. Harry had not sympathy for Nott, but he sure could understand the fright that gripped the Slytherin. Those pools of blue that blazed with anger were terrifying. Did the headmaster even need to use magic against his enemies? Wasn't that look alone enough to make them submit? Theodore Nott, for using dark magic of the most vile kind and the killing of another wizard's familiar, you are hereby expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With a quick motion, the headmaster took Nott's wand from the nightstand. The priori incantatum of your wand has been recorded. He snapped the wand in two pieces, and Harry could practically see the agony on the Slytherin's face. As is custom, the remains of your wand will be sent to your family. Suddenly, the fireplace next to Harry flared green, and he quickly jumped away as three people in official, red robes stepped through the fire. Albus, you better have a good reason to call me in my orders at. The stern witch took a look at her watch. 5 in the morning. Harry recognized her instantly from the Yule Ball. Amelia Bones. So, Dumbledore had called the DMLE in the time it took him to reach the infirmary. I have, Amelia. Mr. Nott has just been expelled from Hogwarts for the use of dark arts. Her stare hardened and she looked towards the boy in the bed. This is Mr. Nott, I presume. Which kind of dark magic? He killed Mr. Potter's familiar with Ignum Estifer. Amelia's eyes narrowed, but she nodded. Have you followed procedure? She asked, and Dumbledore handed her a small orb with a white substance swirling inside of it. I have. The last 20 spells of his wand are recorded. Does he need further medical attention? The director of the DMLE turned to the scared Mediwitch that had observed everything with a look akin to disbelief. It took some seconds until Madame Pomfrey acknowledged the question. Yes, he does. She answered. Again, Madame Bones nodded. Cobley, Manston, take him to the security ward of St. Mungo's. 1 Auror guard at all time, 8-hour shifts. Inform Sleaford that he will be the Ignid Medi wizard for Mr. Nott. The Aurors immediately complied, and Harry was incredibly intimidated by the woman. During the ball she had been amiable and relatively easy to talk to, but now she was all business, and nothing on her face even hinted to any kind of familiarity. When the two Aurors had finally left, Amelia sighed and turned to Dumbledore. Excuse me, Albus, but I have to take my leave. You just doubled the amount of paperwork on my table. Anyway, I'll keep you informed." Without any further words she stepped through the roaring fire and vanished. Madame Pomfrey had retreated into her office in the meantime. No doubt, because she was as overwhelmed by everything as Harry was. "Sir, do you think I overreacted?" the headmaster suddenly asked. "No, but Fawkes wasn't always a phoenix, Harry. Until the moment when Gellert threw fiendfire at him, he had been an owl just like your Hedwig." "So, yes." Silence reigned supreme. It was an unusual pair that resided in the infirmary that night. Two men who, despite the age difference of over 100 years, led a similar life. Diagon Alley 12, May 1995. Elise Broadmoor sat in her living room and enjoyed a cup of tea, waiting for the last Potter to finally arrive. They had made an appointment for today, after all. It didn't matter if Harry forgot about it, because she was sure that Albus knew her stance on punctuality quite well and would do everything in his power to spare Harry the disciplinary consequences. Elise was just about to take another sip, when a sudden combustion directly in front of the small GL table startled her. It took but a second for the surprise to wear off. That infuriating, miserable old Ba. "Good morning, Elise. I hope I'm not too late." The voice was a different one than she had expected, and when the white specks that still marred her vision receded, she was quick to look around the room, scanning it for the source of disturbance. In a dignified manner, of course. Since when was the last heir to House Potter in possession of a phoenix? She put the cup, still tightly gripped in her hands, down on the table and rose from the colored couch, smoothing the barely recognizable wrinkles on her black dress. The unexpected form of his entrance had surprised her, but there was no need to look ruffled, she thought, and went over to Harry, who dutifully took a small bow and brushed his lips across her knuckles. "Not too late, no. I do wonder, however, why you thought it to be a good idea to just appear in my living room. It's neither polite, nor does it satisfy the common courtesy of knocking." Well, what was he supposed to tell her? That the horrified expression his headmaster had worn after he realized that Harry would be late prompted him to abandon his courtesy. "Do speak your mind, Harry." Harry's thoughts were running wild, but in the end he chose to formulate an answer that left out his reasoning. "I apologize, Elise. It wasn't my intention to disturb you." "Good, you're learning. Sometimes apologies are a necessity, but be cautious when and to whom you offer them. Weakness is something that should never be associated with a future lord," she said, and seated herself on the couch, beckoning Harry to do the same after she signaled an elf to deliver a bottle of wine from the cellar. "If you have to apologize, however, keep it as simple as you did just now. To mention the cause for your apology might be needed among friends, but it has no place in the political arena. Every bit of information you reveal provides your opponents more opportunity to strike you down." Harry nodded as he found that explanation to be reasonable, but just as he started to think he had successfully escaped the hot waters, Elise spoke again. "You have to brush up on your lying, though. The anxiety you showed was enough for me to imagine the terrified expression Albus must have worn. Do try not to copy his bad manners." A sly smile tugged at her lips as she waited for the demure house elf, that had just returned with a nearly silent pop, to finish pouring the wine. Not many purebloods knew it, but house elves had to be trained as well. It increased their proficiency in many household skills, and after years they sometimes even learned to appear without any noise. It was knowledge long lost, only written down in tomes about old times when elves were still entering bonds of servitude out of their own free will. Harry looked hesitantly at the red liquid that was contained by the obviously expansive GL ware of Elise. He had made some experiences with alcohol, mainly during the drinking binge with Dumbledore and the bottle of fire whiskey he had been gifted by the man, but wine would be a completely new sensation. As he was about to take his GL, he wondered how it tasted. "I already taught you this, but make sure to hold only the handle of the GL. Do you remember why?" she asked, and for a moment Harry had to think hard about the answer. With everything that had happened since then, the Yuletide ball seemed like a distant memory, and so did the lessons he got for it. "It would heat the content of the GL if I was to grip it completely." "Correct. This rule isn't as much for appearance's sake as it is for your own comfort. I can assure you that warm wine tastes quite horribly." Harry adjusted his grip accordingly and took a sip from his GL, tasting the red liquid for the first time. It was fruity, for a lack of better terms. Not unpleasant, he thought, but Harry doubted that it would go well with smoking his pipe. The harsh taste of fire whiskey fitted better for that. He swirled the wine in his GL, well aware that Elise was watching him. "Does it always taste like this?" he asked. She quirked her lips in dry amusement, inwardly giggling over the naivety of her student. The idea that wine always tasted the same was quite ridiculous, but it was what she expected from someone without any kind of formal upbringing. Ladies, lords, scions, they all would have laughed, had he asked such a question in their company. Of course, it only added to their hypocrisy, because despite their propaganda, wine was a good they loved to acquire from muggles. No, it varies greatly in its taste and so does its price. Selby. Harry felt confused by the strange word, but it quickly cleared as an old-looking house elf popped up next to them. He had never seen one with a beard and found it to be hilarious. That simply must be the Dumbledore of house elves, he thought. "What can Selby do for you, mistress?" the elf asked regally. It seemed like the speech of them refined itself with age. "Tell the young heir what wine he just drank and the price of it." "As you wish, mistress." He turned to Harry. It was a Rioja, Vina el Pisson, and currently costs about 100 galleons, young sir. The price was mind-boggling and his eyes widened. 100 galleons. If he converted it by current exchange rates, that were 500 pounds. Not even Aunt Petunia, who always boasted about her acquired tastes, had ever drunk something that expensive, he was sure. Selby waited for a few more seconds, but when it became clear that he wasn't needed anymore he vanished, leaving the heir of House Potter alone with his mistress. 100, he asked, still dazed by the amount of money. He had more than that in his vault, of course, but for a bottle of beverage. "I told you that the price varies greatly. It's the reason why you should always be careful when you invite people to a party or a meeting. Different social circles require different sorts of wine and it would be a great offense if you chose wrongly, for the upper echelons at least. But, I agree that it's quite absurd, but those are rules and conventions dating back to the 15th century and they will probably remain unbroken in the near future." Harry had to agree that it made sense as bizarre as it was, when a sudden thought occurred to him. Is that the reason why there are so few new houses and lords in the Wizengamot? He asked and noticed the reminiscent look that entered her eyes. "Oh, you did some reading beforehand. That's more than I could ever say of Albus. Even in old age, when he should know better, the man is incorrigible." Harry was deeply amused by that statement and wondered if he should rub it into the headmaster's nose, the next time he saw him. It would make for a terribly fun conversation, he was sure. "You were right to some extent. Many things are tied into the ascension to lordship and contrary to the old times one doesn't even need old blood anymore. Those houses are neither ancient nor noble, of course, but still have a seat in the Wizengamot. It can be done with very good connections and such can only be formed through a lot of effort and money." Elise took another sip from her GL and looked thoughtful. Most people with illusions of grandeur lack the monetary means to do so and thus it makes the founding of a new house a rare occurrence. I can only think of Joseph Greenger who ascended in recent years. Greenger. Now that was a surprise, Harry thought. He didn't know that Daphne's father was only recently given peerage, but he distantly remembered that the man owned a large shipping company that transported fire whiskey and pumpkin juice. "Anyway, you're here for a different reason," she said and her sudden stare made him highly uncomfortable. "What in Merlin's name possessed you to run away from the press?" It was incredibly childish and Albus had to call in many favors to keep it out of the Daily Prophet. I speak clearly when you talk to me, Harry. What's done is done, but man up and tell me the reasons." The tension in the room rose and Harry briefly wondered how much of Dumbledore's clout his actions must have cost if Elise was that angry. He decided that a straight answer was the best course of action. "I was surprised and I felt guilty about the merfolk. It was just too much at that moment and all these people, way too much." Her expression softened after his admission, but she still shook her head, disappointed by the complete lack of maturity he had shown. "Harry, do you really consider yourself the only one with problems? Other people have equally troubling concerns. And yet, they still face the press. You have to separate between business and your private thoughts and feelings." That was easier said than done, he thought, but remained silent and listened attentively to her words. "Reporters are like bloodhounds in a way. If you fear them, They smell it and come after you. But how am I supposed to react when they ask questions about my feelings? There was no clear line to draw. Harry slowly but surely felt the acute presence of alcohol in his bloodstream, and his exclamation was heated. Elise leaned back into the couch and regarded the young man that sat next to her with a stern look while Selby refilled their glees for the fourth time already. She was satisfied when Harry backed down and seemed to be apologetic, even more satisfied when he didn't voice his apology. There are different ways to deal with them in such a situation. You could have simply said, "No comment," and diverted their attention. Important is that you talk to them. If you use the excuse of, "No comment," too often and they don't get any information, they will simply invent something. Probably nothing good. Elise took another sip and Harry, being the naive boy that he was, followed suit. It wasn't bad if one had to adapt to foreign situations, but it could also lead to trouble. You could have also talked in circles, stringing them along. It holds the risk, however, that they will recognize what you're doing, so be careful about it. The people aren't stupid and reporters even less. Lastly, there is Albus' way of doing it, and I ask of you not to imitate it. Harry perked up. Dumbledore's way. Well, he had a pretty good idea what it was, and Elise's further words only confirmed his suspicion. He simply rambles about inane things, confusing the press to no end. It gave him the reputation of being a crazy, ancient relic, of course, but as he is quite old he can pull it off without being transferred to. It made him nearly invulnerable to the press, and reporters generally tend to stay away from him. Now, why didn't she want him to emulate that behavior? The reasoning was quite sound. He thought and already made plans to create his own crazy reputation, despite her warning words. "I can see the ideas forming in your mind, Harry," she said, and Harry looked up with mocking guilt in his eyes. "You're way too young to even consider it. Within weeks you would be declared unfit to live in society, and your residence becomes the bed next to Gilderoy Lockhart. I heard something quite unfortunate happened to him. So I only have the first two options. Well, if you find another way, feel free to use it, but until further notice, be cautious in your dealings with the press." Elise relaxed even further into the couch and pulled her legs on it to make herself more comfortable. She had just emptied her fourth GL and gained a rosy blush on her cheeks. A lone strand of her brown hair fell in her face. "Now that the business is over, tell me, Harry, how are you? I heard quite some tales about what you're up to at Hogwarts." Harry wanted to answer her, but the words didn't come and his mouth became dry. The change of position made her dress slide up a bit and revealed more of her cream-colored legs. Get a grip, Harry chided himself. It wasn't the first time he was with a beautiful woman, and it hopefully wouldn't be the last. "I'm fine, but it was stressful," he answered, well aware that his voice had deepened an octave. There could be nothing to it, of course, and he knew that, but God, the woman looked beautiful. His mind had taken on a life of its own and bombarded him with ideas, suggestions, images what could happen soon. Did Elise even notice what kind of reaction she aroused as she leaned over and patted his shoulder sympathetically, giving him a good view of her cleavage? Yes, she knew. Harry looked up and was met with her smoldering gaze. The tension in the room suddenly rose. "Maybe I could alleviate your stress." She came closer and closer, pushing relentlessly into his personal space. The intoxicating smell of her perfume filled his nostrils, and he felt how her hand wandered downwards, away from his shoulder, and came to rest on his thigh. Her breath tickled his face and their lips were only inches apart. Harry could safely say that he had never felt as aroused in his life as he did now. She was just about to close the remaining space between them, her lips parted in. "This is exactly the kind of situation a woman hired by your opposition could acquire vital information in," she whispered, and it felt like a slap to the face when she leaned over and edged his cheek before returning to her former position. "Well, that concludes our lesson for today, Harry. I will see you in a few days' time." Harry was still dazed when she rose from the couch and walked out of the room, leaving him behind. Minutes went by until the situation finally settled in and he grasped what just had happened. "I really have no luck with women," he thought, and rubbed his nose in annoyance. "Head, take me back to Hogwarts, please." Hedwig appeared next to him, and with a flash of white fire he was gone. Hogwarts 27, May 1995. It was already late into the evening, When Harry arrived on the Quidditch pitch after receiving a notification from Ludo Bagman, requesting his presence. He walked at a sedated pace and his eyes wandered around the premise, taking stock of the people that were waiting on him. The sight that greeted him, however, didn't only surprise him, but also served to anger him quite a bit. It weren't the people, of course, as only Bagman himself and his fellow champions awaited him, but the monstrosity that had been grown, seemingly overnight, on the pitch. What had they done? Rows of hedges that were moving slightly with every breeze filled the place in increasingly erratic patterns. They looked dark, foreboding and alive, whenever they leaned to one side or the other, defying the laws of gravity. Krum and Cedric looked at them with the same dismay he did, but Fleur was surrounded by her usual air of nonchalance. That changed quickly though, as she spied him and a dazzling smile appeared on her face. Ari! Her cry alerted Bagman, who had led a heated discussion about Quidditch till then, and the portly man turned around to him, welcoming him with a joyful expression. Harry, my lord, good of you to come. Instantly, his hands were over Harry's shoulders and he steered the last Potter towards the rest of the group. I hadn't much of a choice, really. Well, anyway, it was an awkward moment and Harry only rolled his eyes at Bagman, who offered to be called Ludo by him. After everything he had heard and read about the man, he couldn't help but wonder if his excitable nature was just a facade. Debts that were racking up quite nicely and which he was unable to repay, incredible loss of his political clout, held in contempt by several influential Vila covens all over the wold. The list went on and Harry was surprised that the man hadn't attempted suicide just yet. No wonder that Fleur always looked with disdain, when Bagman spoke to her. Good, Ludo, now, why don't we start? He asked. The "and get it over with" remained unspoken, but he was sure that the other champions picked up on it. It didn't lessen Krum's hostile glare, or Cedric's unsure fidgeting, though. Of course, this is the third task, he said. With his arms opened wide and a voice filled with pride, he gestured towards the hedges. Harry just didn't understand how anyone, a former professional Quidditch player no less, could feel joyed by the mangled and ruined pitch. It was a capital offense in his book and he wasn't alone in that sentiment. Krum's eyes narrowed even further and Harry could practically feel the anger that burned behind them. Can you guess what it is? Harry shared the incredulous look Fleur's and both eyed Bagman as if he spoke in a different language neither of them understood. Maze, grunted Krum after several seconds of silence. Under other circumstances he would have prolonged the talk with Bagman just to annoy the Bulgarian, but he himself only wanted it to end. There was only so much stupidity he was able to bear in one evening. Right you are, young Victor. On the 24th June, all of you have to get through the maze and the one that touches the cup in the middle of it will win the Triwizard Tournament. He exclaimed. You will enter it according to your amount of points with a difference of 5 minutes between each other. Harry, who had already guessed something like that, strained his eyes to see the borders of the maze. The maze seemingly stretched beyond the pitch and the wooden towers they usually sat in to watch Quidditch, had vanished, leaving no possibility for them to orient themselves in it. Any chance you might tell us what we have to await in it? That's a good question, Ari. They turned to Bagman, who paled slightly as he saw their expectant faces. Well, I can't reveal any details, of course, but Hagrid has some available creatures. Cedric and Harry became very still and ceased all movements, looking at the man with fear written plainly over their faces. The Bulgarian champion scoffed, but Fleur knew that something was amiss if the information made the last Potter that queasy. Especially, when said champion already took on a dragon with no wounds to speak of. That's it, you can go to your dorms now. The man quickly walked away as did Cedric and Krum, but Harry didn't care. A feeling of dread had overcome him as soon as the word left Bagman's mouth, rooting him to the spot. It was a battle for supremacy that took place in his mind, a battle between denial and horror. What manner of creatures had Hagrid acquired? What kind of monstrosity were they to face? A hand came to rest on his shoulders and startled him out of his thoughts. Ari, Fleur. He looked at her and saw the curiosity on her face. Cedric already knew about the incredible danger, and if the Bulgarian prick wanted to run with open arms towards his downfall, that was certainly his right. Fleur, however, she had no idea what terrors Hagrid could unleash with his innocent perspective of cute and harmless. Are you okay? No, I'm not. Fleur, Promise me to be very careful in the maze, he said, and the Vila was surprised by his sudden, forceful nature. What is the matter with you, Ari? You have no idea who Hagrid is, right? He asked. The big man that cares for our accents, non. Earlier he would have found her naive reaction funny, but now it was life-threatening. Fleur, just promise me. Hagrid is very peculiar. The man found a dragon to be a good pet and named a Cerberus Fluffy. If she hadn't seen Harry's grave expression, she would have laughed about this tidbit of information, but now his manner made even her fear for her life. I promise, Ari, I'll see you soon, she said, and gave him a peck on the cheek before leaving towards the Beauxbatons' carriages. For a moment Harry wondered why it was always the bloody cheek. Couldn't they just? The cruel image of a blast-ended Scroot invaded his mind and his movements ceased again. What had they done? Hogwarts 31, May 1995. So, what leads you to me, Harry? At Forum no less. If the situation wasn't that serious, Harry would have heartily laughed about the outfit the older man currently wore. He had no doubt whatsoever that the headmaster considered his sleeping robe to be incredibly fashionable, but its neon green color clashed horribly with the red slippers that kept his feet warm. I had another strange dream about Voldemort. Dumbledore's expression, which had been somewhat sleepy and slightly curious until then, changed instantly and his head snapped up. Another, like the one during the summer holidays. Yes, Wormtail was in it again, and the S. Harry's face darkened as he used the name of the traitorous rat. Sooner or later, the man would pay for the atrocities he committed. It was a vow he took when he had to watch helplessly as the rat escaped during his stint back in time. Sooner or later. It wasn't long. Voldemort mentioned something about a ritual, but gave no details. He said, "This is very concerning, Harry. If it is as I suspect, then you share a mental connection with Tom, thus giving you these visions. So, they're real." The thought of sharing anything, let alone a mental connection, with Voldemort made him highly uncomfortable. He could see the advantages, of course, but still, it was Voldemort. "I fear they are, and as soon as your birthday has passed, I'm going to teach you occlumency." "What about the ritual?" Dumbledore frowned and looked concerned. "There are many rituals a wizard can use. Some light, some dark. Without further information, however, it's impossible to pinpoint the correct one." "So, we have nothing," he said. "I wouldn't say it like that, Harry. At least, we know that he is up to something. What exactly is still shrouded in mystery, but it tells us to remain vigilant." "Constant vigilance, huh, indeed. That you suddenly entered the tournament wasn't a coincidence. Something will happen soon, most likely during the third task, as I can't protect you then. Whatever you do, be very careful in the maze." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and Harry's gazes wandered aimlessly through his office. The maze was probably the next death trap he had to face. He snorted in morbid amusement. Maybe he could surprise Riddle with some of Hagrid's friends he would no doubt encounter beforehand. The thought of pushing Voldemort into a group of blast-ended Scroots was a very enticing one. "Originally, I wanted to tell you this tomorrow, but as you're already here, there's no sense in wasting time." Harry looked up and stared into the grave face of his headmaster. What dastardly news had the older man to deliver now? Judging by his expression, it couldn't be anything good. "Sir, until yesterday, Theodore Nott was held in captivity by the Aurors, but somehow Nott." The name tasted like rotten fish on his tongue. "He escaped." "Not exactly escaped. Despite his rather shady past, Nott Sr. is an influential man. It took some time, many favors and probably a lot of bribes, but Theodore is a free man as of yesterday." "What?" The chair SCD on the wooden floor and fell over as Harry jumped up, rage etched onto his face. He wanted that bastard to rot. If it was in the cell his godfather had resided in, all the better. Those daydreams of revenge, however, were far away as the unexpected news hit him. "He's free." Just like that, he growled out. It wouldn't have happened, had there be a trial. As it stands, Nott Sr., Malfoy Sr. and a lot of others that belong to the same social circle managed to convince Fudge that it was nothing more than a simple WL. "So he's coming back." Harry righted the chair and slumped into it, frustration evident on his face. "Those sodding Death Eaters. No. Theodore Nott may be free, but his expulsion from Hogwarts stands, and I told Cornelius as much. As he's still a minor and not enrolled in any school, he won't be able to get a new wand. Theoretically at least. We both know that there are numerous ways around such laws. Troll spit. Now, Nott wasn't even under supervision anymore. Harry would have to watch his back carefully out of school, or he might find another dark spell aimed at it. Hogwarts 6. June 1995. A week went by and Harry had stepped up his training enormously. Now that he knew about the possibility of the maze being a trap, he spared no efforts to prepare himself for the inevitable encounter with his fate. Whatever dastardly plot Voldemort might have hatched, he would be no part of it. New spells were learned in record time and old ones were practiced until he could do them with the merest flick of his wand. Rage, anger and steely determination were strengthened by his need for swift progress. A wordless incendio crashed against the wall, its potency increased by the wind charm he fired directly afterward. The well of power that slumbered within him, clearly portrayed in his mind to gauge the exact amount of power he had to use for each spell. After hours of maddening training, he decided to get a cup of tea in the kitchens and went out of his room. What he found on his way, however, surprised him. Harry slowly crept along the wall towards the direction the voices were coming from. He had to be very careful as the pages he took lead straight through the dungeons and a confrontation with Snape wasn't high on his to-do list for the night. I forbid you. And there was his famous luck again. It just had to be Snape. But, sir, Harry perked up. He knew that voice from somewhere, but to whom did it belong? There was only one way to find out and he pulled the cloak out of a pouch on his belt. There was no way that a simple notice me not charm would hold against the man. After he applied the necessary charms, he stretched his neck and carefully looked around the corner. Snape was shrouded in shadows and a girl, a sixth-year Slytherin, stood in front of him, pleading for something. For what? He didn't know. At least, not yet. No, absolutely not. There will be no relationship between my SS and foolish Gryffindors. The man nearly spat the word Gryffindor and Harry decided then and there that he would never let any information about his stint with Daphne slip. We're not in a relationship, sir. You can't fool me. I know that you're involved with this imbecile Warts and I say it again. You will have no contact with scrum like that, or I will inform your parents. They won't be pleased that their only child loiters around with Gryffindors. The girl was nearly sobbing now, but Harry's mind was running 1,000 miles a minute. Warts. Tim Warts. He remembered something, and then it came to him. The night he had set the fountain statue on Snape. Then she was Lydia, the girl Tim had ed that night. Who told you, sir? The girl sounded defeated. It was an attitude he could sympathize with, when faced by someone like Snape. That's none of your concern. That meant as much as no one. Snape wouldn't let such a chance to gloat go to waste otherwise. But how? How could the man have learned about it? Had he say, legilimency? Oh, that sodding bastard. Legilimencing students, is he? Harry's thoughts were dark as he looked on how Snape berated the girl until she was nothing more than a crying mess. He had to do something, but what? He could, of course, just reveal himself and gloriously defend the girlfriend of his fellow Gryffindor, but then again, that was a stupid idea. He could warn Tim, but what would it help? The guy wouldn't be able to do anything. There was only one possible solution. Harry groaned, when he thought about the long way to the headmaster's office. So much for his relaxed night in the kitchens. You wanted to talk about something. If Dumbledore minded a visit so soon after his last one, he didn't show it. The man simply laid his quill aside and put his whole attention on Harry, curious as to what had moved the boy to seek his help again. Snape. The headmaster got a sudden mischievous glint in his eyes. Snape who? Professor Snape. He corrected himself, fully aware of what the man in front of him played at. That's better. Now, what is your grievance with our esteemed potion professor tonight? He asked. I think he legilimensed a student. That's a heavy accusation. Are you sure about it? Not that I can talk as I did the same to Mr. Nott. He said and scratched his beard. Dumbledore knew he had to tread carefully. Nott was still a sore topic for the boy. You did it out of necessity. He only wants to destroy a relationship for the fun of it. How else could he have known? That's circumstantial evidence at best, Harry. Why don't you tell me what happened and we go from there? Harry realized how weird his sentence must have sounded to someone who didn't know what he was talking about. So he explained it and left nothing out. His stealthy walk to the Ollery that night, his attempt to distract Snape, which drew a hearty chuckle, and what he saw of Tim and Lydia. That certainly explains why Severus was so edgy the last few months. Yes, and now he wants the girl to stay away from Tim. Would her parents really object that hardly to a union with a Gryffindor? He asked. Well, her parents are decidedly dark, but they never overtly supported Voldemort. Though, I doubt that they would disinherit their daughter for dating young Tim. It would be better, nonetheless, if they were only informed about it once Mr. Warts is out of Hogwarts and has a steady job. So, you'll keep Snape away from them. Ellipsis. Excuse me, Professor Snape, of course, he amended. How the hell could the old man be so fussy about Snape's title? Yes, I'll have a talk with him. You do know the consequences though, do you, Harry? Consequences? What consequences? What pile of dragon dung did he just maneuver himself into? Consequences. Of course, if I talk with Severus, then he would learn about your involvement. I would be accused of favoritism if I didn't give you at least a detention for being out after curfew. Wonderful. Detention, or saving the love life of his fellow Gryffindor. Damn his bloody noble attitude. I take the detention. Harry sighed. Well, at least it would anger Snape somewhat. Don't worry, Harry, I'll make it interesting for you. 2 weeks to serve with Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. Infirmary? Oh, hell no, he would have to empty bedpans for 2 sodding weeks. Tim was in his debt, and it was a huge one at that. Why the were the old man's eyes suddenly twinkling like twin suns. If you are clever about it, and I have no doubt you are, then it might be good to prepare some questions for our resident Mediwitch. She's a real treasure trove in all regards to the magical system and theory about it. So, it's a learning experience? Harry asked sarcastically. If you want it to be. Anyhow, I compliment you for your exemplary conduction in matters of house unity. It's rare these days. It wouldn't be if Snape wasn't here. Ellipsis. Professor Snape, I mean, he said, half frustrated, half mocking. Dumbledore only smiled serenely and gave him a last bit of advice. Remember that no matter what side of the argument you are on, you always find people on your side that you wish were on the other. He didn't dislike the hospital wing, or to be more precise, his work. In the hospital wing, no, contrary to his expectations, the detention he received for helping a fellow Gryffindor wasn't as bad as he had imagined, but there were certain qualities to it that annoyed him. Not the Muggle-borns that had just started their first year at Hogwarts and weren't able to brew a simple potion against colds, not the odd Slytherin he had to treat, their expressions of unreasonable fear leaving him in a constant state of amusement, but something worse, something more profound. Harry grimaced and looked up from the stock list he was updating since the early morning hours, a task set by an irritated Madame Pomfrey, who thought she saw signs of boredom in his expression. However, not even that was the reason why he entered the wing disgruntled in the morning, and left it bad-tempered in the evening. White. White was a color he learned to hate during the 2 weeks he had already served his detention, or prison time as he liked to call it, much to the chagrin of the resident Mediwitch. The sheets were white, the chairs were white, and even the walls were painted in the infernal color. He thought that the whole wing felt out of place, that it didn't look like the rest of the castle, but his opinion wasn't important to the woman in charge, at least regarding her working place. In fact, his constant hinting towards the abominable coloring was always met with a patronizing smile and a pat on his shoulder. Madame Pomfrey could be quite devious like that, but he didn't take it too badly, as the woman had probably heard hundreds of complaints about it during her tenure. After all, he couldn't be the only one who felt bugged out by it. Hello. His hand, still gripping the quill, halted in its movements as he was just about to write another available ingredient down, and he looked towards the direction from where the voice had broken him out of his musings. It was a young boy, probably second year, with a yellow trim on his robe. Yes, can I help you? He asked. I feel like I'm getting a headache. And indeed, Harry saw that the boy had an expression akin to pain plastered across his face. In the mundane world there was always the possibility that such things could be faked if one was a good actor, but in magical places it didn't matter. Purebloods never even got the idea to use illness as an excuse for skiving off of CL, as it was pointless if just the simple wave of a wand could reveal the truth. Madame Pomfrey mentioned once that there were always some first-year Muggle-borns who tried and failed horribly. He nodded and pulled a new parchment out of the drawer next to him. Name: Jack Van Slater. A pureblood, he thought and jotted down some notes. Well, Jack, let's see what we can do. He rose from the white chair and unsheathed his wand to weave figures into the air, already feeling the magic that rumbled beneath his skin, anticipating its release. Quaesitum Calvaris. It was one of the many different spells Madame Pomfrey had taught him over the last week. They weren't terribly advanced and couldn't heal someone, but they unveiled the injury and served wonderfully as diagnostic spells. Without them, healers around the world wouldn't know how to treat their patients, what potions to use, which herbs to procure, or in general, how to heal someone. Often overlooked, disregarded, and unappreciated, this kind of magic was only studied by the few who chose the medical field as their profession. He didn't really understand why it was so undervalued, as he found it quite useful, but guessed that it was due to the lack of flashy effects and noise. The only problem those spells presented was the existing amount of them, as they were either extremely specialized or too general. Medicine is like life. You have to work your way up to get somewhere, Madame Pomfrey had said, and at first he had looked confused until she showed him what she meant. The first 4 spells a healer should always use were the ones that roughly identified the cause of the problem, whether it was external, internal, magical, or caused by the inn. Afterward, each spell that is further used only narrows down the search until a final diagnosis remained. That was the procedure followed in magical hospitals at least, but it didn't escape him that she inconspicuously tried to work small tidbits about battle healing into her explanations. Thoughts flooded his mind, seconds after he used the spell, and he knew that the boy wasn't lying. Something was active in his inn. What exactly though, Harry had no idea. For any further diagnosis he would need magic above his current level of knowledge, and as the boy's words were confirmed, he didn't bother to search for any other possible causes. Well, that's easy to solve. One question, though: why the infirmary? The headache potion is easy to brew and you should have learned it at the end of your first year. The boy looked contrite for a moment, as if he was fighting an internal battle with himself, and Harry had a good idea what troubled him. I bet Snape, Professor Snape, but it's all right. I understand. He took great pleasure in throwing the headmaster's words around, always keen to see the reaction they evoked. Wait here, I'm going to get you something. Harry walked over to one of the many wooden shelves that lined the northern wall, and searched for the right vial, hidden behind hundreds of its brethren. Snape was another matter altogether. The man was insufferable, petty, and most of all, able to hold a grudge for decades. Which didn't make it all too pleasant to work alongside him whenever Madame Pomfrey had the fabulous idea to restock the shelves. Of course, he only brewed the easier potions, and Snape had the lion's share of work, but did that really justify 5 hours of snide remarks and comments? It didn't make it easier that the man now knew about the identity of his silent inn. Harry was sure that the bat would have left, hadn't he faked his eternal suffering due to the detention. It was an easy way to reduce his own workload and to see if Snape still legilimenced random people, or if Dumbledore had already talked to him. That the boy was scared of the potion master didn't come as a surprise, even though Snape was generally more pleasant toward purebloods, if only slightly. Here you go, take a sip now, and then another one in 5 hours, tomorrow you'll be fit as a fiddle. Harry grinned when he saw the grimace of disgust. The nearly always bad side effect of each and every potion was its disgusting taste, and often he wondered how something, able to heal the most serious wounds in a matter of minutes, could taste so horribly. Maybe it was an inside joke of the Potion Master Guild. Potter. He turned around and saw a group of Slytherins walking towards him, but they weren't in his year, and they weren't tall enough to be anything above, so he only threw them a short look, and his right hand, hovering in the vicinity of his wand, relaxed. It would be foolish not to regard them as a threat, as even a first year could do horrendous damage with a wand, but openly showing that he was watching their every move, anticipating their next step, calculating his own position according to it, it would leave him wide open to the mockery and derision of those that had the experience to know what he did. If that's all, Jack, why don't you go to your dormitory and rest a bit, Headaches can be nasty business. The Hufflepuff nodded and gave him a relieved smile before he walked out of the door. Maybe his work in Hospital Wing made it easier for some of the younger years to like him. He was on guard, but not overly concerned about the lengths they could go to, as it wasn't much, but to see even tiny first-years stare at him, not curiosity, but terror and anxiety in their eyes, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. He had the feeling that with every student he diagnosed, healed, or relieved of his pain, the amount of frightened looks lessened, and that was indeed a cause for solution. At the moment, however, he had to deal with the 3 Slytherins that had entered the infirmary, and so rudely interrupted his prior session. He glanced at the stack of parchment that was still lying on the table, and scrunched up his nose. Madame Pomfrey couldn't fault him if it remained unfinished, he had patience after all. "Potter, I heard you the first time. What can I do for you?" he asked. "Where's Pomfrey?" The lone girl in the group looked around the wing, her eyes searching for the Medi-Witch. He certainly understood why, but it amused him nonetheless. Slytherins really disliked being treated by a Gryffindor. They didn't know that Madame Pomfrey had made him swear a temporal oath, not unlike the Hippocratic Oath, which made sure that he wouldn't intentionally harm anyone in the wing, and that he'd do his best to heal those that came for help. She was, in fact, very insistent on that part, and it stood to reason that it was one of the reasons why not more detentions took place in the infirmary. The oath was written on special parchment, reserved for contracts and special occasions, where both the time frame and the terms had to be written down. The gravity of such an oath was only heightened by the red liquid, his own blood, he had to sign it with. It was seldom a problem for the odd muggle born who didn't know about oaths signed in blood, but to propose it to a pureblood was another matter altogether. The principle that one had always to be careful with oaths, promises, and debts was ingrained into their minds from the moment they were born. Thus it would be a futile attempt to have them sign something like this just for a simple detention, and it were only the rare individuals that thrived under the prospect of helping others that would even consider it. Sadly, such people were rare, and it happened maybe once in a decade that someone took up the healing arts. "Madame Pomfrey isn't here at the moment, but I might be able to help." "What's the problem?" he asked, but he already knew what it was. It was rather obvious, as all of them sported some magical appendages. He had to admit, without being of course, that the girl looked rather cute with her cat tail. Hadn't he read something about it in a magazine once? Nikos they were called in Japan, or something like that. She threw him a venomous look. "You can damn well see what's wrong, Potter." "Right, forgive me," he said. He chuckled and pulled out his wand, eliciting small sparks as he wove it around the Slytherins who were observing him with distrust. "That's rather advanced transfiguration work," he said. "Traces of potions too, and even some simple charms." Harry walked around the group and muttered to himself, sounding more and more like the barmy wand maker Ollivander when he searched for the connection between a wizard and his wand. "The Weasley twins got you good, huh?" Their furious looks and gritted teeth were all the confirmation he needed. "Curious, I thought that Fred and George only played pranks on 5th years, or above." "Obviously not." The girl grounded out. "Oh boy," Harry thought. She looked really angry, and he had to suppress the grin that threatened to form on his face. "Well, it's no problem. I can fix that pretty quickly. A few spells." Later the Slytherins walked away, and Harry congratulated himself on a job well done. He might have to talk with the twins tough. They normally didn't target people that were some years below them, and only in school-wide pranks did those ever see their hidden genius. It took another 30 minutes, in which he dutifully updated the stock list, until the fireplace flared green and Madame Pomfrey stepped out of it. She had foregone her usual clothes and was dressed in impeccable green robes, a white cross stitched on both shoulders. Wherever she had gone to, it must have been important, he mused. "I see that you're still hard at work, Mr. Potter. Were there any complications?" she asked. "A second year with a headache, and 3 third years which had the dubious pleasure of being pranked by the twins," he answered. "So, only the usual it is. Well, let us not dawdle, Mr. Potter. The day is fresh and we still have much to do." He looked at her, but saw no signs hinting towards further ventures. Well, only her sly smile. The woman definitely planned something, and in his experience it couldn't be something good or pleasant. "What exactly do we have to do?" he asked cautiously. "We're going into the forest. Today is the only time when a certain species of fungus can be found, and we have to use that chance, of course." "The forest?" he asked, and his eyebrows rose slightly. It wasn't that he was scared of the place, but for a staff member to casually propose a walk through it. Exactly. The headmaster set up some wards around the wing that will notify us if someone needs our help. Until then, however, we're going to harvest mushrooms. In the end, no one needed their help, and they spent more than 4 hours in the forest where the Mediwitch explained that it was the Alba punctus they were looking for, a mushroom belonging to the CL of fungi Medicae. It was colored in black and could be easily identified by the white dots on it. Hogwarts 24, June 1995. The last days of his detention went well, and although Harry had no ambitions to enter the healing business, it was nice to know how to do it should the occasion arise. In the end, he really had to thank the headmaster for setting up such an interesting detention. Snape would probably flip if he knew that Harry had fun while being punished for alding him. At the moment, however, all such thoughts were unneeded, as he was walking towards his destination. He had just been informed that the champions had half an hour they could spend with their family, and even if he knew that he had no real family left, he was curious to see if someone had come. The sight that greeted him as he entered the room evoked feelings ranging between anger, gratitude and happiness. Professor Lupin sat at one of the tables, a black dog lying at his feet, snoring loudly. "Sirius, Harry, there you are." Moony sounded cheerful and waved his hand. "Here I am." Harry lowered his voice. "But why is Sirius here?" "It's much too dangerous." The black dog had woken due to the werewolf's shout and whined pitifully when it heard Harry's question. Lupin, however, wasn't bothered in the slightest and looked sternly at Harry. "You should appreciate that he's here. He was on the sea for the last 2 months, just so he could support you." I know. I'm sorry, Sirius, and I'm happy you're here. It's just, don't worry about it, Harry. The headmaster included Professor Flitwick in our little conspiracy, and both managed to come up with a temporal solution. It should hold for a few hours at least. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and knelt down to Padfoot's level, stroking his fur. "That's good. I'm glad you're here, Paddy. When this is over we can finally have a talk." The black dog barked in reply and, for the next 30 minutes they talked about inconsequential things while Harry petted Padfoot. "Mr. Potter, it's time." Professor McGonagall, who had lost her stern and aggressive attitude of the past, looked worried as she called him over. It had been months since he slighted her, and it looked like she finally got over it and saw how childish she had been. That were only umptions, of course, but otherwise he couldn't explain her change of behavior towards him. "Right, Moony, Padfoot, take care. I'll be back soon." He and McGonagall walked alongside a path that led them to the entrance of the maze, where already he could hear the roaring crowd that had probably grown since the second task. He wondered if, like last time, there were some foreign dignitaries among them. "Are you prepared, huh, Mr. Potter?" she asked, when they were only a few feet away from their destination. "As prepared as I can be. I'll make it out of that maze, and if it's the last thing I do," he answered, and McGonagall's eyes widened slightly when she saw the determination and fire that burned behind his green emeralds. She had seen it once before, only once, when Albus Dumbledore had gripped his wand tightly and had been only moments away from dueling Gellert Grindelwald. "That's good. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Potter," she said, as they halted in front of the other champions. She probably hadn't intended for him to hear her words as she left him, but he heard them nonetheless. "And go thee with Merlin's strength. For thou will need it all the length. Thou will need it where thou goes. To slay and maim thine foes." Wherever she got the poem from, it fits, he thought as he walked over to his fellow contestants. He gave Fleur a friendly nod and didn't bother with Cedric's and Crumb's angry stares. Why they couldn't just let him be, he'd never know. "Hey, Fleur," he said cheerfully, and emceed her in a hug that she immediately returned. Tough, not without angling her a bit to the side so that no one could see how he cocked a short feel of her. "You're incorrigible, Ari," she said and swatted his shoulder. "Am I?" he asked. His lewd grin, and his even lewder actions made her smile, and the tension that had found its way into her body vanished. She wondered if that had been his aim all along, and if it was, then he was simply one of a kind. "Are you ready, Ari?" she asked. He hummed, and nodded. "It's not going to be easy, but I think I'll manage. Remember, Fleur, as soon as you have problems with one of Hagrid's pets, forfeit. They are deadly. Hell, the whole thing is deadly." No lousy cup is worth your life. It was a promise he had wrought from her weeks ago, and while he himself wouldn't heed his advice, it was only because he had a better understanding of Hagrid's ways and was better equipped to deal with anything the friendly half-giant could throw at him. I know, I told you that the second task has made me change my priorities, she said, and leaned over to whisper in his ear. By the way, you should take your hands off my now. My father has spotted you, I think, and he looks rather furious. Like he had been struck with lightning, Harry reared back and frantically looked around trying to spot her parents, but it was a futile, and he knew it. There were thousands of faces staring at him, some curious, some happy, most of them, however, expectant. Fleur laughed behind him, and as he turned around and saw her sly expression he had to laugh as well. You minx, your father didn't see me, did he? Non, not as far as I know, but your face was priceless. He was about to retort, when Ludo Bagman's voice echoed throughout the premise, amplified by his sonorous charm. Ladies and gentlemen, witches and wizards, I'm pleased to welcome you to the final, the third task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. His voice was as obnoxious as always, and as expected the crowd became even more rowdy, either cheering for their favorite, or cheering just for the sake of it. The atmosphere was eerily similar to the first and second task, and he wondered if the underlying theme were the Roman games. There was no emperor, no tribune to decide his fate with the simple movement of his thumb, but the deadly, bloody, and dangerous part, those they got right in one go. To win, our champions have to make their way through this maze, and touch the cup that's hidden in its center, he said, and left the crowd in suspense for a bit. But the path is perilous, and many dangers await them if they want to earn eternal glory. So, who will make it? Who will become the new champion? He cried out. Champions, get ready, you know the order, and as soon as the gong sounds, the entrance will reveal itself. Harry stretched his arms, and looked towards the dark, and menacing-looking hedges that hid everything behind them. His first idea had been to burn them down, but after standing only a few minutes near them, he abandoned it. They were practically saturated with magic that made him highly uncomfortable. It wasn't dark per se, but it had a slightly sinister feeling to it. He patted his basilisk armor absent-mindedly as a breeze rustled his red cloak. It would protect him from most of the damage, or so he hoped, but that was by no means a guarantee that he would survive the maze. Well, if I go out, then with a bang, he thought, and readied himself. As he had accumulated the most points, he would be the first to enter and had a head start of roughly 2 minutes. It wasn't much, but each second would help. A loud, metallic sound made its way to his ears, and without paying Bagman any attention, he ran into the maze, ready to draw his wand at a second's notice. After a while, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, he halted in front of a junction that offered him 3 possible ways to take. Seconds ago he had heard the gong again, and knew that the next champion had entered the maze, just a few steps behind him. Nevertheless, he couldn't allow himself to make mistakes because he wanted to hurry through the task, so he decided to take it slow for the rest of it, not running, but walking instead. Harry turned to the right, and as he stepped onto the path that probably led to his first obstacle, he noticed how the hedges behind him moved, and entangled themselves until the entrance was no more. The maze really was alive, he thought in wonderment and walked further along the small path. It made sense, he supposed. The crowd was watching them through the small runic devices they had also used during the second task, and it would become boring quickly if each champion took the same route, and encountered the same threats. Threats, and riddles that might have already been solved by other contestants. As he walked around a corner, a very, very familiar gurgling resounded, and for a second Harry flinched as if he had been struck. Please, don't let it be he thought, but jumped away quickly, and dived out of the way of an incoming humongous body. I hate you, Fate. He rolled out of the dive and drew his wand, while unsheathing the sword of Gryffindor that was clasped to his belt. In front of him stood the probably ugliest creature in the history of breeding. Gray, shiny scales that served as an armor for its repulsing, red flesh, a large stinger on its back, and on its rear, a slimy bubble that looked like it could explode at any second. In short, a blast-ended Scroot. The thing had grown since he last saw one of them, and now it looked even more lethal with the stinger that was as long as he was tall. Why Hagrid considered them cute, he would never know. According to some books, breeding like that, the grotesque mixture of a manticore and a fire crab, was illegal, and he wondered what idiot had given him the permission to do so for the tournament. The stinger shot forward, and he jumped out of its way, barely noticing how it dug itself deeply into the spot he had stood on. Scroots obviously didn't like their prey escaping, and with a resounding boom the bubble on its rear exploded, propelling it toward Harry. He saw the large M of disgusting flesh coming his way, and barely had the time to raise his wand. Condoro. A pebble on the ground was transfigured into a slab of stone that stood between him and the monster, and was quickly charmed to be more resilient to physical impacts. Whether the charm he had used to harden his knife when carving runes had any effect, he didn't know, but if it had he was thankful for it. Even charmed, the slab was turned into rubble by the impact, and he quickly rolled backward in the desperate attempt to evade the various pieces of rock that flew his way. Those things were bloody impossible. He tried to charm the hedges to entangle the beast, but as they were saturated with strong, foreign magic, they didn't heed his command. The seconds his try had cost him were valuable indeed, and he had wasted them. Again, the stinger was on the move, and rushed toward him with incomprehensible speed. Accio rubble, he screamed, and piles of stone flew in its way, barely halting the advance. But once again his luck held true, as the Scroot had overestimated its reach and the deadly-looking spike stopped barely inches away from Harry's face. Was that poison he saw dripping from it? When had Hagrid added that particular feature? His revulsion only grew, as he saw that the bubble on its rear, that had exploded to make the Scroot's quick movement possible, slowly regrew. If his estimation was right, then he had to evade another body slam in the next minutes. The stinger was about to retreat, trying to rearrange itself for another attack, but Harry had none of it. "Oh no, you don't." With a roar he swung the sword in his left, and tried to cleave through the thick tail, only for his eyes to widen as the blade rebounded on the hard scales. He had to take a step back to get the biting sword back under his control. It was enough time for the Scroot to launch another attack, and Harry started to get frustrated with the lack of progress in the fight. Sagitta, Percutor, Devil's Fulmin. He sidestepped another swing of the stinger, and flung curse after curse, and spell after spell at the creature that posed such problems to him. Reducto, Aquapilatum. Of course, the scales had to be magic resistant, he thought, and became thoroughly annoyed with the beast in front of him. The boom was all the warning he got, and with reflexes honed in years of playing as a seeker he whirled out of the way, performing a strange-looking pirouette, the cloak billowing behind him. The sweat on his brows was cooled as the large body shot past him, mere inches away from his face. That was it, that was the chance he had been looking for. He ended his twirl, his wand rising in tandem, and sent a powerful depulso at the Scroot that was still in mid-fly. It pushed the creature away, and toppled it, until finally, with a resounding thud, it landed on its back. Harry noticed how it tried to get itself in an upright position with the help of its tail, but it was too late, and with a primal scream he took a running jump and stabbed the sword of Gryffindor right through its unprotected belly, moving and turning it for good measure. For a few moments, the only sounds that could be heard were emitted from the hedges, and the screeching of his dying foe. They lasted until he pulled out the sword and slumped to the ground. That had been one hell of a fight. Curse Hagrid, and his blasted breeds. He really needed a minute to gather his breath before he could continue. Hopefully, there wasn't another Scroot somewhere in the maze. The crowd was excited as it watched how Harry made his way through the maze, and the people cheered loudly when he managed to slay the creature that had blocked his way. Counting to them were also the foreign dignitaries that had visited Hogwarts during the second task, but this time around, they were joined by many of their colleagues, be they from a ministerial level, from other political factions, or from other nations altogether. Many of them came to see another spectacle like the one Harry had conjured in the lake, but even if the magic he had used to defeat the Scroot was basic, it entertained them nonetheless. There simply was something alluring to a desperate fight to the death, or so they thought. The hope that the boy who lived would pull another incredible ace out of his sleeve was high, and many waited for the moment when he was forced to reveal his powers. It was a shame, really, that only a few of them watched how the other champions fought their way through the maze, ving the obstacles on their path. Asmund Halfdan, who had rescheduled many important political and business meetings as soon as words of the third task had reached his ears, was concentrating on the young Potter. He had been mesmerized by the lad's power during the second task, had looked incredulous when he had read the reports on the first task, and now waited eagerly to see what kind of tricks the young man would show him. Young Potter's skill has increased considerably, has it not? Asked Einar Hallstein, Norway's minister, who had programmed the runic device to constantly repeat the scene when Harry had twirled out of the way, and simultaneously casted a banishing charm at the Scroot. That it has, Einar. That it has. I wonder though, where the limit of his potential lies. Who knows, but it's clear that we haven't seen everything yet, the minister said, and scratched his beard. It might be prudent to have our eyes on him. I don't think he'll delve into the darker aspects of magic, but one can never be too careful. True, but remember he's Dumbledore's favorite. I can't imagine that the old man would allow his disciple to study something like necromancy, or black magic. Old man, as if you're one to talk, Asmund. Might I remind you that you yourself are 97 years old? The minister was deeply amused by the cross look that appeared on the Earl's face. And you know that Dumbledore's knowledge isn't just constricted to light and grey magic. If the situation calls for it, I'm sure that he can use dark spells many of us haven't even heard about. No, you might not remind me. You're the minister now, but don't forget that I taught you how to walk when you had barely reached the age to do so. What you say is true however, and I can't say that I find the image of him becoming a dark wizard particularly pleasing. Well, anyway, for the moment he seems to have an excellent grasp on his powers and emotions. We'll see what happens, but there's no need to fear him. Right you are, dear friend. Look, it seems like he's finally ready to continue, the Earl said, and with a twitch of his finger the privacy bubble that had surrounded them collapsed. Harry, who had finally gathered his wit, and whose breath had evened out during the short period of rest, rose to his feet, and sheathed his sword. At the first junction he had randomly decided which way he would go, but after encountering something as lethal as the blast-ended Scroot, he felt that it might be prudent to use a locator spell when he reached another one. For now, however, there was only one way, and that was forward. Fieri Inolens, Linus Planops. Cautious he moved alongside the hedges, his wand tightly grasped in his right hand. The two charms that had helped him to remain undetected at Hogwarts finally found their use in the tournament, and he was glad that he had learned them. The Scroot had caught him off guard, and now he'd hopefully get a good chance for a first shot at his next target. He trekked along the path, not bothering with the menacing sounds the hedges made, until a sudden smell altered his nose. A smell that he knew all too well, and had encountered once before. Were they really dumb enough to do something like that? It couldn't be, it just couldn't. He took a deep whiff, trying to ascertain that it was indeed the smell he thought it was, his nostrils flaring as he did so. No bloody way, they couldn't have chained a dragon into the maze, right? They just couldn't be so monumentally stupid, but why else would the distinctive smell of sulfur alt his nose? It was nearly the same he had encountered when he had fought against the dragon, and the thought that he had to do it once again made him shiver. With tentative steps he walked around the corner, already preparing himself for another bout of mortal combat, but what he saw made him sigh in relief. No dragon. The area in front of him was something akin to a swamp, acid bubbles building on its surface, popping whenever they reached their boiling point. It wasn't nice, it wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't a dragon either, and that alone made him relax his tense muscles. A swamp was far easier to deal with, but still, it needed consideration. Just for the fun of it, he threw a pebble into it, looking on in amazement how it didn't even sink, but dissolved the moment it touched the liquid. Well, walking across it with a charm was out, as was his initial idea of transfiguring something into a boat to row through it. No, he would be dead before he even reached the middle point that was marked by a small speck of land, where a gnarly tree stood tall and proud. He sat down cross-legged, and thought about his options. It wasn't that hard of an obstacle, but he wanted to solve it without any damage to himself, and unfortunately that also excluded his crazy idea of jumping across it, propelling himself forward with the Venti Flamini spell that had helped him tremendously during the second task. Well, he had another idea. It might be a bit taxing on his reserves, but it would definitely get him to the other side. The decision made, Harry stood up. Wingardium Leviosa. One of the many stones that littered the ground rose, and he levitated it over to the other side, where he positioned it in a precise manner. The next part would be a bit harder, as multiple transfiguration, or better said, transfiguration that started at 2 points and ended in 1, was rather difficult. His wand was in constant motion for the next 30 seconds, and he did his best to gauge exactly how much magic he needed for this little feat. The result became clear shortly afterward. From both sides, pebbles transformed into steps that evened out at some point and connected in the middle of the swamp, around 3 feet above the acid, and with enough width to make the page over his self-made bridge comfortable. It definitely wasn't his best piece of transfiguration, and he considered adding some guardrails and pillars to make it look more imposing and refined, but in the end he decided against it. The bridge was simple, and it served its purpose perfectly. He didn't know what would await him further into the maze, and it would be rather pointless if he exhausted him at such an early stage. When he reached the other side, he collapsed the bridge with a flick of his wand. Some of his fellow champions might have found a way to circumvent the maze's mechanisms, and it just wouldn't do to leave evidence of his solution for them. Let them think for themselves. He wondered which of the teachers had implemented the swamp. There were many possibilities after all, but he'd bet on Snape for that one. Acid swamps that devoured anyone wanting to pee was exactly the bat's style. Then again, it could also have been the headmaster who just had to apply some of his alchemy knowledge, transmuting a normal body of water into what he just had crossed. Harry arrived at another junction, and shook his head. This was no time to engage in idle thoughts, even if the obstacles were fairly interesting, and lethal. Monstrate Locust Triwizard Cup. Unfortunately, the location spell didn't work, and no directions entered his head like they had done in the second task. Had he done it wrong? Monstrate Locust Triwizard Cup, he said again, this time a bit more forceful. The result, however, left him wanting. Had they really charmed the maze against such spells? How juvenile. Should have known. He grumbled, and pulled a galleon out of his pocket. Well, Ugly Goblin Head is right, and Gringotts symbol is left. The coin whizzed through the air, and as it descended he caught it expertly. Ugly Goblin Head it is, he said, and walked towards the right path. Unbeknown to him, Fleur, who had shot red sparks into the air mere seconds before, was checked by Madame Pomfrey and 2 other healers they had on standby. Her first obstacle, a field of golden mist that inverted directions, had been easily cleared, but later on she fell prey to the incredible difficult question of a sphinx. Now, she, like many others, watched as Harry made his way through the maze. The maze was huge, Harry concluded after he had walked on his current path for the last 15 minutes. The only problem he had encountered so far were the rowdy hedges that sometimes decided to edge closer toward him, but he quickly constricted them with a few wooden constructs he had transfigured without breaking his stride. Fire spells, at least the commonly used ones, proved to be rather useless as the hedges had been charmed to be fireproof, definitely Professor Flitwick's work. It was only on the next clearing that movements caught his eyes, and within seconds the drums of war, once again, pounded in his ears. He knew that he shouldn't enjoy fighting as much as he did, but he didn't care. The blast-ended Scroot had been grotesque, and it was a beast he didn't really know how to handle, but these enemies were equally ugly, but they were also familiar. He knew exactly how to deal with them, and a feral grin split his face. That was it, that was the feeling he had missed during all the months of preparation. Adrenaline pumped through his body, and he unclasped his sword. "Come at me, you hideous beasts!" he shouted eagerly, not bothered at all by the sound of pincers hitting together. 4 acromantulas. Now, that were odds that he liked. Rumpi Ignum. The sword of Gryffindor was bathed in flames, and without even considering the risks, Harry ran towards the arachnids, his sword leaving a fiery trail behind it. Albus. Professor McGonagall maged her throbbing head, and turned to the venerable headmaster that sat next to her. "Yes, Minerva?" he asked, his eyes twinkling like twin suns. "What exactly have you taught Mr. Potter?" Why does everyone insist that I was the one who taught him?" he retorted. The Bulgarian minister, Savolsky, who sat next to McGonagall wasn't impressed by the innocent facade, and snorted. "Don't be a fool, Albus. We know that you had a hand in it. He's good, granted, but not that good. I think you underestimate him. Harry, like his father and grandfather has unbelievable potential. Besides, you know that the oaths prevent me from helping him." "I concur," came a voice from behind them that many instantly recognized as Madame Bones. The boy has an incredible aptitude for combat magics, at least that's what his marks suggest. Dumbledore turned to her, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. You accessed his records, Amelia? He asked, and the director of the DMLE shrugged. He interested me, so I looked at them. Very good on the practical side of things, but rather weak in theoretical matters. She narrowed her eyes when a laugh resounded to her left, and the group looked towards Sven Stigger, the Swedish minister, and the only man that was even close to Dumbledore's age. We always underestimate such people as they're usually rather bad at school. If I remember correctly, and please interrupt me if I do, Albus, you were the same until Master Flamel took pity on you. He didn't take pity on me. Dumbledore countered serenely. Rather it was me, that thought the man was getting too old and needed to leave a legacy. Talking about his former mentor Nicholas was seldom a happy occurrence, especially as he was now deceased due to his mistakes, but he didn't let it show on his face. They were friendly and jovial, but they were politicians nonetheless. As if, laughed Stigger, wasn't it you who nearly failed his owls because you exploded your cauldron as your examiner was directly next to you? All lies, you or you, he answered. Anyway, your student is a bit reckless though. Look, he's running at them. And everyone, Dumbledore, the teachers, the ministers, and anyone who listened into their conversation turned toward their devices, their eyes firmly glued on the shape of one Harry Potter, who had just charged into a small group of Acromantulas. Harry never knew that he was the favorite topic of the most influential people in Europe as he evaded the angry Acromantulas, and weaved through them, sword and wand moving in a flurry of motion. Sagitta, an arrow shot out of his wand, and missed the incoming spider by inches, but he didn't worry and instead continued to frighten the one to his left with his sword. The arachnids were rather adverse to fire, and it showed as they back away each time his sword came even close to them. It held them at a certain distance, but it was also unsatisfying, and he had to resort to his spells for the battle. Spells of which the most misses due to their quick movements. Acromantulas were fairly resistant to magic, but that didn't mean they couldn't be hurt by it like the Scroot, or a dragon. It just took more power, or physical force for them to have an impact. Incendio. The stream of fire held back two of them, but he wasn't finished. This time he would get one, he swore. Petre Ichui. He flung the spell instantly after his incendio had ended, and a large stone rose out of the earth, smashing into one of them, nearly splattering its innards all across the clearing. He was about to slash through the one to his right, finally having got close enough to do so, when it heaved itself upwards and jumped over him. That was the more annoying trait of Acromantulas. Despite their rather large size, those 8 legs they possessed packed quite some power, and it made for a lethal attack when they engaged their prey in aerial combat. The spider that was currently several feet above him dropped a large package of silvery, gray substance, and Harry quickly jumped aside. That he knew how to deal with them didn't exactly exclude that he could die should they catch him. It descended, and he took precise aim with his wand. Sagitta. This time the arrow hit home, and the spider as it was just about to land. He snapped another incendio toward the 2 remaining arachnids that were about to attack him, and made them back off, until he finished with the second one. The time he bought himself proved to be valuable, and he fired more arrows at the still-moving body, until it was peppered with them. Nice, he thought. That left only 2 of them, and now that the main threat had lessened, he noticed how the pounding in his ears became weaker. Slowly, but surely, the excitement was wearing off, and what remained was the tedious work of a cleanup job. With his flanks cleared he had more options to do it, and in the end he decided to make it quick. With trained movements, Harry flung 2 reductos at them, heavily damaging 2 of the 8 legs that he had aimed for. Depulso. A flick of his wand later, and it was down to him and the last Acromantula, as its brethren was lying upside down and jerked its remaining 6 legs around. Well, that's it, he said, and suppressed the sudden urge to ask the spider if it had any last words. He took aim, ready to fire off another reducto, and his head spun around so quickly, one could have thought his neck had snapped. That was definitely not the sound of trampling hooves when a group of centaurs neared. No, this was trampling, but of a heavier kind. Thumping sounds echoed through the clearing, and he considered himself to be a specialist in reading animals' emotions as he thought that the Acromantula looked as confused as he did. Maybe it even felt hope. The sounds got louder and louder, and Harry readied himself mentally for another enemy, an enemy that was probably more lethal than the spiders. That seemed to be his fate, after all. What happened, however, was unexpected and surprising, and the Acromantula, hadn't it been dead already, might have felt the same. A small path had suddenly opened in the hedges, and it clearly revealed the cause of the weird thumping sounds. The spider had no time to consider its bad luck as it was instantly speared on the two gigantic horns of the bull-like creature that had trampled through the small page. It was truly Miv, he thought. Definitely as big as Aragog, and those large horns it possessed didn't really do much to assure Harry of his survival. A bicorn, really, he said, his voice an odd mixture of incredulity, exasperation, and excitement. The Miv beast just moved its head to the side, and the D-body of the Acromantula slid of his horns. Either this already was Voldemort's yearly attempt on his life, or the organizer of the tournament really wanted to kill them. Hadn't Ainsley, the guy from the Hunter Guild, spoken about them during the Yuletide ball? They weren't as dangerous as basilisks, or dragons, or a lot of other beasts, but they still needed a team of at least 3 hunters to take down. An imagine ran through his mind, and somehow he got the feeling that it was that sodding, bowler head-wearing pile of dragon dung, that had thought it would be a splendid idea to include a bicorn in the tournament. Anyway, now he had to concentrate on the fact that he had to fight it. It wouldn't be easy, but it was doable, or so he thought, and he even had an idea to avoid the fate that had befallen the Acromantula. Being speared didn't sound all that good to him. Yes, that could woe. The bicorn decided to interrupt his inner monologue, and reared back on his legs, making itself ready to charge at him. Harry, however, had long lost his fear of impossible odds, and how couldn't he after all that had happened? Agumentee scutum, Thalas, he cried out. Once again, he overpowered the shield and used one of its lesser-known applications. This time at least, he had a good control on how much of his reserves went into the shield, and unlike the last time it wouldn't drain him as much. Torrents of water sprung forth from his wand, and instead of forming the usual protective dome around him, it flooded the clearing. He was ankle-deep in water, but he knew that he had to be quick, or the ground would soak it up and his advantage would vanish. Glacier. It was a charm that most students learned in their second year, and that was often used to prank someone, but despite its inherent simplicity it served him wonderfully at the moment. The water in front of him, or to be more precise, the water that the bicorn was running on, turned into ice, and it didn't even take a second for the mighty creature to land flat on its face. Harry's expression of determination didn't change though, as even if shortly made immobile, the bicorn was still dangerous. It was quite warm in June, and the ice already started to melt away. Anyway, there was no need to kill such a magnificent beast, he thought, and with some swishes of his wand the next 2 spells, 2-layered Incarcerus, took hold on it. He turned around and walked away, wondering what the next obstacle would be. It couldn't be much more, as he had already spent quite a lot of time in the maze. Suddenly, a sound reached his ears that he desperately didn't want to hear. Thundering thumping. What the? He turned around, barely noticing the remnants of his binding spells, and only had eyes for the really mad-looking bicorn that ran his way, becoming bigger and bigger by the second. Shit, shit, shit. Magic was useless unless it affected its environment, a fact that he became painfully aware of as the creature was barely 30 feet away. He had to do something. He couldn't die just yet, speared by a Ing bicorn of all things. He was desperate, and the idea that he just got was equally as crazy and desperate, but what else could he do? It had worked once, even if under slightly different circumstances. In one motion, Harry pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of its sheath, and threw it with all his might at the incoming thing. His scream echoed throughout the maze, and time seemed to have slowed down. If it didn't work, he was sure that he'd die a painful death. People often said that during the last moments that a person spent on the living plane, they saw pictures of what had happened, or could have happened in their life, images of what could have been in the future. Oddly enough, the only thought that went through his mind was about the lack of UAL activity he had in the last few months. Time sped up again, and he roared in triumph as the sword embedded itself deeply into the bicorn, the tip going all the way through until it left on the backside of its head. It had worked, or had it? The mad beast didn't stop its advance and still thundered toward him. 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. Harry became nervous again, and nothing remained from the feeling of triumph he had felt a second ago. Would he die, even if his plan had worked? And just like that, 3 or 4 inches away from him, the bicorn toppled to the side, dead, and lying in a pool of its own blood. Relief flooded him, and he fell backwards into the grey ground, laughing hysterically. He didn't care whether or not the spectators thought him crazy at that moment. He was alive. He was alive. The crowd of spectators was stunned. There was no other way to describe how they looked at the moment, and rightly so. What the Potter heir had just gone through was as incredible as it was gut-wrenching. Many times during his fight with the Acromantulas, or his bout of mortal combat with the bicorn, did they feel like their hearts had stopped. Would that be the end for the famous boy who lived? A question permanently etched into the forefront of their minds. Fleur, who sat between her parents with Gabby on her lap, had cycled between being red in anger at either the organizer of the tournament, or Harry's reckless decisions, and being as pale as a ghost whenever it looked like he had finally met his match. "He is the one that took you to the ball, mon chéri." The incredulous voice of her father sounded to her left. "Oui," she said, and nodded her head, smiling slightly at the starstruck expression on her little sister's face. Harry was her hero, and what he just had done hadn't only been incredibly foolish, but it also cemented the belief of the little girl that he could do no wrong, and that he was the greatest, just behind her father. "He's a bit unhinged, isn't he?" "Oui," she answered, and nodded again. On another platform, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Percival Brian Wulfric Dumbledore, smiled so brightly that the people in his vicinity feared to be blinded by it. "Well, Albus, I see that you're happy with your student," said Stigger, and his eyes shone with amusement. "Why yes, dear sir, I am. It was truly a remarkable show, wasn't he, Minerva?" he answered, and turned around to the deputy headmistress that was still chalk white. "Mr. Potter, why I Amelia Bones, who felt a bit squeamish herself, rested her hands on the Scot woman's shoulders. "Don't worry, Minerva, I know exactly how you feel right now," she said. "He does have remarkable luck though. Luck, there vast no luck in Thiz. Thiz vast pure skill, and instinct," came the rough voice of Salvoski. "I agree. By the way, where is Barty? You meant he would sit with us." Amelia looked around, but when she didn't find whatever she searched for, she turned to the headmaster. "Barty became sick, but I haven't seen his eye stand Weatherby either." "Weatherby? Yes, flaming red hair, and freckles. A lot like Arthur, I believe," she said. "Oh, you mean Arthur's son Percival? That's curious. I would have thought that he'd relish in the chance to talk with us." Dumbledore frowned, and his happy mood vanished quickly. Something strange was afoot. He could feel it in his old bones, but he didn't know what it was, and that made him edgy. Harry, who looked like he was fast asleep, opened his emerald eyes, and jumped into an upright position. The shock of having been only inches away from certain death had finally worn off, and now he had to concentrate on finding the cup. It couldn't be far away now. He could feel it. He resumed his walk through the maze, and 2 times he had to use the galleon to decide which way he would go. It was silent and creepy as he walked alongside the hedges, but in his opinion, creepy was way better than dangerous, lethal, or deadly. He should really learn to keep his thoughts to himself. The air was saturated with a disgusting stench, and it was the kind of stench he had last smelled 3.5 years ago. Really, another situation like that. The existence of one Harry Potter was really miserable sometimes, and the further he got into a new school year, the more miserable it became. A mountain troll, as tall as it was ugly, stood in his way, and he just knew it with every fiber of his being that this would be last the obstacle he had to beat until the cup would be his. Eternal glory, the 1,000 galleons. If he did it to get one over people like Viktor Krum and Malfoy, who had done nothing but ridicule him since the whole thing started. Given his first-hand experiences with the fugly creatures, his first look was aimed towards its club, and he did a double take when he saw it. What the ellipsis? Now, they had really outdone themselves. Someone, and he'd bet nearly all of his vault on Snape being that someone, had come up with the brilliant idea to secure the club to its hand with thick ropes. The bat had probably remembered how Ron, Hermione, and him had taken out their last troll. Miserable git. Now, He could probably try the same thing as he did with the bicorn, and transfigure water into ice, but somehow that felt cheap, and Harry Potter was many things, but definitely not cheap, or uncreative. Let's get this show on the road. That was it, the last obstacle, and by Merlin, he would make mincemeat out of the smelly thing. Reducto. Petre ictui. Pongo. Pongo. Aquapilatum. Reducto. Debles fulmen. Reducto. Impedimenta. Spell after spell crashed into the resistant hide of the troll, who just looked on dumbly at first, but was soon getting annoyed with it. Harry, though, didn't care about that, and with a bloodthirsty grin he threw magic around like candy. Various small pebbles were transfigured into large stones, and he banished them at the ugly creature, smashing them against every possible part of its body. The troll was a disappointment, at least in comparison to the bicorn, Harry thought. It couldn't withstand the onslaught, and with each rock that met its mark, it became weaker and weaker. In the end, that was all it took, and after the troll had fallen to the ground, obviously dead, Harry walked on. On towards his prize. The prize he knew had to be around the next corner. It was something he had never felt before, a thrill he learned to love the moment his eyes zeroed in on the golden, splendiferous cup atop the marble pedestal in front of him. The intoxicating sense of victory shone in his eyes, poured out of his very being, consumed him like it had never done before, and left a tingling sensation throughout his body. He recognized it as his magic and smiled. It was just as eager as him to finally lay claim to the prize they had fought for. Hand in hand, like a well-oiled machine they had worked, relentlessly at times, and in the end their efforts were worth it. Step after step, and with each he took the cup came closer and the feeling of anticipation rose. One step, his nostrils flared and he could nearly smell how his hard work finally paid off. Another step, his eyes gleamed with unnatural power and he saw his reflection on the cup's surface. Soon it would be his. Eternal glory indeed. Not the empty promises all those politicians spoke of, but a personal sense of glory that exceeded everything else. A third step. Something was off, and he felt sensations of a conflicted nature, warring for supremacy. It stopped him in his tracks, because it wasn't the feeling of victory that prevailed in the end, but something else. The nearly drunken haze he had found himself in subsided and with it the emerald glow in his eyes. Then he heard them, drums of war, thundering in his ears like the angry bicorn had done just minutes ago. They were noisy to point of deafening and he heeded their advice, their warning of the incoming danger. That you suddenly entered the tournament wasn't a coincidence. Something will happen soon, most likely during the third task as I can't protect you then. Whatever you do, be very careful in the maze. The words of his headmaster ran through his head like a mantra, and he certainly saw the wisdom in them. The phoenix feather wand glided easily into his hand. His eyes narrowed to slits, taking in everything around him, observing the area, analyzing what could be seen. In mere seconds the roles had shifted, the hunter became the prey. The dome that suddenly enclosed a substantial part of the maze bathed the area in blood-red light. It closed him in, it defined the playing field, but despite the situation's gravity his face remained uncharacteristically bloodthirsty. He knew that something was wrong with him, that no human should feel excitement for the prospect of a fight to the death, but he didn't care. He didn't allow himself to care, for being excited was better than being scared, and that was what counted when all words were spoken, all possibilities for a peaceful solution exhausted. The faithful wand felt his anticipation and angry sparks of lightning escaped its tip. Voldemort, trolls, basilisks, bicorns, he had beaten the odds many times before. Against humans, against creatures, in the end it didn't matter. He would make sure that this time was no different. The hedge to his right rustled. Incendio. The spell missed its target, the fire-resistant hedges didn't even burn. Potter. His adversary had finally shown itself, and his eyes focused on the cause for this year's misery, taking in the ugly, disfigured face perched atop the equally hideous body. Professor. He said and twirled his wand, a habit he had acquired over the last weeks. I could say I'm surprised, but then again, it would be a lie. Reducto. The spell bounced off of a shield he didn't recognize and crashed into the endless rows of hedges, obliterating a part of them. I'm still your professor, Potter. For all you know I could be here to help you. The words were mocking and the smirk on Moody's face just beckoned him to lash out in righteous anger, but the drums of war still resounded in his head, overpowering every emotion but the few useful to slay an enemy. He didn't react to the taunt, for everything that wasn't helpful to eradicate his foe drowned in the mad symphony of war and bloodshed. Ardor Sagittò. The fiery arrows buried themselves deep into the ground, and Moody, who had sidestepped them with surprising agility, let loose a plethora of spells. Some of them with incantation, some without, but all looked deadly even if Harry recognized only a quarter of them. He twisted and turned, he parried and shielded. It was a completely new experience. He should have been frightened, but oddly enough he wasn't. A duel to the death, not with a nearly mindless beast but with an intelligent adversary, an opponent of equal or better skill. It was exhilarating. His speed aided him in another risky maneuver to avoid two different spells of sickly yellow color, and he found a small time frame between the barrage to unleash his own magic. Asta Glacialis. Petrae Ictui. The professor seemed unperturbed as he moved his head to the right, avoiding the spear of ice, and took a step backward, letting the boulder sail by harmlessly, but Harry noticed the barely perceptible narrowing of his eyes, the tiny adjustments in his stance. That he had even found an opening, as small as it had been, had surprised the man. The spectators were confused, Fudge in a frenzy, Fleur and very few others worried as the headmaster and some professors broke out into a run towards the maze. Just seconds ago, the monitoring devices had stopped working and the view became fuzzy, changing the atmosphere from excitement into something that couldn't quite be grasped. It took few but valuable minutes until Dumbledore arrived at the edge of the dome, having blasted and magicked his way through every obstacle without breaking his stride. It left the people that accompanied him in awe, as they had problems following him when they hadn't even anything to do. Albus, what is this? McGonagall sounded frightened, and she had every right, as it was, once again, one of her lions that found itself in mortal peril. The headmaster didn't answer and continued to wave his wand through the air, his face a mask of concentration. The stern professor was shocked to see small beads of sweat trickling down the man's forehead after just a few seconds. Albus? She asked again. Dumbledore didn't turn around, his eyes steadily fixed on the red dome when he answered. Wards. Strong wards. Hopefully Harry has the sense of mind to call Hedwig. Hedwig. But, Albu, don't waste time, Minerva. Get people here that can help. Halfdan, Salvoski, anybody. He grunted out and attacked the ward with new vigor. It were only 5 minutes until the professor returned with several experienced wizards in tow, but to the headmaster it felt like an eternity. A sigh of relief escaped him when the strain lessened considerably and the other dignitaries worked alongside him. They were silent for the most part, but the questions in their looks were undeniable. Halfdan was the first to break the silence, and while his wand was in motion he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. What happened, Albus? The tombs of our most cherished ancestors don't have this kind protection. I fear it's watch out. Amelia, who had arrived seconds after the dignitaries, reacted instinctively and back away. She barely avoided the angry red sparks that lashed out, disintegrating the pieces of her cloak they managed to reach. Careful, Madam Bones, these aren't wards that Aurors are likely to encounter in their careers. Stigger said, his eyes never leaving the red magic in front of him. You were saying, Albus. The most likely culprit is either Voldemort himself, or one of his henchmen. I'm not sure though, how he managed to set this up. Voldemort. You meant he is dead. The Supreme Mugwump didn't answer, but his steely expression was unmistakable. Anyway, Salvoski said, let's concentrate on the matter at hand. This could take a while. Minerva McGonagall dreadfully regretted that she had never taken any interest in warding as she watched them break, or trying to break the Red Dome. Tired, Potter? Harry didn't reply, but it irked him that the man in front of him was right. Despite all his training, his incredible advances in magic, he wasn't sure if he would be able to kill the professor. The thrill hadn't lessened, but slowly the thirst for victory started to mix with the strong will to survive. It was bad, it made him hesitate at moments he shouldn't and gave his enemy more space to work with. He ducked under another spell and quickly dove into a roll to avoid the purple light that rushed toward him. It sailed over his head, missing by inches, but he felt it. Oh, he definitely felt it, and the hairs on his neck rose as another cutting curse grazed his cheek. He needed an edge and he needed it fast. Fervus. What's up, Potter? Fragasus. Too scared to speak. It was a close call to avoid the first spell, a beam of nothing but pitch-black color, but he didn't got away in time to dodge the second one. It cost him, and with a cry, half in pain, half in fury, he stumbled 2 steps and crashed against the pedestal that held the cup. There was no time for large sequences of diagnostic spells, but he didn't need them anyway. It took no Mediwitch to know that the spell had broken his left hand. Something felt wrong though, aside from the obvious, and his eyes frantically searched the area for the reason why his enemy's face was one giant smirk. Moody swished his wand and the cup rose above him. The cup? Why the cup? For a moment he thought that the professor wanted to bash his head in with the useless piece of metal, but that didn't make sense. Ideas, possibilities, his mind was coming up with reasons in a frenzy, and when his train of thoughts finally reached an end he didn't like it at all. It took all of his willpower not to cry out as he leaned to the left, straining his broken hand, to avoid the cup that was most likely a portkey to God knows where. It landed an inch away from his body. No time to waste. Venti Flamini. With a gust of wind the cup sailed away, and he allowed himself to smile as he saw how the professor's face twisted into a mask of pure rage. Not like that, Professor. He jumped up, the adrenaline coursing through his body momentarily numbing the pain in his hand, and faced the man that looked about to explode. Percutor. Sagitta. Devil's Fulmin. Moody's rage had made him lessen his caution, and Harry took the precious few seconds to initiate a string of attacks that heralded the second round. Spell after spell crashed into shields, swords, knives, arrows, all kinds of weaponry was transfigured and their remains littered the battlefield. It was a truly sick kind of dance, completely disfigured in its function as one moved, jumped, and ducked with grace and agility while the other held his place, never moving, firm like a rock, but with decades of experience to back up his arrogance. Animatus Bellatorius. Condoro. His shield broke again and he quickly sidestepped the incoming spell, transfiguring a small pebble into the mighty stone warrior he had used during the first task. Animation and hardening charms at least gave it the possibility to make some damage. A few seconds later the statue wasn't standing anymore, but knelt in front of Harry to give him value seconds to catch his breath. So much for that idea. The third round started, and even after they had already fought for what seemed like hours, the intensity hadn't lessened one bit. It might even have risen above a level Harry thought possible. Agumenti Scutum Thalas. He had high hopes that it might work as it had done against the Bicorn, but Moody didn't even twitch when he countered with a greater drying charm, leaving nothing that could be turned into ice. This is taking too long, Potter. Phragosis. Ignum Estifer. Crucio. He avoided the bone breaker, and was nearly consumed by hate when he saw the fire of darkness that had burned his familiar not too long ago, but what really worried him was the Cruciatus Curse. If that hit him it would be game over. He didn't want to use Hedwig, felt that it would cheapen his win and lessen the excitement, but if he had only that option or visiting Voldemort. With naught but a thought, Hedwig flashed in above him and he reached for her feathers. No. Moody let out a blood-curdling scream and yanked his wand around, slightly altering the path of the Crucio. It hit his familiar head-on, and once again Harry felt a kind of rage flood him that was going beyond simple feelings of hate. He quickly ulted the professor, his wand spitting out spells at the rate of a modern machine gun, while Hedwig lied twitching on the ground just a few feet away. The crescendo of violence was at its peak when the fourth round started, but he had no intention to drag the fight out any further. He had an idea, and if it worked, he might be able to best the professor despite the odds that stood against him. Glacier. Reducto. It worked. During a short lapse of attention, Harry got in the 2 spells that were the most important ones out of the probably 20 he had fired over the last few seconds. Moody's peg leg froze to ice and was instantly shattered once the Reducto had hit its mark. He ached all over, his breath was labored, the pain in his left hand and various large gashes returned, but he finally smelled superiority. The professor's expression was twisted and hateful, but he didn't care. The victory was his, he just knew it as he wove his wand, intending to finish the bastard off in fiery inferno that would usurp even the legends about hell itself. Accio. Accio. Harry jumped back, but became confused when the 2 Acioed items didn't sail toward him, but straight into Moody's hand. No. His cry of fury echoed over the now empty field. Moody had left with the cup, a bloody knife held victoriously in his hand. The evening had gone by in a rush. Every problem that had lined up over the year culminated on this unfortunate date and shifted the atmosphere in the castle remarkably. The sense of anticipation, of feverish waiting, was replaced by the damning knowledge of what had truly transpired. As far as he knew of it at least, there was no way to tell what kind of terror would be brought upon the world. It would coat them in darkness, cling to them like black ink, and the instigator, the cause for the pain that was about to befall them, was clear. Voldemort, the beast, once a young boy seduced by the allure of black magics, had become the monster people associated him with whenever his name was uttered. And even those powerful wizards, those of supposed might and authority, those people that the magical world relied on to lead them into better times, they only whispered the name, fear written across their faces in the hushed conversations about the most evil of them all, the self-styled Dark Lord. He had been furious when Moody escaped, his rage palpable to everyone around him and only superseded by the sense of dread that had suddenly started to weight him down. At the end of his Pyrrhic victory he hadn't recognized the importance of the blood-smeared dagger, and only later when his anger had finally subsided did the man's action make sense. Too much sense in fact, and combined with the escape it signified the undeniable truth: the future was about to look much bleaker than it did before. The cushy armchair welcomed him like an old friend as he sunk deeper into it and looked at Fawkes' golden perch. "Salvation," he said. His voice wasn't broken, but it lacked its usual strength. He wasn't broken, but, like his voice, he slouched as he contemplated what was to come. "You're pretty bald, Fawkes." "Cancer." For a second the black, beady eyes stared back at him. Then the fiery bird started to screech and Harry grimaced. Jokes in bad taste were never good to lighten up a bad situation. He wondered though, whether Fawkes reacted out of personal anger, annoyance more likely, or out of sympathy for all the ill people that actually had cancer. The phoenix was the symbol for good after all, and it wouldn't be strange for Fawkes to get enraged on behalf of the poor souls that died slow, agonizing deaths. Agonizing. It was a fine word to describe his current situation, and like he had done so often in the past hours, he looked toward the grandfather clock on the wall. Around 2 hours ago, the headmaster had closed the door to his office and locked Harry in. He wanted to feel annoyed about it, but resisting would have been futile anyway. Dumbledore, while crazy at times, was no fool and knew that throwing him into another life-threatening situation just after he managed to escape the last one would be unjustifiable. He had to wait for the bearded wizard to return with new information, possible solutions, or simply to instill new hope in him. He hated waiting. Tick, tack, the fingers of the clock moved tortuously slow. Tick, tack, thud, thud. He craned his neck and looked toward the door, his wand covertly pointed at it. A thud wasn't the sound he usually associated with the headmaster. The door opened, and when he saw who stepped through it, he fired the first spell that came to mind. Reducto. It wouldn't do much damage if the surprising visitor managed to shield in time, but one could always hope for the odd shrapnel that might hit after the blast. He jumped across the desk, disregarding the large amount of parchment that flew through the air, hoping it would provide some form of concealment. Safely secured behind the table he was about to fling another piece of deadly magic at the intruder. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice. For a second he considered if the old man had joined the other camp. But, well, that was rather unlikely. Had Dumbledore been swayed by the decades-old bond of friendship, there was no time for hesitation. A good, solid strike of electricity should to the job. "Devil's full. He's the real one." Harry hesitated and cursed himself for it. Hesitation was a surefire way to die early. "Wait, real one. Then the false one. Polyjuice. Prove that you're the real one." "What are you talking about, boy?" "We haven't." "Not you." He ground it out. "Dumbledore. Dumbledore has to prove that he's the real one." The man with the headmaster's voice began, but his voice wavered. 1. Harry, do we have to do this? 2. I like to drink more than what might be considered appropriate, Dumbledore said. That was definitely information not many people were privy to. So, if the heated exclamation of, "the real one," was to be believed, it meant that the Moody he had fought had been a fake. Maybe it had been Wormtail. There was always hope. The bloodthirsty grin on his face must have shown, because, when he rose out of his protective stance behind the desk, the disfigured face of the man he had fought mere hours ago was the picture of a malicious smile. The real Moody probably had the same, or similar thoughts. Was it Wormtail? The grin stretched to its breaking point, but sadly the man shook his head. He thumped. And really, hobbling would be a bad description for the action of a man who filled half of Azkaban, over to the table. The headmaster added another chair with a casual swish of his wand. The situation seemed surreal to the last Potter. No, it wasn't, the professor answered, and his functional eye narrowed as he looked toward the headmaster. Who's Wormtail anyway? Peter Pettigrew. It was a sign of immense trust that Moody didn't ask any further questions and took the explanation as the truth. That he would ask about it on a later date was a given, but Harry had to wonder what kind of bond existed between those two men. Black was innocent. Doesn't matter now. Potter, you fought Crouch Jr. Polyjuice is yours truly. The sentence ended with a snarl that looked truly frightening on the man's face. It was understandable tough, as a man with such a reputation was entitled to be sore about being impersonated. Bastard surprised me and locked me in my own trunk. My own trunk. Next time I see him, the blighter is dead. By the way, Albus. Alcoholic. Really? Dumbledore looked annoyed and shot an accusing glare in Harry's direction. No, I'm not. I just enjoy some from time to time. That's not relevant right now, anyway. Then, and Moody scratched his chin while Harry sat still in his chair. Tell us what is relevant. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Harry didn't understand what exactly the words meant, but he could make an educated guess as to their use if he combined them with the experience he had gained after facing Voldemort in his first and second year, and with the dreams that had plagued him throughout the fourth. Resurrection, immortality, to live again, all of those were things that Voldemort either wanted to, or maybe even had already achieved. It is a rather obscure ritual, but once Harry told me about his dreams of it, Tom's plan to regain his body and, of course, the evidence of Harry's forcibly taken blood. I have no doubt that as of today, Tom Riddle is once again truly alive. That does leave the question tough, how he managed to tether his soul to this plane. Necromantic rituals are as old as time, but without a soul a body can't function out of its own mind. Harry wondered if the nearly unnoticeable flinch of the headmaster was just an illusion. That is a question for a later time. Right now we have to make plans regarding his renewed presence, Dumbledore said. Wait a second, I want to know something. What was up with the Red Dome? Wards of a rather complex nature. Crouch Jr. alone wouldn't have been able to install them, or even craft them. Tom, however, is, and I don't like to say it, a genius concerning wards. It's not unthinkable that he crafted them in advance and gave Junior explicit details on how to install them. So, what now? We got the facts. Voldemort is alive, and his henchmen probably know it. What do we do? Moody asked. Do we tell Fudge? Dumbledore sighed, and looked at Fawkes. No, I don't think we should do that. Cornelius wouldn't accept it anyway. If we want to combat this, we can't have our credibility ruined by the smear campaign that would surely follow. But, Albus is right, Potter. And it's dangerous to be right, when the government is wrong. He turned to the headmaster. What about the dignitaries you told me about? They know something is up. I'll send missives to them, asking to keep it under wraps for the time being. The only person from our ministry was Amelia, and I'm sure I can talk her into keeping silent. Will the order be reformed? The order? Asked Harry. The disfigured professor looked at Harry. The Order of the Phoenix. It was a group led by Albus during Voldemort's first rise. Didn't know that. Of course you didn't. To remain unnoticed by the government was the whole point. It will reconvene, but the first few weeks you'll have to work without me. Harry and I have different plans for the summer. We do, yes, but more of that later. Alistair, you, Sirius and Remus need to inform the old crowd. Get them together in the Black's ancestral home. I trust that Molly will make it livable to the best of her abilities. We need more information, so Severus will take up his old occupation. Moody nodded and rose from his chair, thumping toward the door. Well, if that's all, then I'll make sure to get them together. Albus, Potter, goodbye, Professor, Harry said, and was surprised to see the man turn around again. Professor, I ain't teach people who can't catch their prey. He cracked a grin, and then he was gone, the door closing behind him with a soft sound. As soon as Dumbledore and Harry were alone again, the grandfather clock on the wall still ticking away in a steady rhythm, a strange silence settled over them. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't comfortable either, and the strange look in the headmaster's eyes told Harry enough to know that the conversation wasn't over just yet. The events that had transpired over the last hours were dangerous, they had risked his life and, most of all, they were very worrying, but still, something about the unusual, regal posture of the older man, who now looked bereft of all of his unflappability, made Harry frown. No, the evening was far from over, and whatever had the ability to rise the headmaster's concern like that would be revealed soon, he was sure of it. Harry, Dumbledore started, but furrowed his brows and shook his head briefly as if to get rid of an annoying fly. I should have told you sooner. The last bit sounded more like an afterthought, like something the headmaster hadn't intended for him to hear. It was a rare occurrence to see the headmaster unsure of what to say, to see him grasping for words and finding none, but what was even worse was that Dumbledore had abandoned his forced, stiff posture and had succumbed to the wear of the evening, slumping back into his chair with dim eyes. Pride, the word was whispered, barely distinguishable from a wheezing breath. Pride. He didn't manage to hold his curiosity any longer. He wanted to know. He needed to know what was able to bother the man like this. What pride had to do with it was anybody's guess, though. Pride blinded me. The headmaster suddenly looked furious and his fist crashed onto the desk. He didn't notice the silver trinkets that had jumped a bit, some even flying off the table. I was so sure that it wasn't needed, that you weren't needed, he trailed off again. Harry didn't understand a thing, wasn't able to make any connections. Wasn't needed for what? The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. The words sounded alien, but as strange as they were, Harry knew exactly what they meant, or rather who they meant. Wah, a prophecy. About you, to be precise. God, I wish I had never met that accursed woman. Harry was confused. Who? He asked. Sybil Trelawney. True, excuse me, Professor Trelawney actually made a real prophecy. The pure thought of that old bat having a real vision, a prophecy about him of all people, made his stomach churn. But that wasn't the issue here. But why wait? Why didn't you tell me sooner? The headmaster slumped down even further. As I said, pride. I thought myself to be a great enough wizard to circumvent the prophecy. Alas, I forgot the main principles of divination. The more you fight against the fates, the earlier their words will come true. Possibly with more force than ever anticipated. The prophecy seems rather clear to me, Professor. How would you try to circumvent something like that? You were destined to fight Tom, that much is true. My thoughts, however, went along the lines that for a fight to happen, two people are needed. For years I believed myself able to confine Tom should he make an appearance, but since you joined Hogwarts, and with each new attempt on your life my hopes dwindled. In the end, the only thing that kept me from telling you was my pride. My pride that as a wizard I was more than able to cope with Tom's tries at necromancy. Dumbledore bowed his head. A man who had held the wizarding world in awe with his achievements for nearly a century didn't dare to look him in the eyes. My pride has moved you into an unacceptable position. A position where every step, every minute is clouded by the anxiety that the next could be your last. It is the greatest mistake in a long row of many that I made, and for that I apologize. Even though you might not find it in yourself to forgive me, but I apologize. The headmaster still hadn't looked up, and it started to physically hurt Harry to see the man like this. I will do everything in my power to help you, to prepare you for the battles to come. By the name of Dumbledore I promise, I will even the odds for you. Harry couldn't take it anymore. Not like this, never like this. In one swift stride he stood beside the headmaster who still faced the polished top of his desk, and laid his hand on the man's shoulder. Well then, Professor, what do we do? Dumbledore looked up, a bit of light entering his dim blue eyes, and a grateful smile tugged at his lips. A smile that quickly reformed into a smirk. We are going to show Tom that messing with a sleeping dragon is very perilous. Hogwarts 25, June 1995. Harry, are you ready? I wish I wasn't. He took a long look at the headmaster's office, once again letting his eyes wander over the many artifacts that had caught his eyes over the year. The Flame of Anku, Godsonsvanir, the World Tapestry. Is there really no time to say goodbye? Unfortunately not. Tom's resurrection leaves us hard-pressed for time to find allies, and if we want to convince some of my old acquaintances we have to go now. It's just, do not fret, Harry. I asked Professor McGonagall to inform Lady Delacour of your early departure with me. I'm sure she will understand the necessity and won't bear you any ill will when you meet again. Harry looked up to his mentor and saw the amused glint in his eyes. When we meet again, now that you remind me, I haven't really told you where we are going, have I? Not to worry then, we have 5 minutes until the portkey takes us away. Plenty of time to show you a rough outline of our future travels. Dumbledore's robe whirled behind him as he walked over to the tapestry. Our first destination will be Turkey, more specifically the Bazaar of Izmir, as dangerous as it is wonderful in all its magical glory. We will then move to Egypt, Japan, China, Zil, Guyana, further to the USA, Greece, Estonia, Italy and, finally, to France. Harry's left eye twitched as he tried to find words but wasn't able to. 11 countries in 2 months. Once again he was left speechless in the presence of the barmy old codger that called himself headmaster. Dumbledore grabbed the portkey from his desk and seconds later Harry felt the weight of the man's hand settle on his shoulder. Well then, Harry, let us start this ambitious adventure, to bath in eternal fire, bargain with devils, and dance with death. These words didn't necessarily inspire confidence in the heir to House Potter, but nonetheless a crooked grin appeared on his face. Both the wise old man and his young apprentice vanished into a stream of colors, not to be seen in Hogwarts for the next 60 days. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.